this day, one time, breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the World Poker Tour. My name is Steve DeSantis, Global Events Manager for the WPT, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today at the main event final table for Season 18's WPT Rolling Thunder. On behalf of the WPT, we'd like to thank everyone here at Thunder Valley for their support, especially GM Don Clayton, Senior Vice President of Marketing Kathy Hickman, and Director of Poker Operations Ben Irwin. During today's play, the action clock by Protection Poker will be enforced. Every player has 30 seconds to act and also has 8 time chips worth 30 seconds apiece. The WPT would like to thank Kent McLaren and Kevin Quintanilla from Protection Poker for the action clock and their support of WPT events around the world. And now, Director of Poker Operations, Ben Irwin.
Steve, thank you very much. It's great to be back here at another final table for WPT Rolling Thunder. Star-studded field, watching everyone come up from the LAPC. It's great to be part of the World Poker Tour and especially connected with the LAPC. As you're looking at your final six, I want to thank our tournament director, that is John Quattrocchi. John, thank you very much. And also Jordan Cutter, who assisted us for the event. And then now I'm going to hand it over to Matthew Savage, Executive Tour Director, WPT.
Thank you, Ben. All right, when we finished yesterday, we were at level 22 with 18 minutes and 30 seconds left. We started with 250 entries and we're down to the final six. In seat number 1 from London, England, starting with 2,120,000. Give a round of applause for Robert Hydorn. In seat number 2 from Chicago, Illinois, 2,860,000 in chips. He is our chip leader, Kevin Rauschow. In seat number 3, looking for his first WPT title after many final tables. He starts with 1,075,000 in chips. From New York, New York, Jake Schwartz. In seat number 4, looking for his second WPT title from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 875,000 in chips, Tony Tran. In seat number 5, he's our defending champion here, looking to become the first player in history of the World Poker Tour to win the same event back-to-back years from Sacramento. Let's hear it for Erkut Yilmaz. And in seat number 6 from East Brunswick, New Jersey, 885,000 chips, Shankar Pillai, seat number 6. All right, now one more round of applause for these 6 players looking for their WPT title and a seat to the Tournament of Champions. All right, 18 minutes, 30 seconds left in this level, 10 and 20,000. The button starting in seat number 3.
The couple weights. Welcome to Season 18's WPT Rolling Thunder final table in beautiful Sacramento, California. 250 players entered. We are down to our final 6 as they battle out for the top prize, $279,000 up top. Each player guaranteed a minimum of $45,000 with the top 3 all earning a 6-figure payday. Thanks so much for being with us. My name is Dave Farrow, alongside Poker Pro and Thunder Valley Ambassador Tyler Patterson. Hey, Tyler, how you doing, man?
Hey, Dave. Thanks for welcoming me in. I'm pretty excited. This is a fun final table.
And they just got you before the final table. You played in this tournament, and you ended up in 10th, which is a nice run. Unfortunately, you're on this side of the broadcast booth. I saw you tweeting about that as the week was going on.
Yeah, it was close. We had a good run. We were only in for one bullet, and we cashed for 26,000. So it's nothing. It's not terrible.
So run us through it. I mean, you obviously know a handful of these guys. People that follow poker closely probably recognize some of these faces. What's your just general assessment of this final table as we get into it here?
What's really interesting, we have the reigning player of the year from last year in Erkut. We're going to call him Eric. He goes by Eric Ilmaz. He won this event last year and is the reigning player of the year. And second place, I believe, he was the least very close, was Jake Schwartz in the player of the year. So we have 2 of the World Poker Tour's best right there at the final table.
And it's some potential history here. If Eric does win this, it would be the first time ever that a player in WPT history has won the same event back-to-back.
Right, and yeah, that would be really interesting. It's a cool storyline to talk about. There's been a couple of close ones. I had a close one in that. I had a first and then a fourth in Best Bet, and also in Best Bet Jacksonville. What's his name? Sam Panzica also had a first and then a second or third, I think, the next year. So there's been some close runs, but no one's done it back-to-back.
So here we go to our first flop of this final table. It's a jack, a 7, and a deuce. Right now, Kevin's pocket 9's looking pretty good.
Yeah, Kevin's a chip leader, Kevin Robichaud. I don't know a ton about him personally. I haven't seen him a lot. He looks like he's a pretty young guy, and he comes out from Chicago. I think he's coming out here. But it does seem like a lot of the poker guys know him pretty well, so I think he's an accomplished player also.
Check from Tony. Eric's going to go 75, and Kevin now with the decision. He was the one that raised it up. Total pot size at 230,000 right now.
Interesting play from Eric to lead into the razor here with really not much equity.
Just a call there.
Tony folds. Heads up to the turn.
So here comes the turn. Eric looking for something. And a 4 rolls off, so he's got a gut shot now.
Oh, this makes more sense. I got it wrong in the pre-flop action. Eric is under the gun. He was actually the opener, and Kevin had just called with the pocket 9. So that fits the play a little bit more. It's more of a normal line. Now with the 4, Eric's turning some equity here. He has the straight draw.
And Eric going to fire another bullet.
He does likely have the aces and overcard and almost definitely the 3 5s, 4 5s.
265,000. So some early action here. Pretty big pot brewing for our first one of this final table. Over a 500,000 chips already in the center. Kevin with a decision here.
And this is definitely a tough decision from Kevin. You got to give some credit to Eric for raising under the gun. So he's going to start with the stronger hand. It is the first hand of the day. Kevin made a pretty sick hero call at the end of day 2.
Oh,
got a lot of
push him off the better hand. Nice play by Eric.
Yeah, it's a good card for Eric to keep firing on the turn because he picks up a little extra equity and recognizes that, keeps firing, and gets the better hand to fold.
So the 2 biggest stacks of the day starting out there with a little bit of back and forth. Eric started with 109 big blinds and Kevin with 143. Nice scoop there of almost 200,000 chips. So 119 big blinds for Eric now, over 2.3 million.
Everybody here at this final table is very accomplished. Shankar has 3 WPT final tables, a sixth and a second so far, so he doesn't have a win. This is Jake's 7th WPT final table. Still doesn't have a win. He's
Lots
kind
of close calls, right?
Yeah.
He's entering this one just over $1 million in chips, so 54 big blinds is what he sat with. So has some work to do if he wants to climb this mountain with, Kevin knocking on the door of almost $3 million when he sat down. So definitely some work to do. But as we were talking about before we jumped on the air, these guys are all very deep and they had plenty of time to play here.
Yeah, absolutely. They the top 3 guys all have over 100 big blinds, and the shortest stack I think was Tony Tran, who is also a WPT champion. He has 44 big blinds to start the day, so nobody is short, and we could be in for a long one.
Shank under the gun, going to pass with his 10-3 off. Robert looking at Jack 9, also going to say no go. Kevin in the cutoff, no. Jake on the button. Over to Tony, King 3 in the small blind. Going up to 60,000. Tony, a Philadelphia guy. He might have picked that up by his 76ers hat there. And Eric looking down at a pretty good pre-flop hand here. King Jack gonna make the call, and a pot of 140 with the small and the big blinds squaring off.
I like to just call from Eric. You can 3-bet that hand; it has enough value, but keep some bad hands in, just like this.
And this is about as good of a scenario for Eric. So both spike their king on that flop, and Tony is the one playing coy right now. But he's going to be in trouble if this continues.
Yeah, the King Jack plays really well in these blind versus blind situations. Both of them trapping here.
Interesting. The turn is a 4. No help to Tony's hand. Now he's going to just a bet of 45,000 into a pot of 140.
It's just so dry. It just seems like it's almost impossible for this not to go 2 streets of value towards Eric. Unless Eric tries to get real greedy with the raise, but I kind of doubt that's going to happen. I think it's probably just going to be 2 calls.
Makes the call, 230,000. Here comes the river. It's a queen of hearts. Eric's hand is going to hold up.
That card's got to look great to both of them. You can get more value. There's more things that Tony can actually get value out of now with the queen. It's less likely that Eric's beat since the queen comes. It's less likely his opponent has king-queen. I think Eric also lives in Philadelphia these days, but he has Sacramento ties. He used to be here by way of Turkey.
Check from Tony. Let's see if Eric can extract some value or if he's going to be happy where it sits.
He's definitely going to go for some value here. It's the question is if it's between 75 or all the way up to 250,000.
Man, he's reaching 180,000.
Right in the middle of
Right
that.
in the middle, yeah.
Yeah, right in the middle of that range.
410,000 in the center now.
It really doesn't feel like a bluff to Tony. That's why Tony's struggling here, but I don't see a way he gets away from it. I think most of the players at the table see Eric as one of the more solid players. Wow, that was a great laydown by Tony.
Yeah. Shortest stack sitting down at this final table, or at least close to it. Yeah, 875,000, just 10,000 shy of Shankar. And, yeah, he got away from it pretty unbelievably. Nice laydown. And Eric, 2 pots back-to-back. So maybe he's going to come in and, you know, use his chips to his advantage as he tries to make history, be the first WPT player to win 2 back-to-back at the same event.
We got 280,000 up top, or 279,000. That includes a 15K WPT Tournament of Champions seat.
That's always nice, right? Getting the $15,000 out of the free roll.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tony, being a champion, can already play this event or that event, but he has to put up the 15K. Same with Eric if he doesn't win this tournament. He would have to put up the 15K. Jake Schwartz, we've talked about his super accomplished WPT record, but he doesn't get to play that tournament yet, so he really wants to win this tournament. Same with Shankar having a 6th and a 2nd. He really wants to get into that field also.
Tony on the button here, ace-8 clubs. Going to raise it up to 45,000. Eric, small blind, queen 3. And you heard Tony talking it through there after that last hand happened. He said, I'm pretty sure that you had me. So confident in his laydown, too. Good read.
That was a really strong read. It's really nice. It helps your psyche a little bit knowing in 30 minutes you can, well, not necessarily in 30 minutes because you have to wait till a break to check your phones, but you can go talk to a friend or go find out what happened in the last level from the live stream. So that does help a little bit.
Standard format for this WPT final table. You see the action clock by Protection Poker. It's 30 seconds for each player with the option for up to 8 30-second time extensions. Those are the oval-looking chips there that are blue and yellow on the table. And again, the action clock by Protection Poker is 30 seconds for each player to act, but they can extend that time by using those extension chips.
That's an interesting dynamic to add to poker. It was much needed to stop people from stalling their way into just later finishes or into the money, and it's worked its way into a big part of the strategy now.
Kevin under the gun here. Queen Jack of diamonds raising up to 40,000 now. Tony with pocket sevens in the cutoff. The decision to make. It's going to go up. 185,000 3-bet from Tony.
He does go with a 3-bet. It's an awkward stack size for Kevin to continue. Most of the time I think you're going to continue to a 3-bet with Queen Jack suited even out of position, but when your opponent only has one pot size bet,
it's all going to find its way in there. So he decides not to die on that hill and lets it go. And Tony going to scoop another pot. A couple back to back there.
Strong play from Tony. We haven't talked much about Robert Heidorn yet. He also has, he doesn't have a lot of WPT experience, but he has, he just came off of, I think, a fourth in EPT Prague, and he was the World Series of Poker main event final table bubbleist this year. He got 10th place in the main event for 800,000.
Is that the official title, the bubbleist?
I might have made that up. So he's on the final table, sort of, but it's the unofficial final table.
Right, yeah. It's not the 9-person televised final table. He is a WSOP bubbleist. Got it.
Right.
But still a nice accomplishment.
Oh, yeah. He beat thousands of players and ended up getting $800,000 out of it. So he's an accomplished player, too.
So Eric going up to 45,000 with his Jack 8 of spades, and Shankar Ace 4 going to let that go. Robert not a lot cooking with his whole cards just yet, also out of the way. Ace 6 for Kevin in the big blind. He'll hang around. So heads up to the flop we go, 120K in the center. Flop comes, a couple of deuces and a 4. Quick check from Kevin.
Quick, almost automatic check from Kevin.
Eric with an air ball on this flop as well. Let's see if he's going to remain aggressive. And yeah, he's reaching for chips. Just a small bet of 25,000.
Even a big bet wouldn't get Kevin to fold an ace on this flop. Ace is just going to be ahead so much of the time. So he might earn himself a cheap couple of cards by making that tiny bet.
9 rolls off.
And he does.
Another check from Kevin.
Now Eric does earn that cheap river card. If he wants to, he can check it back and try to make a pair, or he can continue the charade.
Check, check. Here comes the river. A 6 of clubs. So Kevin pairs his 6s on the river, but it doesn't matter. He had the best of it with that ace. Let's see what Kevin does here.
He could go for value with his 6 from a hand like ace high or a smaller pair, but because he has an ace, it's unlikely Eric has ace high anyway, so he's going to try to catch Eric bluffing instead.
that was the plan. It's working. 145,000 goes into the center.
Really, Kevin's only decision here is deciding whether to turn his ace of clubs into a bluff and make a big play to try to get a hand that is like a 9 or a bigger pair to fold, or to just call with his pair of 6s, which is what he decides to do.
He'll just call, and Eric just mucks the cards. Nice read. And nice scoop for Kevin, 460,000.
Yeah, I think that's just the call on the end is probably the better play, because there's not that many hands between what you lose to, what you can get to fold.
Just tuning in, thanks for being with us. My name's Dave Farrell alongside Tyler Patterson. And Tyler, I know that this casino is near and dear to your heart. You've been an ambassador for Thunder Valley for quite some time. My first time actually on the property here, and I'm going to say very impressive poker room as well as the casino as a whole. Much bigger than I expected.
It's a big
casino.
Very popular casino. The slot machines are humming over the weekend.
And I got in last night and I was like, yeah, that was a Monday night? Like, what's going on here, man? This place is jumping.
It really is. Yeah, we were only about 30 minutes away from Sacramento, so and there's a bunch of suburbs all around. So there's plenty of population, and it's just really nice. A nice hotel, nice. This new poker room, it's been around for a little over a year. All walled off, so it's smoke-free poker room, and all the the chargers, all the TVs. It's a top-notch place.
Robert going up to 45,000 with his 5-4 of clubs, and Kevin waking up with another nice hand here, Jack 9 of hearts, and Jake going to follow suit, quite literally, ace deuce, spades.
No one could really consider folding this pre-flop.
And this could get interesting. So an ace spikes for Jake, 2 hearts roll off, a straight flush potential here for Kevin.
Really, Robert's the only one without anything. It's a little too connected. I don't think he's going to c-bet, but he might get involved too, just since he was the original raiser.
So check, check, check all the way around on a board like this. Here we go to the turn. And a 9 rolls off, so Kevin hits his 9.
That might slow the action a little bit, because Kevin doesn't really have to bluff to win the pot now that he has a pair of 9s. May just bet it for value anyway.
125,000.
It's not very often you check an ace on that flop and then end up folding to 1 bet on the turn, but that board could be scary enough for Jake to just let this one go. I think the more routine play would definitely be to call, at least see 1 more card.
And that's what he'll do. Robert will hop out of the way. Here comes the river. It is a 7 of hearts. He hits it.
I don't know if we've ever had a straight flush on a World Poker Tour final table before.
Let's see what Kevin does with it. What a hand. Unfortunately for him, Jake just doesn't have that strong of a hand, right? I mean, that's a pretty ugly board for a straight flush when your opponent's holding on to ace rag. And now Kevin's going to, of course, try to extract some value here. But
there's so many different options for Kevin, though, because he can go for a small bet hoping to get raised. He can go for a huge bet hoping that Jake has something that he just can't fold. It's probably just going to go bet fold or check check, but when you're in Jake's shoes, when this board is just so coordinated, it's just begging for a bluff. So sometimes it just looks so bad for you that you decide to call anyway because it's so obvious that your opponent should be bluffing.
So our first time extension chip was used there by Kevin. 185 is the bet that he announces. So pot goes up to 590,000, and now Jake here.
Kevin bets 185,000.
Lets it go, and Kevin doesn't even show.
That's
a sign of a true professional, right there.
man.
Just
I
doesn't
can't even do that on a video poker machine, much less on a final table. So,
Yeah, most people are going to turn that up for the laugh and talk about it and talk about their hand there.
nope, not when there's $279,000 up top.
Right.
Not today. So, average stack size, you're seeing 67 big blinds, a little north of 1.6 million. And as you see, Kevin, 3.1 now, 31% of the chips in play. Eric with 2.2, followed by Robert over 2 million. Now you have 3 players that are south of $1 million in chips, all hanging around in the 800,000 range. So still very much anyone's game. Under the gun here, Eric looking at a couple of threes.
I'm going to make you guys think about it.
Eric is going to open threes.
Raise to 55.
55,000. Shankar folds a 10-7 suited. And the under the gun open just scoops the pot. If you guys want to interact with us, you can send us messages on Twitter. I think that's probably the easiest way. I'm Tyler Patterson is at Tyler Poker, and Dave Fair is just at Dave Fair. Yeah,
That's right, yeah,
They
keeping
are,
it simple. Fam on the Facebook stream said straight flush. Wow. It's a thing of beauty for sure. Justin with an interesting comment here. Does Thunder Valley hire supermodels to do the final table announcing, or is that the WPT? I assume they're not talking about us, right? They're just talking about the people that brought in the players. But if you're asking who it is on our side, it's the World Poker Tour in conjunction with Thunder Valley. How's your supermodel career going?
It's going okay, yeah.
Mine's in a bit of a standstill. Kind of put on some winter weight. It happens.
Guess I'm guilty of that too.
6 players on this final table, 279,000 up top, as we mentioned. All these players guaranteed 45,000, but if you get up to third, you're going to crack that 6-figure mark. 122, 105 going to third, 177,000 going to second, and then more than 100,000 or more to first. Jake in the cutoff here with his King Jack of Hearts. Looks like he is going to bump it up.
Raise to
60,000 from cutoff position. Tony out of the way on the button. Over to Eric. He's got Queen 9 off, and he's also going to pass. Over to Shankar. He's got a 4 and a 3 of hearts. It's been raised, and he's going to make the call. And little does he know it, but he probably doesn't want to see a bunch of hearts roll off. Well, that should cool things off. There's a couple of jacks and a 9.
Shankar and Jake are close friends. Probably know each other's games more intimately than anybody else on the table.
50,000 from Jake. Shankar is out and will live to fight another day. 210,000 pushing the way of Jake.
Robert came over here all the way from Berlin. I think there's kind of a crew of the German poker players that decided to come out for the WPT California Swing, little LAPC plus Rolling Thunder. And then they can hop over to, I guess it's the West Coast swing now. They can hop over to Venetian in a week or so. There's another 5K buy-in here at the Venetian.
Tony in the cutoff with ace-3, couple of spades. Eric on the button's going to pass to this 8-7. Shankar also out of there. Robert with his king-8 in the big blind. You making that pilgrimage to any of those events?
I will definitely. So now that I live in Vegas, I'll definitely be playing the one at the Venetian in Vegas. Yeah.
Nice.
And I did play the LAPC. It's a great event. I have a love-hate relationship with it. I've never cashed it, but
But you keep coming back for
but
more.
I keep coming back for more.
Robert, top pair, couple of kings. Just going to check it. There's one spade out there, so Tony is going to bet 70,000. Not, of course, because of the spade, but with that ace in his hand, and let's see how Robert reacts.
The spade actually does play a little bit of a role here because having some backdoor draws, like the backdoor straight draws and flush draws, it gives you more cards that you can bluff again on the turn. If it's a complete airball, he'll probably shut down.
There's a 5, so you got a gut shot now.
He did pull up a straight draw. That might be enough for him to bet again. A spade almost certainly would have been. We saw Eric pick up that first pot in that same manner with the turn to straight draw.
125 is the bet from Tony.
Robert with top pair and the open ender. I don't think he's going anywhere.
So there's 425 in the center right now. Tony only has 525 back after that bet. Robert with considerably more chips. Just asked for a count, it looked like, or at least an estimate of what he had. And so he's going to make this call here of 125. Now we get to see what Tony does with this final card, and it's a queen of hearts, so Robert's hand holds. Tony doesn't get there. He's just got ace high.
So Robert had a big decision there on the turn to just stick it in against Tony there, or just keep trapping with the one pair and open ender, and he decided to just call.
Check, check, and yep, Tony's gonna take one final look. The pair of kings, good for Robert, and he'll add to his stack 270,000 new chips. Total pot size of 550.
There was one magic card there. If a 4 rolled off, I think Tony might have hit the exit. It's a nice pot for Robert. Chipping up to 92 big blinds now. Second in chips.
Of course, at this WPT final table, all of the players are using faded spade cards, the preferred playing cards of the WPT.
Yeah, the card's got a little more stylish now when we got the faded spade guys involved.
You know, I like that they didn't overdo it, right? Like it wasn't try hard, if you will.
Yeah.
You know, like it was just kind of a nice little upgrade. Yeah, it's
Yeah, they look
solid
nice.
stuff. And they play well too. They're sturdy. Nice enough to give me a couple of packs of those when I saw them in Vegas at the HyperX Esports Arena, where there's been a number of WPT final tables, and they've become the preferred playing cards of my home game as well.
Nice. Yeah, the LAPC final table coming up is going to be there at that HyperX Arena.
Have you made your way over there yet?
I have, yeah. I've played. I went there for I think it was the Tournament of Champions, the first one. Got to watch the end of that.
It's a cool environment, man. I mean, it's just pretty conducive to having a nice little studio audience. So if there's people that want to come out and sweat one of these big events, and the people that are playing on the table, and also just as far as production facility goes, really remarkable stuff. Eric, we getting the best of this one, so he hits his queen on that flop. Kevin quickly checks with his 10-5 of hearts. Eric in the cutoff.
You see a pretty good mix of checking back with this queen and continuing with a c-bet for value, and it's just going to end the pot there.
45 is the bet, 195 is the pot size, and let's go in the direction of Eric.
I've actually been in that esports arena with Matt Savage's son and 3 other adults, and we all played Mario Kart on a stage in front of probably 500 people.
Awesome. Wait,
Yeah.
how did you do, though? Because it's not awesome. Because everyone talks trash about how great they are
Yeah.
at Mario Kart. And so if you're not and there's a live studio audience, I imagine the sweat's probably pretty real.
So there's a whole stage of maybe 12 people, or maybe it's 16. I don't remember. They fill the whole race, and I lost to all of the 12-year-olds who came to. I mean, there's adults who do it weekly too. It's not really just for kids, but I lost to all of them.
Yeah.
I beat my friends.
Good.
But I did lose to Marco Savage. He beat me by 1 point, and I was very.
But at least the bragging rights over the friends. If you don't have to be the best in the world, you just have to be better than your friends.
That's true. But Marco's kind of my friend. He likes to hold this over me.
Yeah, as would I. Who do you play with in Mario Kart?
I don't have a.
You don't have a guy?
No,
Really?
My Mario Kart days are way in the past. So.
I mean, as are mine, but the affinity that I have for Yoshi is just. I'll go to the grave with it. Robert can raise it up here, 55,000, Jack 10. And Kevin here with ace deuce, a couple of diamonds. A couple of the bigger stacks. Ooh, now Jake in the big blind here with ace queen. Suited at that. He's got 920,000 behind.
I think we're probably going to see a shove here. It's a little big, but the stack size just kind of warrants it.
All in.
He knows that his stack size is so big, he's not going to get action from the worst hand very often, but just picking up the pot is just fine. And you might get a few pairs to fold, which is really, really fine. So even though we don't go to a flop, he picks up a few chips, much needed.
Now in fourth, just north of $1 million, 43 big blinds. So again, Jake, that one who the WPT title has always been very elusive to him, has been trying hard. He said, what, 7 final tables, right?
Yeah, he's kind of like a Matt Kuchar seeking his first major, or Susan Lucci, maybe?
The Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Bills, yeah.
You know what? I take that back. That's mean to say about somebody. I'm sorry, Jake. I didn't mean that.
I mean, I called him Susan Lucci.
Well, yeah.
Like that? There's no way he knows what that reference even is.
It works then. It works. Under the gun here, Eric. A jack and a 3. Going to push that out of there. Shankar has been relatively quiet to start this final table, also out of the way. Over to Kevin here with his queen 5. On the button, pushes that out of there. Jake in the small blind. We'll make the call. Tony looks down, finds himself a 6 and a 3 from the big blind, and he's reaching for chips. Go up to 75. And Jake makes the call. 175 in the center, and the reason why that's significant is because Tony only has 425 back, so this is actually a pretty significant pot here, and this could spell trouble. We'll see. But so Tony hits his 6, Jake hits the 8, so top pair to bottom pair. Jake with the best of it here. He'll act first, and he's going to check, and then Tony quickly checks back. We'll go to a turn, and another 6 rolls off. So Tony in a really good spot now.
Pretty big card there for Tony, and Tony just trying to pick up the pot before the flop. Every little pot matters a lot when you have the stack size that he does, so he just thought he should fight for it. Jake with big enough cards is going to continue even out of position with the king and the 8 heads up and getting a decent price. So that didn't work pre-flop, and they went check on the flop like he said, and now this big 6.
Yeah, so it's pretty well camouflaged for Tony. 55,000 is the bet, and it looks like he's going to raise it up. He is 190,000.
190.
And he makes a joke about the chicken wing, which could be a physical tell towards Jake. Don't know if Jake's going to pick up on that as strength or weakness. These chicken wings here. Yeah. Frank Stepichin is a regular on the World Poker Tour. No, he won I'm not sure what. I think it was Legends of Poker. I think he won.
Called that final table where that chicken wing was very prominent.
Yeah. So he's out here handing out plastic versions of his chicken wing these days.
Very on brand. I like it.
And he's a big fan. I think he's out there right now.
He is. I saw him out there. Yeah. And Tony gonna flip it up.
He goes
Trip sixes. Yep.
Check on the river just because the 9 was.
The river I was jamming.
He said the chicken wing worked. On that final table that we called, we couldn't figure out if it was a real chicken wing or if it was a fake chicken wing for the longest time. And then he started taking bites of it. So he actually had real chicken wings at the HyperXE Sports Arena. And he was waving back and forth, and then sure enough, took a couple nibbles off.
That's
the thing,
unreal.
so.
I saw him do that one time in a tournament where he had it on a fork, and it was a real chicken wing the time I saw it.
I feel like his opponents really had a hard time figuring out how to respond to it. As I think I would as well. You're like, what do you?
Yeah, it's such a goofy shtick.
7 dudes.
He just likes to have fun while he's out there while he's playing.
Yeah, why not, man, right?
I'm not sure anybody likes these World Poker Tour events more than he does.
I mean, he's sitting here sweating this one
Yeah, he loves
from
it.
the rail, right?
Yeah.
So Kevin in the cutoff here looking at ace-king. Going to raise it up to 55,000. Jake on the button here, ace-6 suited.
Both a 3-bet and a call are warranted here. He won't be folding. Looks like he's decided on a 3-bet. When it gets back to Kevin and he puts Jake in, I think Jake's going to wish he had just called and got to see this flop.
Yeah, so 275,000 in the center, Jake with 660 back, and Kevin already looking over at that chip stack.
There could be some merit to slow playing the ace-king here and just calling because a lot of the range that Jake is going to...
He'll go the other direction, all in, and Jake quickly folds.
And that's the standard play. I assumed he was probably going to put it in. But most of the 3-bets, even the 3-bet bluffs, do contain an ace or a king, so you can trap with it. The problem is you just don't flop anything very often when you do, so you really got to make tough decisions out of position going forward.
I don't think so. I don't think I did.
No, he didn't use one.
It went,
I went off.
It never. It definitely did not go off.
You mucked it so fast.
no.
I don't think I. Yeah, no.
Little conversation here as to whether or not a time extension chip was used for the action clock by Protection Poker, and dealer thought that maybe the clock expired. Looks like the consensus amongst the players as well as a TD is saying no, that's not the case, so they give the time extension chip back to him.
Yeah, the time extension chips are a really interesting part of the game. The action clock comes into play one table away from the money, so to prevent stalling on the way into the money. And then for the rest of the tournament they're used. It's just a little more pressure on the players and
well, and so much more enjoyable from a viewing perspective, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
And it really just helps move things along, and it levels the playing field too, you know, because no one's sitting here going, well, my strategy is going to be to sandbag and to frustrate the other players at this table. And yeah, just from a viewing perspective, it's really gotten a positive response. So Robert going to get the walk here, and he's going to flip up his pocket jacks. Like, cool, guys.
He opened it under the gun. He won that pot.
Oh, he did? Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, there's another dynamic is there's just a lot of pressure when you get when you see that clock in front of you. There's a ding at 10 seconds and then this loud buzzer at 0, and the ding of the bell really alerts people that they need to make a decision.
And you know what's interesting is that the you know, it kind of just seems like it fades into the background until it gets down to maybe a couple of players left and those time extension chips start to fade a little bit, and then all of a sudden that pressure really starts to get turned up. And it's been interesting to call a couple of these final tables where the time extension chips have waned, and you see how that really affects the game.
Absolutely.
Like you said, it really affects the strategy. Eric on the button here, Jack 6 says no thanks. Shankar with 8-7 offsuit in the small blind. 670,000 behind. Going to make the call. And Robert, ah yes, the old 7 deuce.
Robert checks his options. Both lines in for another 25,000.
Decides not to bluff with the 7 deuce. He's just going to see a flop.
Both players hitting the 7 on that flop. Shankar with the better of it right now, but may run out where the kickers don't matter. Shankar is going to bet just 25,000, so a min bet from him. Robert makes the call. Queen rolls off. So kickers are no longer in question. Most likely going to be a chop pot here if this gets seen through. But
yeah, unless Robert decides to turn his hand into a bluff, which is possible. But your opponent's just going to hit that board so often too, so he's just going to try to show it down as cheaply as possible. Most likely going for the rest of his hand, it's just going to be check, check.
And there goes the big pot of 125,000, going to be split up between the two of them.
7 deuce like a boss. How'd you get in that pot with 7 deuce?
Robert trying to get the German fans to make some noise.
Not for 7 deuce, man. They have flown across the world with you, but not for that one. Play poker online with Club WPT for a chance to win a share of $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including VIP packages to live WPT main events. It's free to join Club WPT for new members. Use bonus code THUNDERSTREAM to sign up for Club WPT today and receive a free entry into the WPT Choctaw main event qualifier on Sunday, March 15th. No purchase necessary. Must be 21 plus. Void where prohibited. Taking a look at our scoreboard here. Kevin up top at 3.3 million, and Jake is the shortest of the stacks now, 660,000. So Kevin with over 33% of the chips in play.
So a couple guys getting down to that danger zone of 25-ish big blinds. They still have a little more than that, so they have some wiggle room. Nobody's just jamming it in yet.
Over to Tony. He's also one of the shorter stacks. Ace-4 in the hijack says pass. Eric, Ace-6 also out of there, and Shankar with the same hand. Also Ace-6 on the button is going to raise it on up to 55,000, and looks like another showdown between these two gentlemen. Robert with a Queen-Jack in his hand in the small blind.
This one plays well both as a 3-bet and as a call. I'm not sure which line he's going to take. The downside of the 3-bet is it puts Shankar at a test to just shove or fold.
Kevin behind the big stack is going to get out of the way with his 9 deuce. 160 in the center.
Since Robert doesn't want to get blown off the hand, he wants to get to play his Queen-Jack. He's just going to call.
And the queen hits. So right out of the gate, good news for Robert, who will quickly check.
Shankar has showdown value with ace high. He could check that back, but he does have the backdoor flush draw and straight draws, so he could also decide to bluff with it.
And there goes both of those.
I think if he was a bit deeper, he might decide to go for a multi-street bluff with that hand, but since that would put a lot of pressure on his own stack, he's going to try to get the showdown cheaply, maybe trap with ace high.
45.
And that's 2 pair for Robert. Can't lose this hand, 45,000.
It's not an automatic fold from Shankar because ace high is still good a decent amount of the time, but with the stack sizes involved.
Yeah, Robert going to pick up a little more than 200,000 new chips. Well, 105,000 new chips, but total pot size over 200,000. He's been stacking some chips recently, man. Things are starting to go his way a bit.
Yeah.
Shankar having a hard time catching a break here. Just tuning in, thanks for being with us. My name's Dave Farrow alongside Tyler Patterson. We're at Thunder Valley in Sacramento, California, or at least just outside of Sacramento. And this has been a great event so far. Tyler, you had a nice run on this one. You finished 10th, and I'm glad you did because then we get to hang out and call this. I know you're
Thanks. Yeah, it was close. Tony actually busted me in 10th place. We had a shot. We weren't too deep on the last day. We started kind of deep, but we lost some pots pretty early, and so we were just kind of holding on as a short stack.
Do you hold a grudge? Do you like quietly root against Tony because he busted you?
No,
Okay.
absolutely not. No.
Because I would. You are a better person than me.
It's if I did that, I'd have a grudge against every one of these guys at some point. You know what I mean?
So 6th place is going to earn $45,000. 5th is going to go with almost $62K, just a little south of that, and then $85,000 for 4th, $122 for 3rd, $177K for 2nd, and up top $279,000.
Which includes $15,000 for that WPT Tournament of Champions seat.
Always a great event that they host in Las Vegas. Also the honor of having the name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup here in season number 18. A lot of names on that cup, and some of the best names in poker are included in that, certainly.
Eric a couple times already, I think, and Tony Tran is already on that cup.
So Eric, who you're looking at right now there in the blue jacket, he has the ability to make history, and there's been a lot of close calls. No one's done it yet, but he has the ability here to realistically potentially win this tournament back-to-back in consecutive years, and that's never happened before on the WPT Tour. And you think about, being 18 seasons in and all the events that have happened around the world, that's pretty unbelievable that it's never happened, and it would be even more unbelievable to be the first to do it. So Eric, with that option today, if things go his way, $2.4 million behind, under the gun here, 8-7, he'll pass.
And not just back-to-back from this tournament, but also WPT Player of the Year last year, and then just carry that into the next year and make another final table right away with a good chance to win. It's pretty extreme. You can go a lot of these tournaments without without some success. A lot of these guys have seen it.
Nice to have a hot hand, huh?
Yeah.
Kevin going to raise with his 10-7 on the button. Tony in the big blind here, 725 back. There's 120 in the center right now. He's got Jack 8. I'll make the call. 150,000 in the middle. Here we go to a flop. A 10, a 9, and a 3 roll off. So Kevin, top pair, but open-ender for Tony. So this flop really hits both of them in different ways.
Could be fireworks here. If Kevin decides to c-bet, Tony has kind of an awkward stack size for it, but deciding if he's going to just call or if he's going to check raise and go with his hand.
I call. Can we check the turn?
Said I call. Can we check the turn? Kevin does not respond.
Tony's been the speech play guy today.
Let's see if the chicken wing makes an appearance here. Tony with the telegraph check. Kevin still best with top pair.
So with that confident talking, he has balanced it well because the first time he had 3 sixes, and now he's doing it with just an open ender. So talking in the middle of the hand for Tony doesn't necessarily mean he has the nuts or doesn't have anything.
Check, check, and off rolls a queen. So Tony's strategy works.
Now does he try to catch a bluff and check raise all in, or does he just bet for value and hope to get called by a 9, 10, or queen? So he's reaching pretty deep.
Big bet, quarter.
225,000 back.
Tony bets 225,000.
Tony's got less behind than are in the middle right now.
That's a pretty big bet to be a bluff when you only have that many chips.
Kevin giving this some real thought here.
Yeah, he made a tough laydown with those 9s earlier. And he
Makes
makes
the
a
call. And Tony, big pot going his way, now north of 1 million chips. So nice scoop for Tony. And just good overall play. I mean, figured out how to extract those chips, and it felt like that table talk did have something to do with it.
Yeah, it might have. So you hear just now, Kevin asked Tony if I bet the turn were you going to shove. I don't think Tony had his mind made up for that.
Yeah, it doesn't beat.
It did go through. Yeah, I believe you. It definitely took a while, but can it be louder?
Could you just tell us like last 10 seconds?
Did I throw you a time down?
Yeah. That'll be fine. Yeah.
So when the
No, she could just say 10 seconds.
action clock runs out, they do owe a time bank. They don't have to actually give it in the middle of the hand.
Because I know I took a while.
So they're
Yeah, you can
debating
still
on
go
how
through
many.
the old school, just sit there and tank and think about it, and the dealer's not going to bug you. But at the end, no matter how many time extensions you've used, that's what you owe. And if in the off chance we get down, further in this final table and they're out of time banks, it does kill your hand.
Yeah, as
if
soon
you're
as
out
the
of the time extensions,
exactly.
for sure. So Shankar here, ace 10 of clubs, going to raise it up under the gun over to Kevin, who just took a loss on that last hand in the cutoff, got a couple of 5s. He's going to make the call, and it rolls back around to Shankar.
Win.
Oh, excuse me. Eric's still in it. I thought he pushed his cards into the center there. He's going to make the call with his 7-3 of hearts from the big blind. And, boy, how about that? So Kevin, he's got 3 5s. That's a pretty good flop for him. There's a gut shot there for Eric.
And a backdoor flush.
And a backdoor flush, yeah. So some possibilities there. He'll check.
Not likely Eric folds on the flop.
And Shankar, who starts his hand with ace 10, just total whiff on that one.
Yeah, another whiff. Kind of frustrating when you start to get short like Shankar is, too, to totally whiff like that in a 3-way pot.
$205 in the center, and the bet is just $60,000 from Kevin. Setting the table. Just come along for the ride.
Being in position on that board, he is going to bluff it some of the time, so I would expect Eric to at least continue and maybe even raise, but Eric just folds.
Wow. Yeah, so he's out of there. Kevin, with his set of 5s, not going to do it for him, though.
Maybe Eric picked up some kind of strength from Kevin there. I would think that gut shot and backdoor flush draw would at least warrant a call from there. He also does have to consider that Shankar might be check raising all in from the blind, so he might not get to see that card if he calls. So maybe that played a role.
It's a surprisingly expensive operation.
7 Days to Vegas was screened at the 22nd Annual California Independent Film Festival, where it won their Best Comedy Award. The film premiered to rave reviews from film critic Richard Roper and others, now available for purchase on iTunes and Amazon.
That stars Vince Van Patten, WPT Zone, and it's pretty funny. I don't know if you got a chance to see it yet, Dave.
It is.
But
it's good, yeah.
Yeah, it's
kind of
really
surprisingly. So yeah, you see a movie like that, and not surprisingly indicative of the people that were involved in it. But like you see some people that will they'll create a movie because they're in that space and they know that it's going to be widespread enough within their bubble. But this is actually just independently a very well done movie.
I agree. It's got like the whole caper heist feel to it, and it's really fun.
So 7 Days to Vegas. Check that out. Should you get the opportunity. The poker fan, which I assume you are if you're watching this, I think you'll thoroughly enjoy it.
Vince and his brother are both really good in it.
An ace, a king, and a 9 roll off. Shankar with his queen high, the best of it. does have 2 clubs in his hand, 1 on the board.
Jake bets 40,000.
Jake with the missing queen for Broadway fires out 40,000, and that'll be enough to take down the pot.
And queen high is good enough in that situation, with also with a backdoor flush draw, that if Shankar and Jake were both deeper, he might defend it there. He might call, but their stack sizes, it's just too much pressure on your stack at this point, so you have to give it up.
That's
WPT Rolling Thunder main event final table. Final 6 players, $279,000 up top. Dave Farah and Tyler Patterson with you live here in Sacramento. Beautiful day in Sacramento. Average stack size, you see 67 big blinds. That's where it's been kind of hanging out. These guys very deep, and only a couple players have really been at risk so far, but we are starting to see the stack sizes separate. We'll see if that continues, but Kevin here, 3.1 million under the gun. He is going to let it go. Jake quickly out of there as well. Over to Tony in the cutoff, 8-6 of clubs.
So we're down to 6 here, but one of the unique things about this tournament is at 36 players, we went down to 6-handed instead of, and actually starting on day 2, we went down to 8-handed. So you get to play a little shorter, which is nicer because you get to play with more hands, a little more leg room. I think players really like the short-handed aspect of this tournament.
You mean literal leg room?
I do mean literal leg room, playing 6-handed around the table.
And Shankar going all in here for 507. Jack 10 of clubs, and Eric asking for a count, so he raised it up to 55. Shankar comes over the top, and Eric, king 9 of diamonds with a decision to make. 612,500 in the center.
It was a brave play by Shankar. It is a standard play, but it's just not that fun to be all in for your tournament life with Jack high. We give him credit for being brave enough to do it. Eric's thinking about calling here. King 9 suited will have enough equity against lots of the hands that Shankar shoves, but it's a decent percentage of a stack to have to put in.
Yeah, and he'll pass on that opportunity. So Shankar, maybe a little bit of frustration with just how card dead he's been, or like you said, maybe just assessing the situation, going, this is the right play to make. Comes over the top, jams, and it works.
Yeah, he's more of a logical player than just to be frustrated, I think.
Still the shortest of the stacks, 615,000, 25 big blinds. As you said, kind of that 25 big blind mark is where you start thinking about making moves like that.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, you mentioned it being beautiful out here. We got the Whitney Oaks Golf Course as part of the Thunder Valley Casino, so if you guys come out here for anything we do out here, we can play golf out there.
Oh, that's nice. How far away is it?
It's real close, like 10 minutes, and they'll shuttle you back and forth. But coming up, we have the WPT Deep Stacks here in April. The week leading up to it, there's the Thunder Valley Thunder Buddies tournament with a bounty on a bunch
Thunder
of us.
Buddies.
Yeah, that's the official name of the tournament.
I love it,
It's
man.
the Thunder Buddies.
Little cheeky, but I dig it. So, and
yeah.
again, just if you haven't been here before, it's my first time on property, and very impressed. The rooms are fantastic in the casino. They're spacious, very modern. I like how they have just USB ports everywhere and easy to access. The in-room dining is fantastic. The fitness facility here, the steakhouse, went there last night. That was tremendous. So. Yeah, lots of great stuff on site, and I had no idea about the golf course, so that's even better.
The golf course is great. It's really, really tough, really nice. Just to finish that Thunder Buddies thought, we have a golf outing, an official golf outing as part of that. So if you come out, you can play that tournament. You can come out with us. We're going to do a scramble tournament. We'll figure all skill levels are invited. We can put you together with the right players.
How's your golf game?
I'm a 6-ish handicap.
Oh,
right
really?
Now, so
okay.
I don't play that much right now. I haven't been, but yeah, I can get a little bit lower than that, a little bit higher most of the time.
Okay, that's pretty solid, man.
Yeah.
Now that you're in Vegas as well, there's plenty of great courses out that direction too. So
yeah, absolutely. The WPT Deep Stacks Championship is, their whole season of the WPT Deep Stacks. All the winners get to come play that, but it's $2,500 buy-in, and that's April, I think, 3rd to 7th, right after that Thunder Buddies bounty tournament. And we go out to Top Golf. That's another thing. Thunder Valley sponsors Top Golf. There's a Thunder Valley bar at Top Golf.
Nice.
So we can go out there and have
some
some
fun. That video of Mike Trout at Top Golf?
Unbelievable.
Just
yeah.
ripped it.
Yeah, it looks like
Unreal.
Matt Savage hitting a golf ball.
That's right.
Mike Trout and Matt Savage hit it about the same distance, I think.
I was actually with Matt Savage one day at Top Golf. We were filming a piece, and yeah, he was out there ripping it, man. Hitting the back netting and dropping it in each one of them. He's got a pretty good golf game.
Place is great. We were gambling on who could get the higher ball speed off the club. I mean, it has all the bells and whistles out there.
Right,
oh
yes,
yeah.
They find new ways for you to bet your friend. It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
So Eric here in the hijack, he's got ace-5 of spades, and he went up to 55,000. Over to Jake here. Short stack at 615,000. He's got queen-5. And he'll make the call. So 150,000 in the center. Heads up to the flop. And we got a king, a 10, and an ace, all clubs. So what about that? So nut flush for Jake in the window.
With a royal draw, which doesn't matter for the strategy of this hand, but we've already seen a straight flush. We might as well see a royal
Might as well
flush.
see the royal, yeah. And Eric does hit his ace, so let's see what happens here. 35,000 is the bet.
See if Jake tries to call and keep Eric bluffing, or put more money in and hope Eric has something he can't fold. He's going to try to keep him bluffing, it looks like.
220,000 is the pot size right now, and a 5 rolls off, so that's good for him. It improves Eric's hand and does give him a possibility of actually making the best hand if he fills up here. But, as you see, pretty unlikely. Jake at 93% going to go ahead and check over to Eric.
Eric is definitely considering betting for value, which I think would be normal. He's not going to love it when Jake shoves. Jake might just call and hopes that Eric keeps bluffing, but there's also some 2-pair and 3-of-a-kinds and straights and all sorts of things that Eric could not fold if he puts it in, so just raising all in might be the preferred line here. If he does, it is possible Eric could find a fold.
320 in the center, 550 behind. Jake going to use one of his time extension chips. Gives another 30 seconds to think this one through.
It's always interesting when players use the time extension chips when it's not just facing a river bet, when it's just call or fold, when they actually have a range of options.
Jake's gonna call.
So Jake with the call there, because of course, but what does that tell Eric? And a 2 of hearts rolls off. And that is actually quite a good card for Jake, I would imagine, because if Eric has put Jake on chasing a flush, a couple of hearts roll off there at the end, and Eric's got a strong hand. He's got, 2 pair, including a pair of aces.
A very strong hand, and it is up against the big blind, which means there's other 2 pairs and single-paired hands that might have a tough time folding, so he might go for value, but it's kind of a scary coordinated board where he could check back just to out of caution.
Not the case. 175,000, almost 600,000 in the center right now. Jake with 450 back, and they're all going in here, right?
Oh yeah, they're all going in, but it is possible that Eric finds a fold. It's not an easy fold, but there's nothing worse than ace-5 that Jake would check raise all in for value. He might do it as a bluff with a hand like queen-10 that has the queen of clubs, or king-jack, or jack-10 with the jack of clubs or queen of clubs, with just 1 club. So there are some bluffs that Jake would do this with, but for his whole tournament life, probably not that likely. But there's almost nothing that is worse than Eric's hand that Jake would be doing it for value with. Like, he's not going to do this with ace-deuce or king-10 or king-deuce. I think he would just check call those hands. So So really, even though he has 2 pair, he really just has a bluff catcher at this point.
And Eric reaching for chips.
Looks like it's 275 to call.
Over
And
$1 million in the center.
right, so a little more than 3 to 1 he's getting. So he only has to be
And
right.
finds the fold.
Great fold.
And Jake with almost a double up there, so going all the way up to 1 million chips, was at about 600,000 and then comes up no longer in 6th place, now up in 5th, 42 big blinds, a little bit of breathing room for Jake Schwartz.
Yeah, big pot for Jake there. That's a big swing.
You did? Sick, bro. Let him clear roll the next hour.
That's going to be frustrating for Eric for a while, but he'll get
About
the
30
news on the
minutes
break. Yeah.
Find out that was the right fold. The only thing he'll kick him for is that he didn't check back on that river. But here you go, under the gun, Eric with new life, new cards, ace king.
I see WPT champion Adam Weinrob joined our Facebook chat. I don't know if he joined before or after we talked about 7 Days to Vegas, but just so you know, buddy, we already talked about it, okay? We plugged it for you.
It's a good movie. We all concur. And people should see it for sure. Over to Tony, the big blind now, ace 3.
Steam razor.
Calls him out for the steam raise.
Little does he know. Tony with the call, 55,000. There's a king, a queen, and a 4 that roll off, so Eric spiking that one hard. Top pair, top kicker. Tony checks.
Nothing for Tony here except for he does have the backdoor not flush draw.
Check, check, and a 3 rolls off, so Tony improves his hand there.
Best card on the deck for Tony. Catches a pair of 3s, and now he has a nut flush draw. He's going to check it. I don't think Eric's going to let another card roll off. He's going to fire a bet here. Tony is certainly not folding. He's just deciding whether to bluff or call. Just goes with a call.
The river card, 7 of hearts.
I told him not to tell me. I told him not to tell me anything.
And with the 7, Tony checks. Eric's thinking about how much value to go for, and then we get to see if Tony decides to go for it with a bluff, or make a hero call, or just lay it down. Eric bets 210,000, and this is a great spot for Tony if he really thinks Eric might be steaming and not have it. He really could shove here. He has the ace of clubs.
Yeah, this has developed into quite the hand with just that little table talk that started all of this and kind of putting him on a steam raise, and it's working out pretty well for Eric here. So 210,000 is the bet, and Tony reaching to his stack.
Goodness. I mean, I hate a call from Tony, but I don't really hate a raise. Just fires out 2 time extension chips at once. He knows he's going to need a little time here. At this point, Eric's got to be feeling pretty good about his hand. Wow.
Makes the call.
Goes for the hero call and does not work.
Pot of 720,000. So Eric After losing a handful of chips, gonna have them all swing right back his direction. So a quick up and quick down and quick back up.
And check raising all in there with the ace of clubs blocker. It probably wouldn't have worked. I think Eric probably would have just called it off anyway. But it could work, and he doesn't have to have ace king. That's near the very top of what Eric's gonna have.
And you saw a bit of frustration on the face of Tony there, realizing that maybe he was too quick to put Eric on the steam raise.
Steam raise,
Yep.
right. That seemed like that dominated Tony's decision there.
I don't mind pausing. You can take a break. Yeah.
They're discussing a break here.
I wouldn't object,
I don't mind.
obviously.
Under the gun, Shankar, a couple of fives. He is the shortest of stacks at 615,000.
We don't mind. We don't think go to level.
Ah, interesting. Robert in the hijack with ace king.
5 minutes left?
Ace king keeps popping up. With Shankar's stack size, there's not going to be a lot of squeezers, meaning people 3-betting behind, so I don't think Robert's going to slow play. I think he's just going to raise himself here.
140?
Yeah, he'll go up to 140. 3-bet will push Kevin out of there. Jake also gone. Tony in the small blind, gonna say pass. Eric in the big blind, 5 deuce, also out of there. Over to Shankar, let's see.
Pretty interesting decision for Shankar. He can shove, but if he does, it's only if he thinks Robert is getting out of line ever.
And we haven't seen that much
which
so
doesn't
far.
seem very likely with their stack size either.
Yeah, I mean, even if he does have the best of it, which he does, you see the percentages here. I mean, if he's not dominated, he's only at 54% with his fives.
55,000. Robert re-raised to 140.
Trying to decide if Robert has.
Pass on the coin flip for my tournament life. And Robert's going to win the pot, 120,000.
Robert probably doesn't have very many 3-bet folds there to those stacked depths, so with no fold equity, he just decides not to take it, not to go for it, go with it with the fives.
So Robert now second in chips, 2.4 million. 97 big blinds.
When I do what?
Plenty of room to maneuver.
And that's a nice easy pot for him. Easy decision.
It's been a real bloodbath at this final table so far.
When I'm in or what? When I'm in a pot?
Outside of what?
Just right now?
Like 10% of our
300,
yeah, 300K.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it, Frank.
Sounds like Tony's getting advice from Frank from the rail. Frank the tank with the chicken wings.
Well, he's already got the chicken wings.
Yeah.
Kevin in the hijack here. Jack 6, a couple of diamonds.
Raise 55.
Still with a healthy stack of 3.1 million for Kevin. Jake here in the cutoff. Queen Jack offsuit. He'll pass. Tony on the button. Ace 4, couple of clubs.
With 30 big blinds and having just lost the pot, he's considering 3-betting, considering just shoving. Also calling with his hand is just fine. Looks like he wants to put it all in.
Almost like a steam raise.
Maybe. Just the feeling I get. It looks like he wants to just put it in. He goes for the 3-bet.
Yeah, so he'll 3-bet it up to 200,000. So 200,000 is the bet, and he was questioning whether or not that took a little longer than 30 seconds. Table concurs that it's just fine, and Kevin's going to jump out of there, and Tony's 3-bet will work. So 320,000 coming back his direction.
10 minutes? Yeah, 10 minutes. Doesn't take you that long, Peter. You want some water with the chicken? Hold up, let me do it again.
I'm not sure exactly what's going on with the chicken here, but
You know, no matter how much you try to break it down, my friend, we will never know.
but that's my job here. I'm supposed to be calling the strategy for you. So
Well,
if
yeah,
I
but
can't do it,
I don't
who's
know if
gonna
there
do it?
is any. We haven't seen this strategy be explained to us in full. You know, it's
Right.
hard to figure out.
which hand to put the chicken wing in, if you're supposed to put them both in one hand, if they're supposed to be left of the cards or right of the card. I mean, this stuff
It's a lot, man. It's a lot.
It's important stuff. Kevin raises under the gun.
Yeah, king 10. Couple of spades. Jake behind in the hijack. Queen 10 of diamonds. Eric with king queen. Offsuit on the button.
Playing with a pinochle deck.
1 minute remaining this level.
Eric makes the call. Shankar folds.
Yeah, looks like Shankar is getting up. This is going to be the last hand of this level. Robert in the big blind here says, oh, why not with my 8-6.
And Robert calls.
Since everybody else has each other's cards, I think that 8-6.
Pretty live, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
you can see it in the percentages. Look, he has 29% to win the pot,
yeah.
even though he has an 8 and 6.
Boy. Well, open ender, queen hits, so Jake and Eric get a pretty nice piece of that. But yeah, Robert's still very much alive here. Check from Robert, check from Kevin. Jake with top pair here is going to check. Eric also checks. Wow. And a 6 rolls off, which is not great news for Robert. Does get the 6, but didn't need that if he was hoping to complete his open ender.
Eric checking the button in a 4-way pot with the king queen there. It's really cagey. It's also maybe just really cautious because it's 4 ways.
And Robert here gonna splash out 130,000.
He has a pair and an open ender, just hoping that no one was really interested. Turns out 2 guys were very interested.
Both with top pair. Eric with the best of it. Let's see what Jake does. Gonna make the call. All of a sudden, this is a pretty significant pot to end this level. Over $500,000 already in the center. Jake, who's got the worst of it, only has 845,000 behind. And Eric been playing very coy here.
It's an interesting spot for Eric. I think he almost always continues, but well, he's counting out a raise here. Wow.
This might be our biggest pot of the entire final table so far. 365,000 goes into the center.
Wow.
885,000 in the center outside of the all-ins that we've seen. This one's cranking up pretty good. So now Robert in an interesting position.
Yeah, after checking back from Eric, there's not a ton of credibility here except for a hand like 3-4 or 8-9. But since Robert has an 8, 8-9's not as likely.
So he jumps out of there, and so does Jake, and almost 1,000,000 chips getting pushed the way of Eric right now. Pretty nice power move from him to end this level.
Yeah, just getting that hand over with is actually really nice for Eric. There's a lot of bad things could have happened on the river card, and he has enough chips to do it.
So we'll take a short break, but as you see, Kevin up top with 101 big blinds, over 3 million in chips, and Shankar south of 500,000. Thanks for being with us. It's the Season 18 WPT Rolling Thunder Final Table. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Hi everyone, it's Andrea Johnson with the WPT Royal Flush crew. We are here at Thunder Valley Casino and Resort for WPT's Rolling Thunder. So here at Thunder Valley, there's 2 people you may know very well. Ben Irwin and Matt Savage. Let's see what they're up to on the floor.
If you look at the numbers year over year, we're actually up a little bit for one day.
Yeah.
Tiny day. Yeah.
I'm done with your man.
Good.
I like that.
How are you, buddy?
Doing good massage. I like that.
I don't mind. I'm happy to give you a massage anytime, buddy. Anytime. All right. Opening another table. Keep on coming.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Hey, you heard about this guy?
I've heard about him. Yeah, I've heard he's a golf hustler.
Golf hustler.
I heard he wears his golf club to Top Golf. That's what I've heard.
He does. He actually brought his own clubs before.
A lot of Champions Club members and a lot of locals. That's what I like to see.
Yeah.
I like to see the recreational players and the satellite winners. Satellite winners are the most important part of every tournament, in my opinion.
Definitely agree.
So good job on that, Ben. $350 bottle of wine. No, I got a good one. I'll get you a good one. I'll get you a good one.
I'm Vegas. I'm very expensive.
That I know already. I know that.
Did you get thank you socks?
I didn't get any thank you socks. That's all right, though.
Yeah.
I don't think those are my style, but.
You ever had a pair of thank you socks before?
I've been given socks.
Not I. The thank you socks. Solid. Yeah. Feel good too. Changes the attitude a little bit, you know?
I have to wash my own socks.
Wow.
Okay guys, so I am here with Ben Irwin and Matt Savage, and I'm gonna ask them a couple questions. I have no idea what I'm gonna ask, so we're just gonna have fun with this. Okay, Ben, so how did you guys meet?
It's known Matt a long time, but started becoming closer with him about 10 years ago now. And typically how it first started was we were doing things here, and people would say, Ben, I'm not 100% sure that's exactly how you should be doing it. So then my phone would ring and it would be Matt, and he would say, hey, check this out. What are you doing? Here's how you're doing it going forward. So that's how it started, and then that relationship just grew as we got in with the WPT and started building events together and that kind of thing.
What's your most memorable experience together?
Those early days, you know, when Ben would say that he was doing something one way and I would tell him, no, you can't do it that way. We actually met before that when I was working at the LA Poker Classic, but I think he forgets that. And welcome back, by the way, to the WPT family.
Oh, thank you. I'm so happy to be back. Who is the better poker player?
So I would probably say me. More creativity, you know, a little more intellect, but Matt definitely has that persona. So if you saw us, you'd probably say, oh, wow, it's probably Matt. And that's the way it should be. So you believe he's the one, but I'm probably the one you want to put your money behind.
What do you have to say to that?
Well, it depends on the game. I think if it was a limit game, I would be much better than him. No limit, probably better than him as well, but, you know, he has a lot of confidence in himself, which is good. You need that when you play poker.
Who is the better golfer?
That one's easy. I'm a better golfer. Not a lot better, but I am better, and he looks good, though. He looks good when he's out there, but he's not good. He's definitely not good.
Wow, Shay, do you agree with that?
So to a certain degree, but during his 50th birthday, we were down in Cabo. We play a scramble, and so I actually played up, because that's what I do. I play up for people, and in fact, I'm the reason why we won. So Matt played well, but I played out of my mind, and so Matt could actually give me the credit for a memory on his 50th birthday that can never be taken away from him. Winning that scramble, me carrying the team.
Funniest question. Any pet peeves while working together? Oh God.
You know what? We have a good time. We have a good time.
Pet peeve for me would just be when he tries to be a tournament director and goes to the table and makes a decision, and then I have to go back and clean it up afterwards. But, you know, that's not a bad thing. You know, he tries. I want him to try and do those things. So, yeah, just cleaning up after his messes. But, you know, I enjoy it. It's part of the job, and, you know, everybody respects Ben, so it works out fine.
So these messes he speaks of, typically it's a level of creativity. So there's the book, and then there's also taking a situation and looking at that and assessing not only player interest, but house interest, and really what's the best thing for the game. And that actually is something he instilled in me. Very black and white. You know, if you would have came here 10 years ago, but that creativity, I have ran with that. And there's been some amazing decisions I made that people, when they first look at it, they would say, wait a minute. But then you know what? They look and they say, you acted on the best interest of all parties concerned. Not everyone has that vision, and that might be the one thing where I'm taking Matt to that next level.
Okay guys, well there you have it. Loving this relationship from these two, and we'll see you guys later. For more information, check out WPT.com.
Non-stop poker action at home or on the go. Sign up today at clubwpt.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
125,000.
Not very often you check an ace on that flop and then end up folding to one bet on the turn, but that board could be scary enough for Jake to just let this one go. I think the more routine play would definitely be to call, at least see one more card.
And that's what he'll do. Robert will hop out of the way. Here comes the river. It is a 7 of hearts. He hits it.
I don't know if we've ever had a straight flush on a World Poker Tour final table before.
Let's see what Kevin does with it. What a hand. Unfortunately for him, Jake just doesn't have that strong of a hand, right? I mean, that's a pretty ugly board for a straight flush when your opponent's holding on to ace rag. And Kevin's going to, of course, try to extract some value here. But
there's so many different options for Kevin, though, because he can go for a small bet hoping to get raised. He can go for a huge bet hoping that Jake has something that he just can't fold. It's probably just going to go bet fold or check, but when you're in Jake's shoes, when this board is just so coordinated, it's just begging for a bluff. So sometimes it just looks so bad for you that you decide to call anyway because it's so obvious that your opponent should be bluffing.
So our first time extension chip was used there by Kevin. 185 is the bet that he announces. So pot goes up to 590,000, and now Jake here.
Kevin bets 185,000.
Lets it go, and Kevin doesn't even show.
a sign of a true professional, right there. Just doesn't
even do that on a video poker.
Rolling Thunder. And then they can hop over to, I guess it's the West Coast swing now. They can hop over to Venetian in a week or so. There's another 5K buy-in here at the Venetian.
Tony in the cutoff with ace-3, couple of spades. Eric on the button's going to pass to this 8-7. Shankar also out of there. Robert with his king-8 in the big blind. You making that pilgrimage to any of those events?
I will definitely. So now that I live in Vegas, I'll definitely be playing the one at the Venetian in Vegas. Yeah.
Nice.
And I did play the LAPC. It's a great event. I have a love-hate relationship with it. I've never cashed it, but
you keep coming back for
more.
I
keep coming back for more.
Robert, top pair, couple of kings. Just gonna check it. There's one spade out there, so Tony is going to bet 70,000. Not, of course, because of the spade, but with that ace in his hand, and let's see how Robert reacts.
The spade actually does play a little bit of a role here because having some backdoor draws, like the backdoor straight draws and flush draws, it gives you more cards that you can bluff again on the turn. If it's a complete airball, he'll probably shut down.
There's a 5, so you got a gut shot now.
He did pull up a straight draw. That might be enough for him to bet again. A spade almost certainly would have been. We saw Eric pick up that first pot in that same manner with the turn to straight draw.
125 is the bet from Tony.
Robert with top pair and the open ender. I don't think he's going anywhere.
So there's 425 in the center right now. Tony only has 525 back after that bet. Robert with considerably more chips. Just asked for a count, it looked like, or at least an estimate of what he had. And so he's going to make this call here of 125. Now we get to see what Tony does with this final card, and it's a queen of hearts, so Robert's hand holds. Tony doesn't get there. He's just got ace high.
So Robert had a big decision there on the turn to just stick it in against Tony there, or just keep trapping with the one pair and open ender, and he decided to just call.
Check, and yep, Tony's.
All right, we're back from break. Small blind, 15,000. Big blind, 30,000. And big blind Annie, 30,000.
There you go. Oh.
All right, Jake's first X is going to go ahead and fold.
There you go.
And we welcome you back from break. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. It is season number 18 of the WPT's Rolling Thunder final table in Sacramento, California. Dave Farah alongside Tyler Patterson, and still six-handed. Eric here in the cutoff won himself a nice big pot right before the break, and coming back, going to find himself with a couple of eights.
We're up to 15K and 30K now are the blinds. Shankar, the short stack's going to fold.
Over to Kevin here in the big blind, ace-6.
big blind. And Kevin calls.
Call there, already 175,000 in the center. To a flop we go, and there's a 6 in the window. So Kevin going to pick up a pair of 6s, but Eric's still in control with his 8s. Check from Kevin.
Two biggest stacks in the tournament, right? Left, I think.
Yeah, Robert's hanging around in that range, but yeah, these guys, most chips on the table, and deuce rolls off. Kevin quickly checks.
Eight's got to seem like the best hand here. Gonna go for a little bit of value with it.
Pop it up for 75,000. Now $250,000 chips in the center.
At the same time, this 6 got to look pretty good for Kevin too. I assume he's going to at least call.
There's the call. River rolls off a 4. Check from Kevin. It's a pretty good looking board for pocket 8s.
It is, yeah, but that 4 does actually hit a lot of the things that would have called there on the turn. Would have made some 2 pairs and in a straight with anything that had a 3 in it.
Eric going to put 200,000 new chips into the center.
It's a decent sized value bet, and it's really only targeting a few hands, just a single pair of 4s, 5s, and 6s. So a good read from Eric, knowing that his opponent has exactly that. Tough spot for Kevin. I wouldn't see him getting away very often.
I'll use one of his time extension chips.
There's not very many worse hands that would value bet, though. Once again, we're just in a call a bluff situation.
Does that 200,000 amount seem bluffy to you?
Not really. It's very fitting. The pot was 300,000, 325. He bets 200. It's a merged sizing, so it's going to be both, meaning it's both bluffs and value bets.
And Kevin kind of reluctantly makes the call and gets the bad news.
Doesn't love it, but decides to call. It's not a 1-to-1 situation. You are getting 525 to 200.
So that ends up being a pretty big pot. I mean, just those last couple of hands have really swung the direction of Eric. He's trying to make some history today. If he can win this tournament and this final table, he'll be the first player in WPT history to win the same tournament back-to-back in consecutive years. And with that victory there, Eric, the chip leader, at $2.9 million, Kevin at $2.6, and down from there. You see $279,000 up top, and sixth place, I mean, I say only pays $45,000. That's still a nice chunk, but that's a big swing between first and sixth. So you see why these guys are taking their time and being methodical and even burning those time extension chips when necessary.
Even 6th to 5th, where I mean the next person out, when one person busts, the next guy gets at least 15,000 more. So.
Yeah, it goes from 45 to up to 61, and then 85 from there. Make the top three, you're getting 6 figures, and 279,000 all the way up top. Robert on the button, out of there with his 7 deuce. Kevin here in the small blind. King 9 of clubs.
It's a nice looking hand to have in the small blind. Could go with the limp, could go with the raise. Both are just fine. A lot of players these days just limp their entire, any hand they're going to play from the small blind, they always limp, and they might decide to re-raise later, but they don't have any raises in their range.
Calling a check. Here we go to the flop. Jake with 8-5 offsuit. We got a couple of aces and a 6.
Flop, ace, ace, 6.
King 9 certainly feels like the best hand here. I think it probably usually plays better as a trap, but he's going to go ahead and bet. He might get some value out of queen high or jack high, or Jake getting frisky.
Hard to find a lot of value out of 8-5 offsuit, and so Jake quickly gets out of there, and Kevin going to scoop up a small pot. So now with the blinds going up to where they are, what kind of new pressure do you think there is for some of the shorter stacks at this table?
It's a little bit of extra pressure on Shankar. The rest of them are not that shallow. Even the next shortest guys have 24, 28 big blinds, so they're not in just a shove mode, and Shankar's not short enough to where they have to wait each other out either. I think everyone's still just kind of playing poker.
6 players remain here at Thunder Valley. Eric folds, Shankar folds, Robert out of the way. Over to Kevin on the button with his Jack 10 offsuit. He'll make the call. Jake in the small blind, King 9.
Kevin just goes with the button limp so that he gets to see the flop more often. Doesn't have to face a 3-bet and fold.
Tony, though, here in the big blind, he's got ace-4. He'll just check. To a flop we go, 3-handed. There's an ace, a 6, and a 7, all clubs. So Jake drawing at the nut flush. Tony hits his ace. Only Kevin with his Jack 10 doesn't have a lot going right now.
And they both quickly check to Kevin.
He'll check as well. Turn rolls off a 3 of diamonds.
Kevin might have bluffed there if it was heads up, but with a 3-handed pot, it's just 4 cards to try to get to fold, and so many things they can hit.
Jake with the check, and Tony with his pair of aces going to make it a little more expensive to play. 80,000 to go now. 200,000 is in the center. And again, Jake looking for another club here for that nut flush.
Could also decide to turn it into a bluff, but he's going to go ahead and call with it.
And it's a 4 of diamonds. It doesn't get there. Tony's ace is going to hold.
Check.
Check from Jake. Tony's hand did improve there, so he got a second pair with that river.
Tony's thinking about going for a value bet here.
Bet 125,000.
Buck and a quarter, 405 in the center now. And you see with the stacks that these guys have behind, there's a significant pot.
Absolutely is. Jake's considering bluffing all in here. Against Tony, you don't want to get looked up light. There's no reason Tony doesn't have a 5. He does go for it.
He does. He jams.
Oh, man, this is really
that's ugly for
strong.
Tony, too, because you've got 2 pair, but there's so many ways to be beat here.
Yeah, and it's for almost Tony's whole tournament life. Tony's, I don't know, he's probably the stickiest at the table. This has got to be a pretty scary spot for Jake. You can see him breathing pretty hard. Tony wants to call so bad. When you have the king of clubs, it's just it's a few flushes your opponent can't have, and you know they can't have the nuts.
Man, you're right. You can see that adrenaline flowing right now for Jake. He's breathing pretty heavy.
Tony's trying to decide if Jake would do this with a 5 or if he would just call. If he doesn't think Jake would do this with a 5, I think Tony ends up making the call because there's just not enough cards.
He's picking up the chicken wings, trying to get some table talk going.
Credit to Jake for making this play. He really wants to get this title, finally get one of these.
7 final tables. looking for that first WPT title, and Tony going to burn another time extension. Understandably so. I mean, this is just such a huge spot. Can't be wrong here.
And Tony already made one incorrect hero call. That might be in the back of his head. I don't know if he wants to do it again, especially for almost all of his chips. I mean, basically all of his chips. Hear that 10-second ding again.
Burn through this whole stack of time extension chips on the action clock.
Yeah, he's only got one left now. Now it's
We'll see how that affects things going
It's really
forward.
decision time. There's so much pressure right now. I'd be scared to make this play if I was Jake. Tony's the stickiest at the table, I think.
There it goes again, another ding. You said it's decision time.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, and you see the relief. Yeah, an actual exhale there. Whoo.
Look at him.
Oh, he shows him.
Oh, my God.
Brutal.
Tony's like, oh, my God.
Oh, Tony. So mad at himself.
Look at him.
Oh, man. And just so brutal for Jake to show him that, too. Like you said, Tony, stickiest at the table,
Great
has
play.
such a hard time folding already, and then just shows him the all-in bluff. I mean, Tony had him crushed throughout that entire hand with the absence of that final club that he needed. Oh, man, that is brutal. And you know Tony has got to be steaming right now. And Shane Carr's like, hey, man,
he's
why don't you
not
make
liking that.
Why don't you make that call? Help me out a little bit here.
You would have loved that.
Yeah.
I almost flipped over my cards twice because I thought you were just single chip calling.
That's another interesting dynamic. A lot of times people just fire in a chip to signify that they've called.
Yeah.
Just one chip. And with the time extension chips, you have to remember that that's not what's going on.
It's not a call. That is a time extension, yeah.
Oh, man. Tony's got to be just sick. And now Tony with just under 20 big blinds. And the small blind is going to feel like a steam raise when he shoves here, but he's probably just going to shove. Oh, he calls.
Just
the
makes
king
the call.
10. Okay. Oh, that wouldn't have worked
Eric
either.
in the big blind here. Ace-4 diamonds. Yeah, he's just going to go. Just put the pressure back on.
Yeah, it just assumes that after that spot, he's not going to run into a trap there from Tony. If Tony has anything, he's just going to raise it.
At that point, you were like,
that was so close.
You did this, like you were shielded and you did this, and I'm like, that's like the single chip call. And I almost flipped over my hand.
You and I have been here at Thunder Valley for some high drama situations
Man, I
on
tell
the
you
stream.
what, yeah, that's the last stream that we did. That was one of the craziest calls we've ever seen.
Well, the fold, from Ian Steinman,
Yep.
yeah. Against Joe McKeon. That was pretty
one of the
dramatic
sickest folds that I've ever seen.
Yeah, the sickest I've ever seen.
Just crazy.
It's great. That was a great bluff right, Jake. That's not easy to do.
Yeah, Jake tried to give Tony a little kiss on the cheek there, and Tony didn't seem too receptive to it. In the hijack, Kevin, ace-8. Going to go up to 60,000. Jake in the cutoff, ace-queen. He'll make the call. Tony's out of there with his ace-deuce. So we know where 3 of the aces in the deck are at this point. One's in the muck.
So
Eric's going to pass. Shankar, queen 3 of hearts in the big blind.
this ace-queen flat, for one thing, is to try to trap Shankar into shoving a worse hand. And also to keep some worse aces in like it is doing here with Kevin. It does play well as a 3-bet also. You can just scoop up the pot a decent amount of the time.
To the flop we go. There's a king, there's a jack, there's a 4, there's 2 hearts out there. So interesting flop for Shankar now all of a sudden. He's got 4 to the flush.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation. See if Jake bets or just checks his, he has showdown value with ace-queen high. He decides to bet, and I'm pretty sure Shankar's going to shove here.
Shankar with 405,000 behind. Going to give it a quick count.
Jake could be bluffing with all sorts of things he can fold here. Being in position, last act.
Already nearly 300,000 in the middle, only 400,000 back, and he'll just make the call.
Shankar
so he wants to peel one.
He decides Jake has too many hands he's actually going to call, so just goes for the call instead.
Heads up to the turn.
Shankar looking for another heart, and there it is. Hits his flush. Quickly checks. See if he's able to get some value out of Jake here.
Jake could try to make a 4, or I guess it would just only be a 4 to fold.
Check, check. And the river rolls off a 3.
Shankar realizes he probably doesn't have any bluffs in his range, so shoving he's not going to get called very often, but I don't think Jake's going to bluff very often either, so he's going to go ahead and bet it all in, hope that Jake has 2 pair or maybe just calls the king.
Total pot size of 700,000, so Shankar manages to stay alive there. Could have found himself in some trouble, but instead scooping himself a pot, 700,000 chips, right back in it, 23 big blinds, so getting out of that that danger range, or at least right there on the edge of it still. Thanks for hanging out with us, Dave Farah and Tyler Patterson, hanging out here in Sacramento. Having ourselves a great time so far at this final table of Rolling Thunder. It's the 18th season of the World Poker Tour, and it's a good one, man. This is a great poker room, great event so far, and much like you predicted before this event got underway, you know, these guys are going to grind this one out. There's a lot of money up top, almost $300,000, so these guys taking their time, being very methodical. Have had a couple of close calls for a few of these guys, but so far, slow and steady.
Yeah, and a couple cool storylines here. Jake looking for his first WPT win, even though it's his 7th WPT final table. Eric going for back-to-back. He won this event last year, and he was the reigning WPT Player of the Year. Jake, I think, was second or really close to it in Player of the Year last year, so it's a stacked final table. Tony Tran's the WPT champion.
So the Hublot Player of the Year race is underway right now. Brian Altman is currently leading. Season number 18, Brian won himself the WPT Lucky Hearts Poker Open at the Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida. Placed 3rd at WPT Maryland and placed 10th at the WPT Legends of Poker at the Bike in Los Angeles. Winner of this event is going to earn 1,000 points, and grand prize is the $15,000 WPT passport. Can be used in any Season 19 WPT event, including the WPT 500 or the WPT Main Tour, the special events. Complimentary accommodation in majority of WPT Main Tour events, ground transportation, food and beverage credit, special WPT Player of the Year trophy, the Hublot watch, valued at approximately $15,000, an award presentation at the Season 18 finale, presented by Baccarat Crystal at the HyperX Esports Arena in Las Vegas at that Tournament of Champions. So a lot on the line for the Player of the Year, and Eric looking to improve his standings. Here we go all the way to the river on this one, and Tony going to make himself 3 jacks with that river card rolling out. Pot has stayed pretty contained. That ace cooled the action on the flop and the turn.
And unfortunately for Tony, Robert doesn't have much to pay him here.
Tony with his trips going to fire at 100,000. Robert will pass. Tony will take down another pot. 275,000 in total go in his direction. You think Tony's still steaming a little bit?
Oh yeah, that's going to be a hard one to let go. Unless he finishes first place in this tournament, even if he goes on for the next 5 hours and gets second place, I think he'll still be kicking himself about it. Jake is realizing that since he had aces up and still folded, that makes his bluff even better. If Tony's going to fold that big a hand.
Jake under the gun, first act. An ace and a deuce, 2 hearts.
Raise to 65.
Grabbing some chips, up to 65,000 we go. Tony in the hijack. King 4 off.
Not even considering what to do with the king 4 off yet. Still talking about that hand.
Over to Kevin, the big blind. 65,000 is what it's been raised to.
Obviously.
He'll make the call, and 175,000 in the center. Heads up to the flop.
King 5, an ugly hand, but getting a great price.
There's a jack, a 9, and a 6. Ace still good for Jake. There is a deuce, so Jake gonna get a little more.
Both boards looking kind of ugly for each of them.
Kevin checks.
Bet 65.
65 is the bet from Jake.
I'm just happy to end the pot now he has a pair of deuces.
And that'll do it. Action clock is brought to us by Protection Poker. 30 seconds for each of the time extension chips. And interestingly, Tony, who's the shortest of the stacks, just 22 big blind, 655,000. Also the shortest of the stacks when it comes to those time extension chips. So
just one left.
Yeah, we'll see if that plays a factor, but certainly could. There's a long way to go on this final table. So if Tony is able to make a deep run here on this final table, will be interesting to see how that will speed up the action for him and make him have to make some quick decisions.
Yeah,
that's also going to be some added insult there to that fold because he burned all the time extension chips on that hand too.
If you're not willing to call that damn king anyway.
I did call it.
Put the pressure on. It's disrespectful, I know.
Oh boy.
Yeah, your raise is the disrespectful one.
Oh boy.
Tony talking a little bit of trash.
Don't limp into my big, bro.
Oh boy. He's still so mad.
Well, they're actually talking about a different hand. They're talking about the hand when Tony raised with 3-6 off.
Yeah,
and
I think they may be connected here, the trash talk.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So Eric with ace 6 of diamonds going to raise it up to 65,000. How about this? Couple ladies for Robert on the button. Queen, queen.
That's why I
And he's going to 3-bet it, looks like. Yep. 225,000 to go now. Back over to Eric.
Haven't really seen these guys clash much or many folds to 3-bets yet, but that one's going to win.
Yeah, that one works for Robert.
Those lifesavers. Do you have lifesavers?
Robert's been relatively stress-free on this final table. He hasn't had any tough decisions, just kind of slowly
that's what I was asking for.
chipping up.
Oh, you have to go get. You don't need to go.
And style points for the scarf as well. That just don't have the confidence to pull that off, man. I don't think I could do it.
Our 8th place finisher, Charles Kaysen, was giving him a hard time about the scarf
Really?
yesterday. Yeah, Charles is.
He's like, quiet down, bubblist.
He likes the speech play and he likes to get into people's heads and really talk a lot of trash. He was a fun player to have at the table. He and Robert went at it a little bit. Robert mostly just kind of smiled and took it. Gave him a couple needles here and there.
Oh.
American shaker will fold.
Robert in the cutoff. Another nice starting hand here. Ace-10.
Race is 65.
Looks like we'll go up again. Yep, 65,000. Kevin and Jake quickly out of there. Over to Tony. In the big blind now, 10-7 offsuit. He'll pass.
Might defend that if he had more chips, but gonna let it go now.
Thank you.
Here's some cheers from the crowd for Robert.
I mean, cheers may be over-exaggerated.
It's kind of a subdued crowd today so far.
Yeah.
When Tony wins a pot, Frank the Tank shouts up a little bit with the chicken legs, chicken wings.
I was kidding.
Do you prefer the wings or the drums?
That's a good question. I took a bet to be vegan for a year, so I don't prefer either one of them.
Either.
Right
do you
now.
remember what it was like to eat chicken wings before that?
Yeah, I guess I do. Yeah, the flat ones.
I'm strictly. Oh, you like the flats?
Yeah,
See, I'm
the flats.
strictly a drum guy. Yeah. And my wife is the flat, so that's I think pretty much 90% of why our relationship
good combo.
works. Yeah. Except for when there's an off ratio, you know, if you get like 8 drums in the order, it's a disaster.
Right. My girlfriend and I are now deciding over which flavors of boneless fake chicken, fake meat.
Have you had the ones, the Gardein ones from Yard House? Those are actually pretty good.
Yeah, they're okay.
Yeah. How far are you in? Is it this year, the vegan challenge?
Yeah, we're about 7 months in, so we have about five more to go.
Okay, so you're past the halfway mark. How have you found it? Has it been difficult?
Not really, no. It's kind of annoying at restaurants to have to order special sometimes, and
But most
I don't like
places
being that guy.
they tend to cater to that.
They
now,
do
right?
now,
Yeah.
most places. In most big cities, Vegas is great, LA is great. They have an awesome steakhouse here, but they look at you like you're an alien if you ask for a vegan menu.
Yeah.
No, that's actually not true. They've actually taken care of us really well here at the steakhouse too.
To be fair, it's a very nice steakhouse here.
It is. It's great. I feel bad. Not
You walk into a
ordering all the
Longhorn
awesome
steakhouse in Alabama, and you're like,
yeah.
What are you doing here, boy?
That might be the case.
Pull up in a Prius and ask for a vegan menu at a place like that. They're like, oh boy, this is going to be a challenge. But yeah, here at Thunder Valley, man, it's a great steakhouse. And had the little tuna appetizer last night, along with the nice filet, perfectly cooked. It's great.
Yeah, this is awesome. Good wine list there,
Good
too.
wine list, good Scotch list.
Yeah, oh yeah. And Ben likes to throw a good wine party in there, too. For the WPT Champions dinner we had in there was top notch. I mean, we had 3 tables full of champions, all of them being really nice to us and giving us good wine and food.
Nothing wrong with that. So Robert raising it up here to 65,000 with his ace-5 of hearts. Going to win that one.
For my friends at home, I think 2 hours means the over came in on how long it took to mention that I was vegan.
Oh, that's hilarious. Is that a new record for you?
Yeah, it might be. Yeah. It's hard to get through.
I mean, we sat here for nearly an hour before when you didn't even bring it up.
Yeah,
I asked you like how things are going, like where you're living now, what's going on with your life. You didn't single point drop that you were vegan. That's
yeah, it's just now that I'm 7 months in.
If in an hour from now you tell me that you love CrossFit too, my mind is just going to be blown.
Oh yeah, I do have another secret one in there that I
Oh,
talk
boy.
about constantly. We'll get to it.
Okay, all right. Still got plenty of play to go here. 6 left at this final table. Shankar looking down at King 4 diamonds in the small blind, 610,000 back, and he's going to make the call, it looks like. Yep. Over to Robert. He's been getting some nice starting hands here. So Queen 10 of diamonds this time.
So it's a great hand. He doesn't want to raise here because he doesn't want Shankar to shove and then not get to play the Queen 10 or have to call it off with the Queen 10. Instead, he'd rather just play the pot. So he gets to play it in position with the Queen 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, and
nice.
the 10 hits there, so middle pair as well as a backdoor flush possibility. Of course, he doesn't really want that, which he'll find out if it gets there. But Shankar going to 30,000, and I imagine Robert's going to hang out here. Just makes the call. High stakes here for Shankar. And an 8 rolls off. See, things not looking great for Shankar. Going to need to catch a king here on the river in order to win this one. He's going to check, so he slows down. Only 565,000 back. Robert firmly in control here. He's going to make another pass at this. So second pair with the queen kicker, 75,000 is the bet, and it takes down the pot for him.
It's your big blind, guys.
Another stress-free pot. I'd like to see Robert have to make a tough decision at some point.
You could just use the scarf to take the sweat beads off his forehead.
I think Tony lost a button on the shirt after that.
Tony still looks angry to me. I don't know if that's just my perception because I know that he's probably still steaming, but he just looks displeased still.
Yeah, I mean, can't
well, this'll help.
Can't blame him for being displeased. It's a tough spot to be in.
655,000 behind. A couple of kings for him. So the paired paint, and Tony is going to jump it out to 65,000. Eric with ace jack suited. This could be interesting.
And that's a big hand. He's could 3-bet. If he does, he's going to have to go with it with Tony's stack. So I think that's why he decides to just call.
Oh, man. So this could be fireworks all the way around because Shankar can come over the top now pretty easily, I would imagine.
I'm pretty sure Shankar is going to put it in.
A couple of 7s. It's going to be bad news for him if he does, potentially. Let's see what he decides. He's on the button here. All in. There it is, the move. And oh my God. Ace queen. So that's actually quite bad news for Eric because now one of the aces, and for Robert obviously, depending on what he decides to do. But Robert's just going to step out of the way, understandably so. We haven't even seen Kevin's hand yet.
That's an awkward spot for Robert, and so he finally got that tough decision, that stress that I was talking about.
Yeah.
He just lets it go in 2 seconds like it was no big deal.
No big deal.
What a great fold from Robert.
And there goes Tony over the top. And Eric's, you saw him just go, what is going on here?
Yeah.
Got ace jack of hearts. Like, how does everyone have a made hand?
Well, the thing is, with both of them in for about 600, you can see Eric's percentage there is 29%. If they showed him their hands, he would probably be right, just about right to call, even though he's that far behind. He's getting a getting such a good price. I think he's probably going to have to call here.
655. Yes.
Hey, good lay down.
Almost 1.3 million in the middle, and Eric says, nope, not today. So here we go, kings versus 7s. 2 smaller stacks, all in against each other.
Shankar is at risk here. Tony does have more chips.
Heads up to a flop, yeah.
Tony's king's hold here. He might be able to breathe a sigh of relief from
Reboot
that last
a little
one.
bit, yeah. Well, let's see. Here we go. The flop is a 9, a 3, and a 4. So good news for Tony. You see 90% to 10% Shankar drawn for one of those 7s. turn. It's a queen, no help. Now it's just 2 outs for Shankar.
Down to catching the 7 and only a 7.
Here comes the river. And it is a 9, and Tony, 1.4 million going his direction, and Shankar is going to be the first to make the walk. Good play by him, didn't have a lot of opportunities, and he's going to be cashing in 6th place for $45,390. And like you said, Tony getting an opportunity to reset now, plenty of chips to play with. And the next person to go is going to get almost $62,000. So Tony, who's actually been mixing it up a bit and had a couple of at-risk moments, I'm sure feeling pretty good about this pay jump of over $15,000 on that elimination. And there you go. Shankar out first. Jake at 33 big blinds, Tony at 45, Robert at 81, 82 for Kevin, and Eric up top still with 93. And interesting, playing that one back, had Eric decided to stick with it, would not have worked out for him. So the Kings hold for Tony. Nice play.
Yeah, a couple of good laydowns there from Robert and Eric. They both had big hands. They could have ran into some big stuff, and just stay out of the fight and move up a spot. So Shankar finishes with 46,000 or 45,000. He gets paid.
45,390. Yeah, and the next one out, 61,685.
Nice payday.
Yeah.
This is third WPT final table. Still no wins. He does have 2 bracelets and plenty of other poker accolades.
Yeah, almost 10x ROI. I mean, so $5,000 buy-in. 250 people entered this tournament, so turning 5,000 into to 45,000. It's a pretty good little week here in Sacramento.
Yeah, not bad.
65,000.
65,000.
Robert going up to 65,000. Queen 9 of diamonds. Over to Kevin in the small blind. 9-7 of hearts.
Oh.
Kevin's been sort of just laying back for a while. Has been mixing it up these last few rounds. Over to Jake. 925,000 behind in the big blind. It's a queen and it's an ace offsuit. Looking at the raise here from Robert.
Jake has 33 big blinds, so he can just call. He can 3-bet.
Yeah.
3-bet and call it off. He could just put it all the way in. Robert hasn't gotten out of line at all.
Yeah, so he'll go the 3-bet option. 255 is the raise here from Jake. So as you see, 365 already in the center. Jake was 700,000 back. Robert's got to consider that as well.
And it's not a terrible price of the Queen 9 suited. It is a little awkward playing from there on out because Jake's stack is kind of short afterwards. It would just be kind of a flop and go with it situation. There's not a lot of wiggle room afterwards if he does call, so he's going to lay it down.
And Robert's reputation precedes him, right? He's just sort of been in these spots where he's had to make some decisions and just kind of, let's wait for another moment.
Yeah.
The chicken wings.
Tony's giving us some insight.
Sorry, Frank. We'll get it next time for sure.
He's been rubbing them together for good luck.
Wait. Oh, you're saying.
Yes, it's working.
Yeah, I wouldn't jam my head. I would blow it. God. I was thinking in my head, I was like, all black, because he had 2 black 7s.
No, it's not the chairs. It's this. Just
30 to call.
straddling.
12. 12.
You Jake me, guys. I got it.
12. Call.
Jake makes a call.
Jake limps a small blind and Tony wakes up with aces in the big after they had already discussed when that he had raised it with 3-6 offsuit in this exact situation.
Oh boy, so the table talk once again potentially playing a factor here. Tony going up 130,000 with his aces, and Jake.
That's why I can fold.
Oh, brutal.
And the king
Let's see if he
4.
shows him.
It's like 4.5.
They had discussed that he had made it 3 times the big blind last time with the 3-6 offsuit, and that's why Jake had to call, even though he only had king 8. This time, Tony tried to make it 3x, but accidentally made it 4.5x.
Whoops.
Frank to verify that. Doesn't check out. I have the ace of spades.
You're bullshitting.
I don't think anybody believes Jake limped and folded an ace.
You would have learned. You would have learned the tough way, or the easy way. If you had aces.
Oh.
Kevin here in the cutoff. A king and a queen, couple of spades.
Race to 60,000.
They'll go up to 60,000. The blinds sit at 1530 with an ante of 30K. So Kevin going up to 60,000. Over to Eric with his ace 3 in the big blind.
It'd be a weird thing to lie about. That's what I'm saying. It would be weird to lie about.
Call.
If it needs a call, go to the flop. And the first act on the flop. And the flop is 10.
A 10, an 8, and a 4 rollout.
10, 8, 4.
So Eric with his ace, still good right now. One spade does drop, so that's of some interest to Kevin. Eric with the check.
Bet 55,000.
55,000 from Kevin.
This is a spot where the king-queen suited has lots of good turn cards to keep firing.
Oh.
And good play by Kevin, so he'll scoop the pot, 220,000.
And he got the best hand to fold. This is nice.
Nothing. Pipe down, Frank. Pipe down over there.
He is. He's chilling.
Pipe down over there. I was gonna say, you're not even drinking.
Drink.
Why is he not drinking?
I'm gonna drink too. No drink?
I'll take a shot.
You guys all want to take a shot?
No. Just kidding. Just kidding. Terrible idea.
I haven't done shots in a long time, actually.
Really?
Oh.
Alright, after this final table.
Okay, after the final. Okay.
Yeah.
30 to go.
Once we all get our paycheck, fine. Say once we get our paycheck.
Yeah. Well, fold.
Well, they'll discuss in taking shots at the final table. We didn't want to interrupt and get out of the way of that conversation.
Seemed like it might pass there for a second, right? A couple of guys were like, yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah, Jake was in.
Robert's like, no. We are not doing shots. We might be here for another 6 hours playing this final table.
For $279,000.
Right, yeah. A shot doesn't do anyone any good. Robert going to raise it up here with his king-queen off to 110,000. Eric, once again, looking down at an ace with kind of a rag for a kicker here.
Surprisingly big open from Robert.
Yeah, it's a little uncharacteristic.
Oh, it was a 3-bet from the, or not, it was a limp and then a raise from the big blind, so that's what I got.
Makes more sense. So two of the bigger stacks mixing it up here. To a flop we go, heads up. There is a king, a 7, and a 5. So Eric is going to hit that 7, but Robert hits the king. So top pair with a good kicker for Robert. He's in control right now, but Eric first act.
And they both have the look at the backdoor hearts.
Check from Eric. See if Robert keeps his foot on the gas here. Going up to 110,000 on the pre-flop action. He'll go to 75,000 as the bet here. 3 1/4 in the center.
I like folding, so. Yes, I do.
Call.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I must look way bigger, too.
The deuce of hearts.
30
Deuce of hearts gives them both a backdoor flush draw. You can see in this shot Eric's Hublot watch that he won for either winning this tournament last year or winning the Player of the Year last year.
Eric with the check with his non-Hublot hand. And Robert going to continue his stand here. 175,000. So this is becoming a significant pot pretty quick here. A hard time seeing Eric getting away from this now. Maybe he does, but 4 to the flush. Still has the ace kicker, pair of sevens. As you see by the percentages, though, Robert firmly in control with his pair of kings. And yeah, Eric, I mean, Eric's had a lot of good laydowns.
Yeah, it's a great laydown.
Another good one there. There's lots of ways that I'm sure I would have talked myself into making that call.
Yeah, absolutely, me too. Great
gets
fold.
Away. Yep, nice job. Another nice scoop there for Robert as well. So, you know, we've seen Robert have plenty of easy decisions to make and times where he also could have talked himself into continuing a hand. And as you called him earlier, a lot of easy decisions, but he was pretty aggressive in his stand there and impressive play from Robert.
Sure, yeah, and the Queen-9 suited he got away from, the Ace-Queen he got away from, so he's had a couple of marginal decisions that have been a little bit on the tougher side now. Definitely not stepped in any trouble.
5 players remaining. It's the WPT Rolling Thunder final table here at Thunder Valley. Just tuning in, thanks for being with us. Dave Fair alongside Poker Pro and Thunder Valley Ambassador Tyler Patterson, who spent a lot of time in this room, formerly a Sacramento guy, spent a lot of time down here and a lot of time in this room, and actually had yourself a great run at this tournament. You came in 10th.
Yeah, we came close, and it's a fun place for me to do that because I got a lot of friends and family in the area. Always here to represent the room, so.
Would you call yourself a near bubblist because of the performance today?
I guess so. I mean, we placed 6-handed at 36, so 10th was not the final table. The final table didn't combine until 7, so I wasn't really a bubblist,
but yeah,
you know, I was close.
But you're flirting with the idea.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
Do you ever see yourself intentionally sabotaging yourself in a tournament just so you have that prestige of being a legitimate bubblist?
You really like this term. You're really running with it.
Well, I mean, look, you coined something brilliant, man. You can't just shrug it off.
The reason we came up with it earlier, we were talking about Robert. He got 10th in the main event of the World Series, and for 800,000, he was the final table bubblist.
I would do it if I had a partner in crime.
And he didn't write it down in his bio sheet.
No,
which
he
is
didn't.
Kind of amazing.
Yeah.
You'd think that if you were a bubblist of that caliber, you'd let people know.
I got to shout out.
I'll stand by my word. Fine.
We need one other person, though, right?
Looks like they're doing shots.
They are doing shots?
They're talking about it.
Are they arguing who's going to buy it?
They want one more person to join them. The two of them don't want to give.
A shot's not going to affect me.
I mean, should we draw straws and one of us go out there?
I'm in. You got me. I was in the middle of trying to shout out my buddy Steven Garfinkel, who was another main event final table bubblist. Got 10th in the World Series main event.
You're surrounded by those people.
Yeah.
Eric with the raise here to 65,000 with his ace-10 off in the cutoff.
65.
Over to Jake in the big blind. He's going to make the call. Still don't have a read on that second card. Should get it here.
I actually thought you were older.
We got a little bit of an RFID glitch. We get to
guess.
Yeah.
Handicap this thing. Who's going to win it? So Eric with middle pair top kicker. Jake with the quick check. 175,000 in the middle. 940,000 behind for Jake.
Check.
Eric
Check,
decides
check.
to just trap with his middle pair of 10s and
now
pair of
trips.
10. If Jake's other card there is the 10 of hearts, it could be spicy. Oh, it can't be the 10 of hearts. Eric's got the 10 of hearts. So it's probably not a 10.
Bet 75,000.
75,000 and Jake quickly folds. So yeah, that other card probably not that spicy.
Gonna live on and mystery.
Eric chipping up pretty nicely, 2.7 million in his stack now.
Straddle.
Hey, could we get
Straddle.
a
We
new
got a
bat?
straddle, guys.
Matt, check the new bat. New bat, please. New setup. Yeah.
Considering we're still five-handed and they're already talking about doing shots, I imagine these guys are going to have quite the Tuesday night at Thunder Valley here in the outskirts of Sacramento. See Eric up top now, 90 big blinds for him, almost 2.7 million. Robert not far behind, 85 big blinds, 2.5. Kevin at 2.4, 82.
That's basically a three-way tie for first.
It really is. And then, I mean, Tony and Jake both have plenty of room to navigate as well. So live from Thunder Valley Casino here in Lincoln, California, we got some good cards to watch here as these guys try to figure out how to get to that top prize, $279,000.
Right behind Jake there, you can see the Champions Cup. That's what they're all trying to get their names on. Tony's name's already there. Eric's name's already there. Jake's been close a bunch of times.
Free entry into the WPT Tournament of Champions. Should be coming up a little bit later this year.
That's a great tournament too. It's all heroes, so you're not. It's not a ton of value in that respect, but the WPT adds a bunch of money. They get a bunch of sponsors to add a bunch of money. You get a little swag bag that has all sorts of neat things in it every year.
I need one of these two. Two of these, 4.
Hey, look, our names are in the lights.
How about that? Looks like everyone's just quitting.
Yep.
Yep. So
they're going home.
That'll do it, folks. Thanks for watching.
What's going on here? Are they passing out shots? What?
I don't know.
This is not an official break.
No, it's not.
Oh, they got it set up on the cards. I think that little mystery Jake's
RFID
other card.
glitch.
Yeah, I think they're replacing the setup because of that.
That makes sense.
Kevin is the person we know the least about here. I think he probably plays some decent-sized cash games. I saw his name show up on he has a high roller finish and a 25K buy-in, so he's definitely no stranger to big events or big money situations.
Yeah, I mean, came into this final table with the chip lead at about 2.8 million and has kind of stayed right at that level. Has traded some chips back and forth, but hasn't gotten too splashy, and seems like it's rather intentional on his part to remain a bit of a mystery.
Yeah, maybe.
A couple of people, kind of engaging him a little bit in conversation. He's just like, yeah, very pleasant, but just not, not mixing it up too much.
Usually in these, in a field like at Thunder Valley, because we're, a little bit on the outskirts. We're 30 minutes outside Sacramento. It's not in a main gambling hub. You end up with a few locals at the final table, but this year, Eric is sort of a local. He did used to live in Sacramento and played out here a decent amount, but there's really no locals left.
All you mean pros steamrolling all the average Joes. Eric in the hijack here, 10-5 off.
Oh.
The new RFID cards are working all right.
Yep.
From Faded Spade.
Yeah, thanks to our friends at Faded Spade, the preferred playing cards of the WPT. Robert in the cutoff here.
65.
Jack and an 8 going to go up to 65,000. Kevin gets out of there. Over to Jake. He's got an ace and a 4 of clubs in the small blind. He makes the call. Tony, an ace and a deuce in the big blind.
Looks like Tony's considering a squeeze here, a big 3-bet to just try to take it down. And Jake has an interesting hand to combat that.
Tony's got to make a move here.
Yeah, it looks pretty big.
So he does announce 315,000, but the final seconds were ticking away. Only one time extension left for the action clock by Protection Poker, and came down to the last couple of seconds there. But 315,000 is the repop from Tony. So let's see. Jake just lets it go. Yeah. So nice scoop by Tony there.
Both of them looked pretty skeptical of that one. They thought Tony might be light, but neither one of them had the goods to fight it.
You got me.
You got him, you buffed Jake. Not a big one. I'm not gonna say what it is anymore. Since you won't tell me.
What do you mean I won't tell you? What did I not tell you?
You said you had 2 rags. What were the 2 rags?
When?
When I had aces.
2 and 4 off. I'm not trying to hide it.
That's a big game.
You had aces.
You
I'm gonna tell you. Of course I'll tell you.
Jake and Tony with a little banter. Tony's mood has changed a little bit since winning that big pot with kings.
I think Robert's the hardest to figure out.
Not steaming about Jake's bluff so much anymore.
Kevin here in the cutoff with a nice starting hand. Ace 10 of clubs.
You bet that they had stuff.
It has to be nothing, bro.
Race to 60,000. Oh.
Can't stand the bright lights, so
Yeah,
it's pretty bright.
Oh.
Eric in the big blind. 10-9 off.
He's going to see a flop.
Call.
165,000 in the center. Heads up to the flop we go. There's a 4, a 5, and a 6.
Check him in.
Ace is still good for Kevin. Eric, first act.
Check.
Kind of an ugly board for both of their hands.
Check.
Check, check to the turn. There comes a 3. Another diamond. Either player holding.
Not a bad spot for a cheap bluff for Eric, even though no equity at all. He's just going to go ahead and give up.
Check.
Kevin hoping to get to showdown for free. He could also just make them both make a straight.
Check. Check. Showdown.
Straight on the board.
Neither one wants to take a stab at it. They're just going to chop that one up.
Straight on the board, 6 nice straight on the board.
9 of clubs, 10 of hearts. Against ace 10 of clubs.
Now that Tony has all the chips, not all the chips, but he has a lot of chips, that time bank, or that time extension chip could really come into play. The fact that he only has one left.
I think it has to be because
There are now 1 million more reasons to be a Club WPT VIP member. The Club WPT $1 million bonus provides a life-changing opportunity for VIP members. Throughout 2020, any Club WPT VIP member who qualifies for a World Poker Tour main event on Club WPT and then goes to win the live WPT main tour event will win the Club WPT $1 million bonus.
Well, that's pretty wild to get an extra million if they happen to win qualifying from Club WPT. Somebody qualifies from Club WPT for every one of the events.
Yeah, normally you don't hear about $1 million bonuses unless it's like a quarterback in the NFL. You know, it's pretty nice bonus, man.
Yeah, or if you just go perfect in the NCAA bracket or whatever.
Well, I
like
think you get like $1 billion or something, right?
You
if you
might
do
as
that,
well,
because
whatever.
it's impossible.
It is impossible, yeah.
You filling out some brackets this year?
Yeah, sure. I like the NCAA stuff. Yeah.
Assuming that everything goes as planned. So certainly looking forward to the big tournament that's coming up, and lots of great events on the calendar for the WPT as well. I mean, they're going to be bouncing all over the place, and there's going to be just this coming week the WPT Deep Stacks in Amsterdam, Holland Casino, WPT at the Venetian, March 13th through the 17th, WPT Deep Stacks Maryland, 20th through the 23rd, WPT Deep Stacks Jacksonville, March 27th through 30th, and then the WPT Champions Cup Finals, March 31st through April 2nd at the HyperX Esports Arena in Las Vegas. Looking at the scoreboard here, as you see, 67 big blinds for Eric, 62 for Robert, 62 for Kevin, and then down from there.
37 and 22 for the other two, and they you see all the stacks condensed because the levels just went up to 20,000, 40,000.
Annie is 40,000 as well. And you mentioned this before we got going, that if Tony starts to chip up a little bit, that could really drive the action. And to your point a moment ago, 1.4 million for Tony. He's got a little room to splash around if he wants to.
Eric folds. Robert folds.
Kevin with his 10-6 offsuit. In the big blind here.
Call.
Gonna make the call.
80,000. And then now we'll go get flop.
6 in the window there for Kevin.
Check.
8 of hearts, 6 of diamonds, 4 diamonds.
So check from Kevin, check from Tony. To a turn we go. There's a 10, so 2 pair now for Kevin.
And a gut shot for Tony. I don't think Tony's going to end up going anywhere here, so might get a little bit of action.
Bet 80,000.
80,000 is the bet there.
And that's 80,000.
Final 10 seconds, so Tony knows he has to move. Makes the call, 80,000. 380,000 in the center right now. Final card, and it's a queen. Boy, that could spell trouble for Tony here. So Kevin's got 2 pair, 10s and 6s on the river. Tony hits his queen.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Tony to get away here. I'd expect a pretty big bet from Kevin and probably just a pretty quick call from Tony. So I expect in the 300, 350 range. Wow. 400.
4 1/4, yeah.
So Tony has the perfect hand for this bet. He's going to be pretty tough spot, especially with that only that one time bank. He might use it here. That one time extension chip. Oh, little pump fake fold, huh? Did you see that?
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Makes the call. He's going to see the bad news. Total pot size of 1.2 million. Ship in the way of Kevin now. 3.1 million for Kevin. Starting to pull ahead a little bit here, and Tony south of $1 million in chips in his stack once again.
That was a great bet from Kevin.
He said almost
Absolute
just
maximum.
Perfectly sized.
Yeah.
Worked out great for him with Tony hitting that queen on the river. About 40% of Tony's stack shipped across the table on that single hand. So Kevin now, 77 big blinds, over 3 million in chips. Eric not far behind, 67 at 2.6. Robert at 62, and now Tony and Jake right there. Both less than $1 million. Just a little bit more for Tony, 905,875.
Yeah, that pot put Tony right in Jake Swartz's level. They're kind of tied there, 4th place, 4th and 5th. Got a question here on the Facebook chat. Could there be amateurs in this kind of game? And so this is a $5,000 buy-in tournament, so it's a little bit high as far as a price point for amateurs. But there's it's certainly legal for any amateur to play. Anybody who wants to put up to 5,000 can play. But there's also Thunder Valley runs a pretty extensive system of satellites for their big events. You can buy in for as little as $65, win a satellite into a $230 satellite, into a $1,000 satellite, into a $5,000 buy-in. So yes, absolutely, this is open to any amateur, all levels of play. And Thunder Valley does a great job keeping options open for the smaller buy-in guys.
And I assume that most people that are watching this are pretty avid poker fans, so they would understand what a satellite is. But for people that don't know, it's just an opportunity to get into these bigger buying events at a much smaller price point. It's just you have to wade your way through another field of players, right?
Right, yeah, you just buy in for a small amount. Like, let's say there was one for a $230 buy-in, and you have to beat enough players to get into a $1,000 buy-in.
But we've seen those Cinderella stories before with people coming through Club WPT or whatever it may be, and getting the free satellite in, and then they get through a field and they end up sitting at one of these final tables. So it's certainly not unheard of.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we had the first cash for a learned WPT player. I don't know if it's the first one, but we had one in this. Let me look this little story up, because learned WPT is a great place to. You can go. There's a free trainer. You can go learn some extra poker skills or whatever, and all that content is available at WPT.com.
And what's really great is you get to needle a whole bunch of pros. You're like, oh yeah, I just learned this. Here I am cashing.
Right.
Cool. Thanks again for being with us. WPT Rolling Thunder, hanging out here in the outskirts of Sacramento, California, and beautiful Lincoln, California, and really beautiful day here in the northern part of the state, and obviously a great tournament that's going on here. My name is Dave Farrow, alongside Poker Pro and Thunder Valley Ambassador Tyler Patterson. This great event here at Thunder Valley, just a beautiful poker room, beautiful property. Never had a chance to make it out this way. Very impressed, living in Las Vegas for the past 15 years, been around a lot of casinos and in that time, and this one really stands up amongst some of the best of them, including one of the best poker rooms that I've seen in quite some time. So well done to everyone from Thunder Valley putting together a great event. And $279,000 sitting at the top here, 5 players remaining, and the next person out going to get just about $62,000, followed by 85, 122, 177, and then that top prize, name on the cup, entrance into the WPT Tournament of Champions, $279,270. That's what they're vying for. Robert at the cutoff here. King Jack offsuit.
Robert raises to 90.
Going to go up to 90, so you see these raise sizes going up as well, with the blinds and the antes. Each pot starting at 100,000. Tony in the big blind here. One of the shorter stacks at 825 back. He's got ace-4. See what he does. There he goes, all in from Tony. And putting Robert in a interesting spot here. So Robert looking at a jack and a king, and he does what we've seen Robert do a number of times in this final table, just brush it off and say, on to the next.
Yes, sir.
So he just lets it go, and Tony gonna get back up to that 7-figure mark with 1 million chips now in his stack.
Just to add to all the pleasantries about Thunder Valley Casino, the Ben Irwin, the poker room operator, is great here, and the whole casino gives him a lot of leeway. They let him host parties for the players, host dinners for the players, and add a bunch of big money guarantees to the satellites and to the tournament. So they put a lot of effort into the poker room at Thunder Valley, which is a thing that less and less casinos are doing nationwide. So it's pretty nice to have a big casino that has a poker room as a big part of their business.
Yeah, and Ben's a fantastic guy to be running the room here. Been working with him for many years, and so cool to see him thriving in an environment like this and really building something for poker fans in this part of the country. A lot of people will be able to come in and enjoy this great poker room here at Thunder Valley.
It's nicely located too. 30 minutes from Sacramento, not too far from the Bay Area, and Reno and Tahoe. They're all easily accessible from here.
Kevin going up to 80,000 with his king 4 of hearts. Eric in the big blind here. Going to make the call with his 10-7 off.
Eric calls.
There's 9, a 3, and a deuce. So Kevin, the king high is still good.
Flop is 9 of clubs, trade of diamonds, deuce of clubs.
Check, check. And a 7 rolls off, giving Eric the best of it. He's got second pair with a 10 kicker.
Check.
Eric checks.
Just going to trap with his pair of 7s here.
Check.
Another check, and to the river. A 5 rolls off, so Eric's hand is good. 220,000 in the middle.
I imagine Eric goes for some value now, but it's going to be hard to get any value. You need Kevin to have one of the smaller pairs, or maybe make a hero call with ace high.
Bet 125.
1 1/4.
Eric bets 125,000. Kevin's gonna fold.
And a fold there from Kevin, so pots go in the direction of Eric. Both those guys very cautious with each other.
Yeah, that was a pretty small pot. Kevin just trying to get the showdown with king high, and Eric didn't get too excited about that 7 on the turn. Every time there's a pay jump when someone busts out, the mood lightens for a little bit, and then
we just made an extra $15,000, $20,000, $30,000, and then it's
then an hour
back to
goes
the
by,
grind. Yeah.
and then they start to tense up again.
Kevin in the hijack here, Jack 10. Going to go up to 80,000. Jake, one of the smaller stacks out of the way, and a couple ladies here for Tony on the button. Looks like he's just going to call. Ooh, oh, man.
Real sneaky from Tony.
Yeah. And now Eric with a couple of jacks right behind.
He looks a little weary of Tony's call. Well, since Tony only has $1 million, which is a little over 25 big blinds, or right at 25, Eric's going to go ahead and raise, and he will not mind calling it off until he sees the 2 queens, of course.
345,000 from Eric. Robert quickly out of there. So is Kevin.
345.
995.
And he says 995. There comes the jam, and quick call from Eric. Maybe.
Well.
Yeah, he says, all right, let's do it. And so Eric's got the bad news that he is up against it, but even worse news for him is that Kevin just folded one of the other jacks. So
right.
You're going to need a lot of help here on this flop.
Yeah, the percentages that we're showing here are without that information that there's a jack gone.
So 2.1 in the center now, a huge potential moment here for Tony, and he's got to like that flop. So an ace, a 6, and a 4. Says 2 outs. We know there's only 1 in the deck, so that will do it. Dagger in the heart before we even get to the river, and Tony with a huge double up, getting it over 2.1 million, and all of a sudden roaring past Eric. Tony not only stays alive, but gets himself firmly in place on this leaderboard. Third in chips, 54 big blinds.
995 total.
Had that not gone the direction of Tony, that would have put Eric in a pretty overwhelming spot for where he has been kind of hovering tied in the lead. But no, he's 35% of his chips, as you see there on your screen, go in the direction of Tony. And Eric, for the first time, kind of tumbling down the leaderboard in this tournament.
Yeah, tough spot for Eric there. I don't really think there was any chance to do anything else.
Still has 47 big blinds. Not in any immediate danger, but this puts Jake in a far more interesting spot, right?
Because yeah, well, he's the only one now. He's not waiting out anybody else. So
does that open things up for Jake a little bit, you think, to try to do the same thing that Tony just did?
It does a little bit. That concern of waiting someone out to move up the 16,000 is no longer there. But honestly, because of Jake's record and not having won this title that he wants so bad, I don't think that was really on his mind too much anyway. So I think he probably would have Probably would have played the same to try to get first place as he will now.
Jake first act is going to go ahead and fold. We're on Tony now. We just doubled up the last hand.
Fold. Fold.
He's going to fold. Eric's going to fold.
Robert here in the small blind with a 6 and a 10 of clubs.
He makes note that this is the first time it's folded to them in the small blind.
In the small blind.
Call.
He'll hang around over to Kevin, who's got a fairly similar hand. But his is a 9 and a 6, a couple of hearts.
And Kevin checks his option. Right heads up to the flop.
To the flop we go, 120,000 in the middle. Here we go. There's a 9 in the window, a jack as well, and a deuce rolls off. So middle pair for Kevin. The 9's hit.
40.
That's 40.
Robert bets 40,000.
Robert going to pop 40,000 out there. See what happens.
Call.
Call from Kevin. 200,000 in the middle now.
Kevin calls. Turn card, 8 of spades.
8 of spades. So now all of a sudden things get more interesting.
Yeah,
Open ender for Robert.
Big card for Robert. Decide to continue bluffing, just trying to get a king high, ace high, or a deuce to fold.
Robert bets 140,000.
Unless he's going to go all 3 streets.
140 is the wager from Robert.
I don't think you're going to get a 9 to fold very often, but this 9 could, but I doubt it. I think Kevin's going to stick around. A lot here depends on what he thinks of Robert's play. If he thinks Robert's really tight, he might fold that hand, but
Kevin makes the call. And a 4 rolls through, so Robert does not get there. Kevin's pair of 9's going to hold up for him. Like you said, Robert's come through guns a-blazing with not a whole lot going on until that turn. Let's see if he continues it here and is able to push Kevin off the better hand, the winning hand.
yeah, it would take a pretty big bet, but all the one pair hands, which there are a lot of them, they might fold.
That'd be a pretty big bet.
He's going for it.
$500,000.
It's a full pot bet.
500,000.
So 480 was sitting in the middle. Add another 500 to it. You got nearly a million chips already in the center. Kevin would have to really make a hero call here with a pair of 9's. Gets away from it.
He lays it down, and credit to Robert.
Good move by Robert. Only way to win that hand was by doing that. Season 18's WPT Rolling Thunder final table in Sacramento, California, just outside Lincoln, California. Tyler Patterson, Dave Fair with you. Thanks for being with us. 250 players entered this tournament. We are down to our final 5. And Kevin there with 2.6 million in chips. He sat down as the chip leader, but has been very consistent throughout this final table and pretty quiet too.
Yeah, it was a pretty big loss.
Quietly working, yeah.
That last hand was a big loss, but it was a really tough spot, and you got to give credit to Robert for making that big play. I don't think Kevin's going to be too upset about folding that, even when he sees that he got bluffed. It would have been a pretty big hero call.
Tony here in the hijack. He's got king 9. He'll pass. Eric with his king deuce also out of there in the cutoff. Robert on the button, queen 7.
Oh, Robert's feeling a little energy from that last one. Thinking about opening up with a queen 7 off.
And that he will. He's going up to 90,000. Kevin here in the small blind with pretty unattractive hand is going to let that one go. And Jake in the big blind, 6 deuce, also going to punt. And Robert's starting to feel it a little bit here.
Yeah.
2.7 million for him now. Club WPT is giving you 2 chances this month to win your way into the 2020 WPT Choctaw main event, running May 15th through the 18th at the Choctaw Casino and Resort in Durant, Oklahoma. It's about 95 miles northeast of the Dallas-Fort Wayne Airport. This WPT event will be televised and has recently become a mainstay on the global World Poker Tour schedule. $6,000 WPT Choctaw main event VIP tournament package. So pretty cool stuff, man.
Yeah, just an hour outside of Dallas. That place is pretty cool. A huge casino, one of the biggest anywhere.
It's almost like there's a lot of people in Texas that want to gamble.
Yeah, there might be, yeah.
Funny how that works. Eric here looking at 7-6 off in the hijack.
It's funny we all play Texas Hold'em, and you're not allowed to play it in Texas.
90. Okay.
Lived in Houston for a little while and would regularly hear about them storming poker clubs. And I'm like, why? Oh boy, here we go, Tony. Couple of aces.
Aces again. Tony's had kings and queens and aces again.
And he's managed to do something with it too. He's chipped all the way up to 2.1 million now. And Robert the Razor here, as he has been so affectionately known for the last 3 whole hands. Let's see what Tony does. Tony's been pretty good in these spots. Not overplaying the hand, you know, not giving it away. I wouldn't even be surprised just to see him flat it. And he's going to raise it up. Yeah, by a lot.
So I like what he did there. He starts grabbing chips. He says the number right as the clock expires, so he didn't want to use his time bank button or his time extension chips, his last remaining one. So he announced his bet right as the buzzer went off. I'm not sure why he wants to tell everyone when he has aces.
Ace of clubs, ace of hearts. Careful when you look. Where you see it? From here. I mean, it's because I had folded, so I was looking straight across at you. So I could see through your hand. I saw one of the aces.
So one of them.
I just showed both. The other one I saw after. But when you were checking. Well, I just saw one. I showed you.
Well, that was a mighty honest thing for him to tell him. Hey,
yeah.
Cards. Seems like that would be a pretty good competitive advantage.
So part of it's a little bit uncomfortable that when you get to a TV table, the rail is a little bit higher for the TV cameras and the RFID readers. So you have to really bend over to look at your cards, and sometimes
if you're not used to
it, yeah. So it's nice of players to tell another player you're not looking at your cards right.
Kevin here in the cutoff. King Jack offsuit.
Offsuit.
I don't remember. To be honest, I don't remember.
Raise to 80.
80,000. Jake's going to jump out of the way.
Was I winning? Was ace deuce good?
Fold.
Ace high?
You got a good king.
Eric with his King Jack as well.
I'm not gonna count Jake's hand because
I was
he was playing like a little girl. Can't count.
Tony continues his trash talk of Jake.
Yeah, 80.
I think that was 65.
yeah.
He'll take that to his grave.
Yeah, he's never going to forget that, I don't think. Even for all the aces.
So let's see if somebody can outplay the other. Identical hands. King on the flop.
That usually comes up when neither player has anything. Since they both have something, it's just going to get to showdown so often.
Yeah, and rainbow on the flop, so no chance of somebody flushing out. We've seen some of those heartbreak hands in the past, haven't we?
Of course.
Oh, man.
Yeah, please.
How brutal is that?
I don't care.
That's 80.
Eric just going to, and again, excuse me, Kevin with a bet of 80,000. We've seen these two just be so cautious with each other that would be really stunned to see somebody try to make a move here, but who knows?
Yeah, I think it's just going to call.
Call.
I don't think we're going to see a ton more action.
That should cool things off.
Check.
Eric checks.
$380,000 in the center right now.
Check.
Check, check.
River, 7 points.
Another 7 rolls off.
Now they would chop with any king, so they really don't have anything but bluff catchers.
chips.
And the showdown
Both players have king jack in their chop pot.
brings the second chop pot between these two, right? And that other one where the straight showed up on the board.
Right. Yeah. Yep. Lots of tiptoeing around between those two too. Also.
Do you feel like anyone at this final table is playing markedly better than everyone else, or would you say everyone's doing a really nice job with the chip stacks that they have to work with?
Yeah, I think that they've all been doing really well. You've seen Eric make a couple of really good laydowns. Jake with the great check raise bluff against Tony. Robert with that big bluff just a minute ago. An overbet for value from Kevin. So yeah, I mean we've seen, and Tony's scooping up all the money with the big hands. So yeah, they're all playing great.
Kevin here, first to go on the hijack, king 4 of hearts.
Raise to 80.
80,000.
You're doing it again, Jake.
Kevin raises to 8,000.
I didn't see it, but.
You can't see it if I do that, right?
I mean, I can tell you later. I didn't look this time. You want me to test it? Can you see if I do this? I cannot
I
see
can't
right
see
now.
anything.
Fold.
Concerned about the cards.
I think it's because your hand was
Hey,
higher up
Tony.
before you were
Hey,
reaching
Eric,
for
all
something.
good?
Thank you.
So for Robert the big blind.
Thanks, son.
Makes me play stupid if I see your cards. It really does. I swear. It really does. It drives me nuts.
Kevin opens to the min raise to 80,000, king 4 of hearts, and that's good enough.
Takes it down.
If you're just joining us, appreciate you tuning in. 5 players remain. Next person to walk gets $61,685. Then it goes up to $85,800, followed by $122,000 for third, $177,000 for second, and first prize $15,000 seat into the WPT Tournament of Champions, as well as the prize pool, $279,270 total haul on that. So really some big money up for grabs here, and a couple of $100,000 between the next person to go and the person that will walk away the winner from this final table.
And on top of that, a couple of cool storylines with Eric trying to go back-to-back here. He won this tournament last year. He was the Player of the Year last year. Jake was very close to getting Player of the Year last year. Tony is going for his second WPT title. Jake has been Cinderella a bunch of times, has not come through. Wait, that's not the right analogy.
No, because Cinderella was the belle of the ball.
I don't know what I was.
One of Cinderella's stepsisters? You know, like almost there?
He looks like his stepsister.
He would look beautiful in the Cinderella gown.
I don't know what I was trying to say, but he's been very close many times. The bridesmaid and never the bride.
There you go. There you go. A bubbleist, if you will.
Oh, boy. Sorry, Jake.
Yeah. All right, so Kevin there with a 7, hitting that. A couple of queens out there. So Robert still has some possibilities, obviously, with the ace in his hand, and he's going to lead out with 40,000. But 2 pair right out of the gate for Kevin.
Yeah, Robert is going to have the best hand most of the time with ace-8 on that flop, blind versus blind.
6 rolls off, so Kevin probably still feeling pretty good about his hand.
I would imagine Robert does also.
Kevin bets 70,000.
70,000 the bet there from Kevin.
Ace-8 is very often still the best hand here.
He'll make the call. 340,000 in the center right now.
And the river card. 6 is
Another 6 rolls off.
This is a very interesting spot.
Yeah, so queens and sixes with an ace for Robert.
Oh.
A check from him and a check from Kevin as well. And Kevin going to take it down with the best hand, 340,000.
You can get value out of ace high and king high some portion of the time there, but Kevin likes to just check back and take the pot. So Jake being kind of far and away the shortest stack, but he has played great. That king 9 bluff was pretty special. And he's still got enough chips to fight.
Tony first to make a move here, 8-5. Offsuit in the hijack. I'll let it go. Eric, pretty ugly starting hand there. Same thing for Robert. 8-3 for each. Kevin in the small blind with Jack 10 offsuit.
And with 635,000 in Jake's stack, I think Kevin's probably just going to shove.
And he does.
Doesn't feel that great risking that much with Jack high.
Yeah, Jake still has the best of it right now, so thought about it, but man, tough to call off your tournament life.
Yeah.
Hand like king 6.
There's ace 6, and there are a bunch of kings bigger that dominate you. And just calling it off is a gross feeling with a bad hand. King 6 is probably pretty close to the minimum could call with there.
So Jake right now, 595,000 in chips, just 15 big blinds. Will he once again be the Cinderella bridesmaid?
It was really bad at the World Series because the light was.
When are you starting to get nervous? When your blind count gets to what? Are you starting to go, oh boy, it's just time to start jamming here. Got to do something.
Yeah, nervous is kind of a weird word because those stacks are a little bit easier to play. Your decisions are pretty easy because you've seen them so many times. So the danger zone is like when you just don't have enough chips to where you can 3-bet a raise and then fold if you get more heat, you know.
Yeah.
So that's probably around the 20 big blind mark.
Could go here, right?
Yeah, it's gonna go in for sure.
There he goes, and let's see what Tony wakes up with. 9-4.
And that'll do
That's
it.
not. It's not a calling hand.
No, it's not.
This weird camaraderie, but I hate you sort of thing going on between these two is really quite entertaining.
Yeah.
The second card he looked at was the card that it looked like.
No, I'm just kidding.
I was thrilled with the call.
No, I'm kidding. Seriously. If it was ace 9 of hearts, yeah, I'd rather not say.
We both know your answer.
Okay, good.
But I do well against that, so I wouldn't have, would have been okay.
Yeah, Jack.
I was suited too.
Discussing what hands Tony was going to call it off with there. It's interesting that Tony wants to give that information away. I mean, it's not entirely truthful, so I guess it's fine. Yeah, tight fold from Robert there with an ace, only 5-handed.
Robert's first actually folds. It's on Kevin now. Kevin raises to 80,000.
80,000 is the raise, and quick fold. Jake.
Yeah.
We fold.
80 from Kevin on the cutoff, and Eric has 7 deuce in the big blind, so it's going to get through.
Everything folds face up.
Free info. Hard to come by these days.
Well, that's easy in half an hour.
It's not
They were not going to tell you.
WPT Rolling Thunder main event final table. Coming live from Thunder Valley Casino, Lincoln, California, just outside of Sacramento. Thanks for being with us, Dave Farah, Tyler Patterson. They just roll everything up here that I'm supposed to say. It's really quite convenient.
Yeah, it's nice. It's almost like a teleprompter.
So much easier. Thanks, guys. Kevin here in the hijack. Couple of fours for him. 3.1 million behind for Kevin, who has been a picture of consistency at this final table. Just conservative, except for in spots where he's confident, just playing some really good poker right now. Raising it up to 80,000 over to Eric in the small blind, a jack and a deuce of clubs.
And he lets that go. Robert in the big blind with a 10-5 off. He's going to let it go. Kevin scoops up another tiny one. Just winning the blinds. But even the blinds at this point, they start to matter a lot when the stacks start to consolidate like this, because the blinds catch up before the bust outs.
Yeah, you don't think Jake's seeing those 100,000 chips out there just with just the blinds? And he's
right.
Like, go.
They matter a lot, yeah.
Was he just trying to catch a fly? Is this about to turn into a Breaking Bad episode?
I'm not sure what that was.
What's the hat?
Maybe he was taking a swipe at Tony.
What's the pizza spot? What's the pizza spot?
Thank you.
Kev, the pizza spot
In Chicago?
Illuminati's?
Illuminati's. What's the other
Illuminati
one?
sucks.
No, I like the other one.
Chicago
is my favorite.
Chicago pizza. Chicago pizza is not pizza.
From the New York guy, Chicago
okay.
pizza is
All
not
right,
pizza.
Sure it's not. It's just different.
I know.
Man, Kevin's not standing up for the Chicago deep dish Gino's East, Lou Malnati's. He's not standing up
Lou
for
Malnati's, man. That place is great. What he's talking about.
Yeah, Gino's East. I used to like that too.
So you don't know how that pizza identifies. Kevin here with a couple of threes in the big blind. So Tony raised it up to 90,000 with his 5-4 from the cutoff.
It's called 90.
Just going to make the call here with a couple of threes. There's a king, a jack, and a 10.
Okay.
And Kevin with a quick check. Tony going to fire again, it looks like.
I think Tony's the only guy on the table is going to open the 4-5 off on the cutoff. So that's what I was talking about earlier, that the whole thing could move a little faster if Tony's the one that gets the chips, because he's a little bit more action than everybody else.
325,000, the size of that pot, going towards Tony.
That's not Chicago.
That's not a Chicago spot.
No, but it's good.
Grimaldi's? No, it's New York, man.
Grimaldi's, I think, is
It's everywhere, man. They have them.
Yeah, it's just a chain.
Yeah, it's a big chain.
It's
they have
pretty
it
good,
in,
though. Like
they have it in Scottsdale. They have it in Vegas. Yeah.
Yo,
Hey, y'all shut up. You're making me hungry.
Yeah, seriously.
You're talking about pizzas and stuff.
so oh, man. Literally haven't eaten since dinner last night.
Can't hit that steakhouse maybe again tonight, huh?
dinner last night.
I don't have time. I gotta drive down to.
Oh no, that was my
somewhere
inner
else later
monologue.
on
Me
there.
just blabbing. I'm telling you that I'm gonna go
Yeah.
to that steakhouse again tonight. But
I'm
yeah, you're off
jealous.
to the Bay Area, right?
Yeah, another poker tournament down there.
If you order like,
Tony in the hijack here, going to raise it up to 90,000 with his ace jack.
you'll like it.
Eric, who's been pretty quiet as of late, after losing that big pot, that all-in moment for Tony, looking at King 8 spades.
It's called 90.
90,000 is the call from Eric. Robert here with King Jack. And you talk about these incestuous hands where everyone's just, you know, got a piece of each other. This is another interesting spot like that.
Robert on the button is considering a 3-bet here. Here it comes.
Yep. So the 3-bet up to 360 for Robert. This could get dicey.
Interesting
Jake.
spot for Tony.
Oh man, Jake just okay. All
What
right.
did Jake have? I missed it.
He had ace something. I think it was ace 10 or something. He just threw it. I was like, oh boy.
Pretty quick.
Yeah. Go for the quadruple up.
Really interesting spot for Tony, actually. Could be a bluff 4-bet, could be a call out of position, could be a fold.
And Again, that ding means 10
yeah.
seconds, and this is one of those moments, where
and that's going to lead him
very
to
well could have led to that fold.
Absolutely.
It changes the game, which is why it's so critical, when you've got only so much in your stack for your time extensions. When you burn it all off on one hand, it's probably part of what's still tilting Tony so much. So Robert with the 3-bet, the worst of it, arguably, out of all of them, walks away with a well-timed play that's going to scoop him another sizable pot.
Yeah, he had the button, a decent hand, and a decent chip stack.
Played the position well.
How do you know?
You looked at your card that was behind you, I saw it.
Tony's frustrated with that one for sure. Here we got the leaderboard. Jake's down to 15 big blinds. Kevin up top with 75 big blinds. Everybody else kind of jammed in the middle.
Yep, so still anyone's game, but Jake's got a lot of ground to cover up, as you see, just 6% of the chips in play. So the other 94% spread out, and Kevin's got a big piece of that with over 30% sitting at the top of the heap. But a very, very close one here. Rolling Thunder at Thunder Valley Casino. 5 players remaining, and as you see, $279,000. Sitting up top, runner-up getting $177,000, and the next person to walk, $61,685. Great payday for a buy-in of just $5,000 for this event. But a lot of work has been put in, so I don't think anyone's going to be satisfied with $61,000 at this point. When so much is on the line, and through a field of 250, it's down to these final 5. Eric going to splash it around a little bit. King 8 clubs up to 90,000. Kevin on the button here, 9-7 offsuit.
King 8 suited, back-to-back hands for Eric.
Oh boy, here we go. Jake's going to jam.
Yes, he is, absolutely.
Jamming Jake. Yep, there it goes. Tony quickly out of there with his rags, and Eric asking for a count, so he raises up to 90,000. Do the math for us here.
Yeah, he's going to end up with a decent price, but that hand is just dominated too often. He's going to run into king, queen. He's going to run into pairs bigger than 8s. Obviously, ace, king.
Ace, king, yeah.
I rubbed them together.
Ace, king is the most likely, but I mean, if Jake were to show him ace, queen, or pocket 7s, it'd be worth calling, but he's just not going to get too many hands put him in bad shape.
Yeah, so Jake there with 170 coming back his direction. The button goes to him as well, so another couple rounds to play. He's got 19 big blinds.
Yeah, those pots mean a lot when you're short.
Yep.
You bringing the wings?
Is it actually wings?
Guess what?
Sounds like Frank's bringing some real wings to the table for these
That's
guys.
He is. Oh, and then they called him out for not drinking. And now he's got a cold one in his hand, too.
I'm gonna crush these on break.
3 more boxes, but
Is Frank like a stakeholder in Buffalo Wild Wings or something? Like,
yeah, I think he might be.
It has nothing to do with poker.
it's like he's telling people that how delicious wings are, like they've never had them before. No, they're pieces of chicken, you see. They're just so tasty with the sauce they put on them. So Robert raising up to 90,000. Let's see if Jammin' Jake does it again. Ace 10 offsuit on the button this time.
Wow, it's a pretty interesting stack for this hand.
There he goes.
Yeah, this one's not as comfortable, obviously.
Tony out of there with his king 9 off. Eric out with his king 6. Robert quickly folds as well. And all of a sudden, he is knocking on the door of 1,000,000 chips again.
Yeah, little pots like that add up quick.
Actually, yeah. Can I have a Pellegrino, please? Thank you.
Yeah, Frank might need to sit by and show him how to do it. He somehow eats chicken wings with a fork with one hand while playing poker with the other hand, and I have never seen him make a mess while doing it, which I don't understand.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I couldn't do
very,
that.
Very deliberate with the way that he will only take one small bite every 25 minutes.
I think it might be the beard, but I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can eat a chicken wing and not make a mess.
Was that the other thing that you were not supposed to brag about? Is
no,
full
nope.
luxurious beard?
No. That's on full glory. Everyone can see that.
So Jake with a couple more moves now that he can make. Ace 8, couple of diamonds, just going to raise it up to 85,000. Tony on the button, looking at 7-5 offsuit. Going to pass. Eric, queen 8, also out of there. Over to Robert. An ace and a deuce offsuit in the big blind.
Jake finally has enough chips where he's not just jamming. He gets to play a pot.
230,000 in the middle. Jake still with 870 behind, and here comes the flop. It's a 10, a 9, and a 4. A couple of clubs out there, so some backdoor opportunities for Robert, who checks.
It's about as big a whiff as you can get for Jake.
He'll check as well. There's a 5.
That's a
more
gut
possibilities
shot
for Robert, yeah.
Yeah.
He'll check. Yeah, interesting spot for Jake. Just not a lot of room to maneuver, so he'll check again. And another 10 rolls off. That means that Jake's hand is good. Couple of checks here for Robert. Let's see if he's just giving up on this hand and hopes that the ace is good at showdown. Check and a check. They both show their aces. Jake's got the better of it and
continuing his run.
1.1 million in chips from, you know, just a 575 just a couple of hands ago. Like,
yeah,
these pots grow fast, and if you can just pick up what seemingly are insignificant pots, next thing you know, you're right back in this thing. So 28 big blinds. It's a big difference from the 15 he was just at.
Basically doubled up without ever being at risk.
Yeah,
it's pretty nice.
So we were just talking about how hungry we were getting, talking about pizza.
Yeah.
Imagine how they feel now smelling the wings.
Oh, man, that's got to be
brutal, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Frank's just trying to hurry this tournament along. Trying to get them all to jam.
Yeah.
Jake, oh boy, okay, so he's going up to 80,000 with his pocket eights, and now Eric waking up ace-king. And these guys aren't really that far separated in chip count. So, I mean, Eric has 1.5. Jake has 1 million. There's 180 in the center right now. And, yeah, we're going to get a 3-bet here from Eric up to 250,000. Robert with his 5 and his deuce quickly getting out of there in the small blind. Kevin with a decision here in the big blind, ace-8, elects to fold.
And Jake's already deep in the tank trying to figure out what he's going to do here. Does Eric have a 3-bet fold range at this point? Don't know. If he doesn't, it's a pretty ugly spot for eights.
All in, and Eric, with a decision of his own, makes the call. So a bit of a coin flip here, but Jake has the opportunity to cripple Eric, bringing him all the way down to the level that he was at when he started this hand. 2.3 million in the center right now. Jake's tournament life is on the line. Heads up to a flop. Here it is. There's a 9, a jack, and a 7. So far, Jake's 8s holding strong. 2 more cards to go. Eric is looking for an ace or a king. Here comes the turn. It's another 9.
That brings the jacks into play.
Sure does.
That'll be the dirty one.
Yep. So even Jake's saying, man, that'd be dirty. You flip it on the jack up, and he's going to out-kick me. How brutal would that be? Final card, here is the river. It's a 10, and Jake going to remain alive in this tournament. 2.3 million in chips, and Eric with just 355,000 back now. What a turn of events in just a couple of hands.
1.1.
Yeah, check.
Thank you. Did they tip you? Or
I got it, yeah.
You got it, Rob? No, thank you. Did you tip her first?
Yeah, thanks.
Big swing for Jake and for Eric.
58 big blinds from dire straits. I mean, we were calling him Jammin' Jake just a couple of minutes ago.
Now Eric's down to 9 big blinds. It's not dead.
So the storyline, if you're just joining us, Eric won this event last year, and if he is able to pull out what is now kind of a miracle today with just 4% of the chips in play, then he'd be the first person to ever pull off the back-to-back wins of the same event in consecutive years. And for much of this final table, Eric has either been the chip leader or been right there. And now, boy, after just a brutal, brutal loss, you see that Jake way up there on the leaderboard, whereas Eric is going to be finding himself in that same position of just trying to slowly double up or picking his spots and going for it, because 9 big blinds.
Yeah, just
not a lot to work with.
Just a huge flip, just a pretty standard tournament situation that neither one of them loved to be in at that point.
90.
Robert here on the button with 10-5 of diamonds, going to go up to 90. Kevin in the big blind will pass. Kevin in the small blind will pass, so will Jake. And Robert just going to scoop up a pot. Another well-timed play by him. Next person to go in fifth, $61,685.
You really don't have any clue.
Eric trying to make sure that's not him.
Right here. Wings are my favorite food too.
He's lambasting Frank for the torture.
I'm gonna wait.
Eric here with a 6 and a deuce of diamonds. Pass on that one. Robert in the cutoff. Jack 10.
90.
Robert raises to 90,000.
90,000 from Robert. Kevin's out of there. Jake in the small blind. Ace 4 of clubs. So he's going to play a little poker now. Calls the 90,000. Tony in the big blind, 8-7. Already 260,000 in the center. Tony wants to play too. 310,000 in the middle. Here we go. 7 and a couple of 5s. How about that for Tony? Not a bad looking flop.
It doesn't hit anybody else. Robert could take a shot, but that's probably the only way Tony gets any action.
10 rolls off, and that changes things. Robert now with the top pair. 10s and 5s, Jack kicker. See the percentages shift. Checks around, so pot remains at 310. King is our last card, and Robert's hand is good.
Both Tony and Robert checking the turn. Just trying to get one bet out of each other.
Check, check. Over to Robert.
Did Robert go for value now that King's out there? He probably still does. And we'll see if Tony pays off or not.
100,000. Jake, who had nothing, lets it go. Tony, of course, with his 2 pair, has a decision to make. Final 10 seconds for Tony to make his decision, and maybe once again the clock affecting it makes the call. 2 pair for each of them, but Roberts is better. 510,000 is the size of that pot, going the way of Robert.
Yeah, Tony's time extension chip situation is still affecting decisions for sure. He's only got 1 left.
You hear that ding, that means there's 10 seconds left to act, otherwise he's going to burn that very last one that he has with 5 players still at this table.
When you only have 1, it's really nerve-wracking too, because it's not that inconceivable that you would forget that you're on the clock in a big situation, and your hand could just be ruled dead when it runs out. When you're deep in thought about what to do, of course, you're hyper aware of everything going on at these final tables because you're playing for big money. It's really exciting, but deep in one train of thought, it is easy to lose track of the clock.
I don't know that I've ever seen that from the tables that I've called.
I have not.
Where a hand's actually been called dead. I've seen a couple of close calls, but the dealer when there is no extension, does a pretty good job of being like, hey,
10
like, you got to
seconds,
make a
yeah.
decision. It definitely rushes the action, though. Like, it doesn't feel rushed through a lot of this type of play in the tournament, but when it comes down to it, like, you definitely feel it. Here we go. Eric's going all in, 9-5 of clubs. Tony going to make the call here, so 670,000 is in the center, and 8-7 of diamonds.
The opposite happened there. Tony actually
moved, and then
Tony
Eric
moved
called.
in, and
Okay.
yeah, Eric called it off there.
So Eric, 9-5 of clubs.
8 big blinds, called it off.
Gonna make the call, and 2 live cards for each. Here we go to the flop. A couple of 6s and a 3 roll out. So the 9 for Eric is still good.
We're gonna run out.
Here comes the turn. A 7, and Tony takes a commanding lead. Eric gonna need some help here if he wants this storyline of the back-to-back champion to come true, and he needs it right here. The river is a king of diamonds, and Tony eliminates Eric. 5th place, $61,685. Eric making the walk right now, shaking everyone's hand, and what a good tournament for Eric. I mean, he gets eliminated in 5th. I mean, incredible potential story there with him, you know, winning the entire thing 2 years back-to-back, but still played fantastic poker. Just had a couple of hands not go his way, and he's going to make the walk with almost $62,000 off that $5,000 buy-in. A couple of brilliant back-to-back performances for him, and Jake still very much alive here with 53 big blinds, 56 for Tony, and of course at the top of it all, Kevin and Robert, who have been very, very consistent. And now everyone's got some chips to play with, and like you mentioned early on, you know, Tony having chips is kind of dangerous for everyone because he's sticky, he's hard to get off hands, and he'll splash it around too. He'll make some plays.
Yeah, we could see some fireworks going down. Everyone has 50-plus big blinds now.
Yeah.
Great tournament for Eric. That's another cool story.
Tony raises to 85,000.
Tony opens the button here with 9-5 off.
Seems like a bad hand already. You like grimaces.
And Robert makes the call.
Robert does make the call. Two-handed heads up. We'll go to the flop. And there's a 9, a king, and an ace that come out, so both getting a piece of that. Tony gets a pair of 9s out of it. Robert gets a pair of kings and a check from Robert. Tony is going to fire out 75,000, bringing the pot to 285.
Pretty sure Robert's going to make the call here.
Robert calls.
Call from Robert.
I think it's gonna be a fun one.
Turn card, 6 of diamonds.
6 of diamonds comes out, and Robert still very much in control with his king, but that is a 3rd diamond that comes out, so we'll see if that slows the action at all. Check from Robert over to Tony.
Tony could try to get his opponent off a bigger 9 or possibly a king and might take a couple of streets, but more likely I think he checks it down.
And we see it there on the turn. To the river we go.
River card, ace of spades.
Another ace comes out.
That's a great card for Robert. Could get action out of a 9 now.
You hear the announcement there, last hand at this level. Blinds are going up again. Robert with the check, Tony with the check as well, and smallish pot, 360,000 going the way of Robert. So the final 4 will battle it out. We were talking about the basketball tournament that's on the way, but what about these 4? Somebody vying for that top prize of almost $280,000. Who will win? We'll be back in a moment.
Everyone, we have a very exciting promotion going on here at World Poker Tour. Club WPT recently announced a $1 million promo.
Qualify for WPT event on clubwpt.com in 2020. Win that event and claim an extra $1 million. Let's talk to some players and see what they have to say about the $1 million bonus.
You need to join Club WPT always.
It's like it might be the biggest win of anybody this year in a tournament.
Amazing. You qualify and win the tournament, win $1 million. That's great.
That's just an unbelievable offer for, you know, the value for someone who also is not used to playing these types of tournaments, and, you know, give you that motivation to go online, and that's the bonus is more than the first place, double than some of these tournaments like this one. So awesome thing that the WPT is offering for its players on the site.
Well, I love promos where they do added money into a prize pool. What's crazy to me about that promo is if you win a WPT and get that $1 million bonus, like it might be the biggest win of anybody this year in a tournament.
So what do you think about our Club WPT promotion?
I think it's amazing. I mean, a free $1 million if you win the tournament. I wish I joined in time. I got to sign up for that promotion now.
You can still actually.
Oh, really?
2020 of any events that is a WPT.
Cool. So for the next event, I'll definitely sign up for sure.
I really love it. Having a chance to play with the pros and be able to win an additional $1 million is something really amazing. So thanks WPT for that.
I think it's amazing. I think anywhere you come somewhere and win $1 million on top, that's magical. Very few people do that.
So Ping, what do you think about the Club WPT promotion?
Yeah, so I just heard about that. That sounds like a pretty awesome deal. Yeah, an extra $1 million, plus you just get, I mean, you got to play the tournament anyway if you win. So,
yeah. Are you a member yet?
Not yet, but I might have to sign up for that.
Amazing. You qualify and win the tournament, win $1 million. That's great. Go for it, Mom.
Your mom just recently joined, you said?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, she's in.
ClubWPT.com.
Starts to get turned up. And it's been interesting to call a couple of these final tables where the time extension chips have waned, and you see how that really affects the game.
Absolutely.
Like you said, it really affects the strategy. Eric on the button here, Jack 6 says no thanks. Shankar with 8-7 offsuit in the small blind. 670,000 behind. He's going to make the call. And Robert, yes, the old 7 deuce.
Robert checks his options. Both lines in for around 25,000.
Decides not to bluff with the 7 deuce. He's just going to see a flop.
Both players hitting the 7 on that flop. Shankar with the better of it right now, but may run out where the kickers don't matter. Shankar is going to bet just 25,000, so a min bet from him. Robert makes the call. Queen rolls off. So kickers are no longer in question. Most likely going to be a chop pot here if this gets seen through. But
yeah, unless Robert decides to turn his hand into a bluff, which is possible. But your opponent's just going to hit that board so often too. So he's just going to try to show it down as cheaply as possible. Most likely going for the rest of this hand is just going to be check-check.
And there goes the big pot of 125,000, going to be split up between the two of them.
7 deuce like a boss. You getting that pot with 7 deuce?
Robert trying to get the German fans to make some noise.
Not for 7 deuce, man. They have flown across the world with you, but not for that one. Play poker online with Club WPT for a chance to win a share of $100,000 in monthly cash.
Jake's first act is going to go ahead and fold.
And we welcome you back from break. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. It is season number 18 of the WPT's Rolling Thunder Final Table in Sacramento, California. Dave Farah alongside Tyler Patterson, and still six-handed. Eric here in the cutoff won himself a nice big pot right before the break, and coming back, going to find himself with a couple of 8s.
We're up to 15K and 30K now are the blinds. Shankar, the short stack's going to fold.
Over to Kevin here in the big blind, ace-6. Call there, already 175,000 in the center. To a flop we go, and there's a 6 in the window. So Kevin going to pick up a pair of 6s, but Eric's still in control with his 8s. Check from Kevin.
two biggest stacks in the tournament, right? Left, I think.
Yeah, Robert's hanging around in that range, but yeah, these guys, most chips on the table, and deuce rolls off. Kevin quickly checks.
Eight's got to seem like the best hand here. Going to go for a little bit of value with it.
Pop it up for 75,000. Now $250,000 chips in the center.
At the same time, this 6 got to look pretty good for Kevin too. I assume he's going to at least call.
There's the call. River rolls off a 4.
Check.
Check from Kevin. It's a pretty good looking board for pocket 8s.
It is, yeah, but that 4 does actually hit a lot of the things that would have called there on the turn. Would have made some 2 pairs and in a straight with anything that had a 3 in it.
Eric going to put 200,000 new chips into the center.
It's a decent sized value bet, and it's really only targeting a few hands, just a single pair of 4s, 5s, and 6s. So a good read from Eric, knowing that his opponent has exactly that. Tough spot for Kevin. I wouldn't see him getting away very often.
I'll use one of his time extension chips.
There's not very many worse hands that would value bet, though. Once again, we're just in a call a bluff situation.
Does that 200,000 amount seem bluffy to you?
Not really. It's very fitting. The pot was 300,000, 325. He bets 200. It's a merged sizing, so it's going to be both, meaning it's both bluffs and value bets.
And Kevin kind of reluctantly makes the call and gets the bad news.
Doesn't love it, but decides to call. It's not a one-to-one situation. You are getting 525 to 200.
So that ends up being a pretty big pot.
That was a great bluff by Jake. That's not easy to do.
And Jake tried to give Tony a little kiss on the cheek there, and Tony didn't seem too receptive to it. In the hijack, Kevin, ace 8. Going to go up to 60,000. Jake in the cutoff, ace queen. He'll make the call. Tony's out of there with his ace deuce. So we know where 3 of the aces in the deck are at this point. 1's in the muck. So Eric's going to pass. Shankar, queen 3 of hearts in the big blind.
This ace-queen flat, for one thing, is to try to trap Shankar into shoving a worse hand. And also to keep some worse aces in like it is doing here with Kevin. It does play well as a 3-bet also. You can just scoop up the pot a decent amount of the time.
To the flop we go. There's a king, there's jack, there's a 4, there's 2 hearts out there. So interesting flop for Shankar now all of a sudden. He's got 4 to the flush.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation. See if Jake bets or just checks his, he has showdown value with ace-queen high. He decides to bet, and I'm pretty sure Shankar is going to shove here.
Shankar with 405,000 behind. Going to give it a quick count.
Jake could be bluffing with all sorts of things he can fold here. Being in position, last act.
Already nearly 300,000 in the middle, only 400,000 back, and he'll just make the call.
Shankar
so he wants to peel one.
He decides Jake has too many hands he's actually going to call, so just goes for the call instead.
Heads up to the turn.
Shankar looking for another heart, and there it is. Hits his flush. Quickly checks. See if he's able to get some value out of Jake here.
Jake could try to make a 4, or I guess it would just only be a 4 to fold.
Check, check. And the river rolls off a 3.
Checking that.
Shankar realizes he probably doesn't have any bluffs in his range, so shoving he's not going to get called very often, but I don't think Jake's going to bluff very often either, so he's going to go ahead and bet it all in, hope that Jake has 2 pair or maybe just calls the king.
Total pot size of 700,000, so Shankar, man, Tony still looks angry to me. I don't know if that's just my perception because I know that he's probably still steaming, but he just looks displeased still.
Yeah, I mean,
well, this'll help.
Can't blame him for being displeased. It's a tough spot to be in.
655,000 behind. A couple of kings for him. So the paired paint, and Tony is going to jump it out to 65,000. Eric with ace jack suited. This could be interesting.
And that's a big hand. He's could 3-bet. If he does, he's going to have to go with it with Tony's stack. So I think that's why he decides to just call.
Oh, man. So this could be fireworks all the way around because Shankar can come over the top now pretty easily, I would imagine.
I'm pretty sure Shankar is going to put it in.
A couple of 7s. It's going to be bad news for him if he does, potentially. Let's see what he decides. He's on the button here. All in. There it is, the move. And oh my God. Ace queen. So that's actually quite bad news for Eric because now one of the aces, and for Robert obviously, depending on what he decides to do. But Robert's just going to step out of the way, understandably so. We haven't even seen Kevin's hand yet.
That's an awkward spot for Robert, and so he finally got that tough decision, that stress that I was talking about.
Yeah.
And he just lets it go in 2 seconds like it was no big deal.
No big deal.
What a great fold from Robert.
And there goes Tony over the top. And Eric, you saw him just go, what is going on here?
Yeah.
Got ace jack of hearts. Like, how does everyone have a made hand?
Well, the thing is, with both of them in for about 600, you can see Eric's percentage there is 29%. If they showed him their hands, he would probably be right, just about right to call, even though he's that far behind. He's getting a decent, getting such a good price. I think he's probably going to have to call here.
655. Yes.
Hi everyone, Andrea Johnson here with the WPT Royal Flush crew. The players have spoken, and WPT Rolling Thunder at Thunder Valley Casino and Resort is one of the players' favorite stops of the tour. From player gatherings, golf outings, and WPT champion dinners, you don't want to miss it. For more information, check out WPT.com.
Non-stop poker action at home or on the go. Sign up today at ClubWPT.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
50,000 annual.
Okay, gotcha.
How much are you guys playing? I have like 2.8.
And we welcome you back live. Thanks so much for being with us. The couple waits. It's season 18 WPT Rolling Thunder final table in beautiful Sacramento, California. Started with 250 players. We are down to the last 4. And as you see there, it is really very tight and a lot of money up top. So the next person to walk out of here, $85,000. The person that wins this, $279,000. So almost a $200,000 swing when there's only 4 chairs remaining at this table.
And only 60 big blinds to 42 big blinds separates them, so they're really close.
So the blinds are going up. It's 25, 50, and an ante of 50. So each pot is going to start with $125,000 in the center before anyone even looks at their cards. Tony here, the first to go in the cutoff. He's got a king and a 9. He's going to go up to 105,000. Robert with slightly better hand, a king and a 10, is going to make that call up to 105. Kevin in the small blind is going to get out of the way with his 9-6. Over to Jake. He's got queen 6.
Which box?
On your left.
On my left?
Yes, sir.
He's going to fold 335,000 in the center, and heads up to a flop we go. Couple of 3s and a 5 roll out. So Robert with the best of it still.
We have Tony and Robert heads up on the flop. Both players check.
Check, check to the turn.
Turn card, Jack of Diamonds.
Jack of Diamonds comes out, so 3 diamonds floating around out there gives Tony some more possibilities to complete the flush.
Both players check.
Check, check, and the river is an 8 of spades, so Robert's hand holds.
So far, they're both happy to just check this down and hope to show down their king high.
King checks. Robert checks.
I got a small king.
Robert shows king of hearts, 10 of spades for king high.
And so Robert's going to pick up another pot, 335,000.
I think we're all happy. We're all happy to see you here. the last dealer was good though.
See a new denomination there on the table with the pink chips making an entrance, and Kevin there adjusting his rather robust stack of time extension chips, should he need to use those. Of course, the story throughout much of this final table has been that Tony blasted through basically his entire stack. Each player starts with 8, got down to just 1. But the action clock by Protection Poker gives each player 8 of those chips to start at this final table. And the time extension chip, once you're out, that's a wrap. You've got 30 seconds for each hand, and then it is declared dead. Haven't seen that happen a lot, so they're diligent about reminding the players if they're out that the time is winding down, but it does call for the action to be forced along. Jake here with a decision of his own, thinking about this with his pocket 8s in the small blind. Kevin behind him in the on the button raised it up to 100,000.
Last time Jake had 8s, he doubled through Eric's ace king. It was a pretty big pot, pretty big swing in the tournament right before the break.
3-bet there from Jake up to 405,000, and Kevin is going to step off that.
So the orange chips are 5,000, the green are 25, and the new pink chips are 100,000, and the yellow and blue oblong shaped are the time extension chips.
So when they start moving those pink chips around, you know it's getting serious.
So we lost Eric. That was one storyline that's gone. He was trying to go back-to-back. We have Jake at his 7th WPT final table trying to get his first win. Tony Tran is a WPT champion trying to get his 2nd win.
Kevin folds.
105.
Jake raises to 105,000.
Jake going up to 105 with his ace jack of spades. Nice hand for him on the button. Robert in the big blind going to come along. Makes a call of 105, up to 105 with his 8-6 off and a 6 in the window, but a queen and a 10 also dropping out there. So a little bit of something for everybody. Jake with plenty of possibilities, and Robert with the best of it with that pair of 6s. Jake's going to lead out here with 100,000 after Robert's check. Robert makes the call, pair of 6s. There's the turn, it's a 9.
It's an interesting card for both.
Sure is. See Robert's pair still holding strong right now, but Jake with plenty of possibilities.
Jake could bluff at this, but I doubt he will. Oh, we're not going to even see that because Robert's going to fire into it.
180,000 from Robert. Pretty strong move with a pair of 6s there, huh?
Yeah, he does have the gut shot to go with it.
Jake's going to make the call, so
just going to call.
845,000 in the center, and there is the 7. Robert is going to complete his straight.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards that would have been more interesting to see how Jake reacted to the river. I think this one is just going to get a quick fold from Jake, but
big bet coming in here, 475,000.
475,000.
About a quarter of the stack for Jake, who is going to let it go. 1.3 million go in the direction of Robert.
yeah, I would have loved to see how that pot turned out if a deuce came on the river. Robert still would have had the best hand, but Jake would have had a stronger range, but might have just checked back ace high trying to win it that way, or he might have turned it into a bluff. I'm not sure.
3.5 million in chips, 70 big blinds for Robert now. 35% of the chips in play with 4 players.
It was a nice run out for that hand.
Closing tournaments, we got 25, 50 blinds. We do have 100K chips in play, those pink chips.
See tournament director John Q in the background, or at least his belly button.
Number 26.
I don't even know why you had to call that out. I mean, everyone can tell that's his belly button. It's a very distinct belly button.
Jake raises to 100,000.
Jake going up to 100,000 here with Queen Jack. Tony on the button, Jack 7 says pass, and look at this, Robert with nice starting hand, ace and a king for our chip leader.
I think we're probably going to see around 375 here from Robert. Up to
380.
There you go.
Pretty close, my friend.
Robert raises to 380,000.
380, the 3-bet from Robert, and Kevin quickly out of there. Let's see what Jake decides to do. He is going to pass. Man, Robert's getting some cards, too. When he does, he's dangerous.
Yeah, the tough stack size for Jake. Can't really do anything about it with Queen Jack off. Or really, any of the middle things that he'd be opening with there.
Coming to you live from Thunder Valley Casino Resort, just outside of Sacramento. It's WPT Rolling Thunder. Thanks so much for being with us. Tyler Patterson, Dave Farah on the call with you this afternoon, and we've got just 4 players remaining, all vying for that top prize of over $250,000, $279,000 off a $5,000 buy-in. Be a pretty good day. Over to Robert on the button, a 9 and an 8. Reaching for chips again. Here we go.
Feel a little momentum building for Robert now.
Yeah, he's really starting to open it up a little bit. He's played fairly conservative throughout the course of this, but he's starting to open up a bit of a lead, and he's jumping up a lot of these pots. 110,000. Jake in the big blind here, going to make the call to 110,000 with his ace-8 offsuit.
You guys all play pretty quickly.
Couple of jacks and a 5.
Jake checks.
And Robert again reaching for chips. 295 in the center. There's just a small bet of 70,000.
Jake's not going to be folding ace high on this flop, at least not yet.
Jake calls.
King rolls off on the turn.
That card is about equally likely to hit each player. Probably maybe a little bit heavier towards Robert's hand. So Robert might use that to bluff, especially his stack does threaten Jake's a lot. He decides to check with a checking with 9 high in this spot is basically just giving up. I don't expect him to bet again.
Queen comes off. A lot of paint on that board. Jake first to act.
Jake is considering bluffing, but not really. Now Robert has a chance to try to get Jake off of ace high or a 5. That's basically it. I don't think he's going to get a king to fold, and he's probably not going to get a queen to fold.
180,000.
He goes with a medium-sized bet, which looks very credible towards a king or a queen, but Jake is trying to sniff it out right now. He knows Robert would check back a decent amount of king highs on the flop. And he's not bluffing with ace high very often.
He lets it go. Man, talk about that momentum building for Robert. And 615,000, not a monster pot by any stretch of the imagination, but just good play and showing that he's very willing to take risks when he thinks he's able to move his opponent off of a better hand.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
It's all good.
just those cards rolling off were a little bit more in Robert's range than Jake's.
And for the first time at this final table, we have somebody knocking on the door of having 4 million chips.
A big part of that is also just Jake's stack size. It's even if Jake didn't really want to believe Robert there, he wanted to make a stand, but it's just such a big part of his stack.
110, and yeah, you heard a comment. I don't know who said it, but Robert's trying to win every hand. And woke up with a pocket pair here, and he just used his standard raise up to 110. Yeah, I think it was Tony. Seems most likely.
Yeah, Tony said he was hoping Kevin was going to do something about it.
So a 4 and a 3 and a call from Tony. Out of position.
Suited connectors, not too bad. It's a little small, but you're getting a really good price, so it's going to continue.
The twos hold up here for Robert. Tony, the first act with his 4-3, going to make the check. Over to Robert. Reaching for chips again, 100,000. Tony quickly folds, and Robert keeps his streak going of winning, I believe, every hand since we came back from the break.
Yeah, that's the truth. They were talking about chicken wings and pizza on the break. I wonder if Robert ate something that made him a little fired up.
I guess so. He got some of Frank's famous wings. Okay, all right, well, that's pretty decent. So in the cutoff, Kevin has a couple of Cowboys.
100,000.
Just 100, sure. Sure, let's see what happens. Tony in the small blind, Queen 10. Seems like a pretty inviting price for a Queen 10.
Yeah, really all three options are open with Queen 10 in the small blind. You can 3-bet with it. If you're 3-betting every time you have Queen 10 off in the small blind, you're 3-betting too much.
Or the fold option.
Yeah, calling is a good price, but playing that out of position with only 35 big blinds is pretty tough, so folding is fine.
And here we go. Robert, 8-6, making the call. Oh boy, 4, 5, 6. No, excuse me, 5, 6, 7, 8. So open ender for Robert now. Wouldn't this be something if he makes the call on a couple of kings and then gets there?
Well, it looks like this tournament's going to be over soon. Robert's just going to win every pot.
Yeah. 75,000 from Kevin, who's, again, trying to play coy, but it's going to work here.
Well, Robert's going to at least call, but he actually could raise here, and if he does check raise here, he will represent spades if they come in.
280,000, so another 205 back over to Kevin with his kings.
It's an interesting spot for Kevin. They're pretty deep. I don't know if he's going to want to just try to shut him out and end the pot. I think they're probably a little too deep for that, especially with some other short stacks. He doesn't want to punt off that much, and we say ICM, you know, just the value of the cash value of his place in the tournament, not just the chips that he has. So I think he's just going to call. Any spade is probably going to do it for Robert. I think he's going to make a big bet and win the pot.
Another jack.
That's an interesting card. I don't know if Robert's going to continue bluffing with that card. I think he would have probably just the cards that make him a straight, the cards that give him a pair.
300,000.
No, he does keep firing. A jack is certainly possible in Robert's hand, so Kevin doesn't love it. I'm pretty sure he's not going to fold, but I don't. He might trying to decide if he's going to shove to try to deny the equity that Robert has in his hand, which would usually be spades. Sometimes it's open-enders, and there's a double gutter in 8-9 also. So he could just shove all in to try to make it so that Robert can't see those cards. But he's just going to run into a jack sometimes when he does that, so I think he might decide to just call. But then he's going to have a real tough decision on a lot of rivers.
So there is the call up to 1.4. Kevin's king's good right now, but to the river we go, and the open ender does not get there. It's an 8, which hits Robert's hand, but it's not the card that he needed.
It's really interesting because he could continue bluffing. That card actually is a scary enough card. It could win him the pot sometimes, but it's not going to get a jack to fold. He's probably not going to get an overpair to fold. So since there's not that many cards, not that many hands that are better than 8s that would fold, I think Robert's just going to check and just hope that his 8s are good, like he beat ace high somehow.
So Robert with the check over to Kevin. This is a big pot, 1.4 million in the middle. And yeah, Kevin act like he's going to think about it, but shows the kings, and look at that. Now 3.4 million for both of them. Almost 800,000 chips for Kevin, 755,000 to be exact, that are new going his direction. It really remains a back and forth battle between these guys.
That was a big pot for Kevin.
Now the chip leader
and
again.
Good decisions.
Yep. Was that almost a smile?
Kevin's giving some smiles. Not a lot of words, but he's giving some smiles. Not rooting for any particular player, but I kind of wanted to see a spade just to see if Robert was going to pile and if Kevin would have called with it or not.
Kevin's 30 years old. I would have pegged him as like 25 based on his looks.
Yeah, these guys are all pretty similar in age. Eric's a little older than the rest, I think, but not much. I think they're all very close. Robert limps with the 9-4, and Kevin checks back the Jack-10 off.
Robert bets 50,000.
50,000 bet there from Robert. Kevin obviously very much in control here with his pair of 10s.
This bet is just because they're blind versus blind, and most of the time both players are going to miss. And the 9 has some value with the 8 and the 10 out there. Kevin going to raise his top pair for value and just to be fine with getting the hand over with.
Kevin raises to 165,000, and Robert folds.
Yep, so Kevin now with a little momentum shifting his way. Things started off pretty hot there for Robert coming back from the break, but Kevin starting to take some of that shine for himself.
Just toss it over in your front, if that's okay. Thanks. I know.
Who's up first is going to go ahead and fold.
Raise 110.
Robert raises to 110,000.
110 is the raise from Robert, so Robert continuing with the strategy of just building some of these pots, putting the pressure on. Still has 3.4 million behind. Gonna scoop a small one there. Get the blinds.
It seems like that's kind of bugging Tony a little bit. Tony doesn't like that Robert's running him over.
Well, that's his game.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Right.
What you got now? 1.5?
For one hand, this hand right here.
Frank is I believe that's Frank. Instructing him to turn his hat around. The old 76ers cap.
The rally cap.
Let's see what happens. Kevin, an ace and an 8 of spades on the button, so he's got position.
Raise 100,000.
It hardly seems fair. I mean, the rest of the guys don't have caddies on the rail telling them about how to wear their hats.
It's a distinct advantage. Just wish I had somewhere in general in life just to tell me what to do with my wear.
I know.
Ever been good at selecting hats? I don't feel like any of them really that good on me. I just can't really do the flat bill thing. I just.
You look like a fedora guy. I feel like you're in Vegas.
I will punch you. Right next to you. I'll hit you. Who says that to you? Take it back. Call my mom. Mom, did you know that you made a guy that looks like a fedora guy? Ugh. Jesus.
I thought
You're a Vegas guy too now, buddy.
Yeah.
10 rolls off, so that's quite good news for Tony there. Looks like the rally cap is working. He's going to play coy. He'll check it over to Kevin. Still looking to get something going here with his ace-8, but not much going. Going to need one of those aces to drop off here in order to save this hand for him. Small pot, just 275,000 in the center end. There's the ace. Rally cap didn't work.
No, this is actually going to be an interesting spot for Tony too, because it's just a pretty good bluff run out for the guy in position. So I think Kevin might bet this without the ace. Tony might end up deciding to hero call here.
Kevin bets 180,000.
180,000 is the bet from Kevin with the ace, and
Good
Tony
fold.
gets away.
Good fold from Tony.
Again, not a huge pot, you know. I mean, 455,000 out there, and I mean, he had a piece of it, but immediately turns the hat back around. My man.
Lots of advice from Frank out there. In the Final Four, it's March Madness going on here.
Who do you think's going to win the tournament this year? You have any predictions?
I haven't followed closely enough. I'm a Northwest guy, so I kind of always root for Gonzaga.
Okay. See that. Zag's looking pretty good.
It's interesting that
Kansas
San Diego State won so many games, but they probably won't be that competitive when it comes down to it.
It's always the question of quality of competition, right? I mean, you wouldn't see somebody like a Baylor or a Kansas, in my opinion, losing to UNLV.
Right.
You know, and
yeah.
San Diego State's obviously a very good team, and everyone has, you know, bumps in the road and everything else. But I do like how wide open it is this year. It's not just, you know, the Dukes and Kentuckys of the world that are going to dominate everyone. There's really kind of anyone can go in there and win this thing. It's still very wide open. To the flop we go. It's a 9, a 6, and a 7, all hearts. No hearts in either of the players' hands. There is an 8 that's sitting there for Robert, and Jake did hit a 7. Very close right now, and a queen rolls off, so Robert now getting the better of the pairing as well as having the open ender.
Check. Robert checks.
Jake considering betting here because the 7 could still be the best hand, and he could get some value from hands that would draw.
Oh man, it's a scary looking card, isn't it? So
Sure is.
Robert gets there with the straight. Not that he really needed it at that point, but he gets there. But man, that's ugly.
I think
Also
it's
it's straight.
yeah, like you said, it's just too much of a lockdown board. There's too much going on. They just wanted to show it down. So the first year they did this tournament, it happened to be over that first weekend that was the first weekend of March Madness.
Oh,
and
yeah?
it was also St. Patrick's Day. So it was just a complete nuts. Like, I mean, it was a mess.
Quite the show, I bet.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a lot to compete with.
Yeah, it was. We had good times here. I mean, there's a couple of cool places to drink and hang out here at Thunder Valley too. So it was pretty fun.
Was St. Patty's Day a big thing in your hometown?
Sacramento does a thing. They don't do a ton. Seattle, there's some Irish pubs and stuff, but it's not like a big parade town or anything.
Like Chicago does a big thing.
Right.
Savannah, Georgia. When I lived in South Carolina, Columbia, it was like a big to do. And then I moved to Vegas, and they're like, yeah, no, we kind of do this every day.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've always personally liked it just because I don't know, like beer and Guinness and Irish things in general.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I always like
Frolicking
St. Patrick's.
streets, yeah.
Exactly, yes.
Crappy bands that have one hit.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'll do it. Is that 7 Mary 3? Awesome.
We went to a bar here in this area called the Boxing Donkey, which is perfect.
Based on name alone.
Perfect for the
Sign me up.
for St. Patrick's Day, and we watched exactly what you said, like a crappy '90s cover band, and it was really fun.
Like, how is there even Eve 6 cover band?
Exactly, it was exactly Eve 6. Whoa, speaking of a 6,
Yeah,
Kevin
how
has
about that?
6-7 here for the nuts.
Yeah, so Kevin gets the straight. Tony's going to lead out with 250,000. All of a sudden, we got ourselves a little pot that's cooking. So 7 1/4 in the center. Kevin with the nuts.
And now Kevin's deciding if it's more likely Tony's bluffing, he wants to just call and keep Tony firing away, or if he'd like to raise now and get as much value as possible on 2 streets. Tony's stack size doesn't really warrant the 2 streets idea, I don't think. So I imagine it's probably a call and hope he bluffs again in the river. But we've talked about Tony being a little bit sticky too, so raising and putting Tony in a tough spot to decide if he's going with the king or not might be the better play also.
There he goes, up over the top. 675 from Kevin. And again, Tony, not a lot of extra time to take, just tosses it. 1.4 million. Kevin, 4.2 million chips is the mountain that he is starting to sit on.
It's a nice pot for him there. Yeah, I think Vegas gets a little more excited about March Madness than they do about St. Patrick's Day.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, you can't bet on St. Patrick's Day.
Hey, you can have a Steinhold. No, that's Oktoberfest, the Steinholding contest. Tried.
The Hofbrauhaus thing?
Yeah. You could bet on what guy's going to hold the beer the longest.
Yeah, but you know what's better than that? Betting on a month's worth of basketball tournaments.
Yeah.
One game after another. March Madness in Vegas is so fun. Kevin in the small blind here. Another nice starting hand for him. So ace-9, 4-handed. Kevin on a stack of 4.1 million. Let's see how he plays this one. Robert did raise it up to 110 on the button.
If you're going to do March Madness in Vegas, why don't you come out a little bit early and do the World Poker Tour Venetian. I'm not sure exactly what it's called, but it's at Venetian, and it starts on the 15th, I think.
Well, yeah, and I mean, it's Selection
13th,
Sunday.
starts on the 13th.
Starts on the 13th, runs through the 17th, but Selection Sunday is this Sunday, the 15th, so it's right there in that window.
Yeah,
so
just
perfect.
stick around for one extra weekend.
You're there for just a couple of days. I mean, it's like you said, March 13th is Friday, Selection Sunday. It's right over that window, so it's fantastic. Great time to come to Vegas. So this is a big moment here. Jake all in with his ace-8 of clubs, and Kevin with the better hand gets pushed off, just not willing to risk it at that point. Jammin' Jake once again picks up 220,000 new chips, but yeah, big move from him there in order to
That was a really interesting pot. I'm sorry we were talking about March Madness over that, but so Kevin limped a small blind and basically has a trap with ace-9.
Huh?
If Jake would have raised a little bit, I think he would have shoved the ace-9, and also it plays well. But Jake just shoves the whole 20 big blinds, 25 big blinds, and
did not expect that to happen at all.
And so Kevin decides not to call it off. I'm kind of surprised he didn't even really grind to think about calling it off with the ace-9 there.
Speaking of similar hands, ace-9 for Robert this time, raising his standard, so going up to 110. Back over to Kevin on the button this time for Kevin. He's got ace-10.
Raise 275.
275 is the raise from Kevin. Jake in the small blind with his 5-4 offsuit.
Kevin does 3-bet here. I don't think Jake is taking this seriously, but it's possible he's thinking about a bluff 4-bet, but I don't think that's really going on.
He does burn time extension, Chip.
So in the background, you hear the level going up in a minute. I think that's what's going on here. Jake is hoping that the level goes up on his button, and so he's taking a little extra time to fold it so he doesn't have to play the button at a smaller level. Because he's not really thinking about playing the 4-5, so I think that's what's going on.
Nice bit of strategy if that's the case. And Robert gets out of there, and Kevin's going to pick up another pot.
I just want to know if it would have worked. That's all.
So maybe he was thinking about it.
Maybe. I still don't think so. I mean, I don't care what physical read you get. You're not just putting your tournament life on line with 4-5 at this spot.
I feel like it would have worked.
I think he's just keeping up the charade. I think he would have. I think he's really just messing with the position at the different level. Oh, but maybe there's another tournament going on. Maybe that wasn't their clock because the level didn't go up.
Yeah, maybe.
So I'm just making up whatever.
It's a some high level move, and no, he's really just like thinking about jamming on 5-4. I love it. This is a fun final table, man. These different personalities, like you really feel the texture amongst these four guys. And Kevin there with his king deuce, going to take that one down. Scoop up some blinds in the process.
Hey, can I get a double up, bro?
You realize I'm like your third, yeah. Let them take it off.
I love that he targets you and goes straight.
I mean, it is best for him to double through me.
Raise it 105.
Jake's first up, he raises to 105,000.
Jake going up to 105 with his 9-8 of clubs in the cutoff. Tony's going to get out of the way. Robert in the small blind, not much going on there with that starting hand. And over to Kevin in the big blind, also not much cooking with his 5 deuce.
Getting a really good price, but 5 deuce, might let it go. Yep.
Don't give him a chance to change his mind. Was it 5 deuce off? Panda?
5 deuce off?
It's known as.
You can't even call?
You made it.
Not all of us have the balls you do with 6 high, pal.
It wasn't even a min raise. It was a small pot. So expensive.
To a min raise, though. He's in that.
Tony's ripping him for not defending with the 5 deuce.
I wonder if I really get that much and you have 2-5, are you folding?
Faster. He's folding faster.
Tony with 910,000 and ace 7 off. He could just open here. He's going to just rip it instead, so he doesn't have to make a decision facing anything, and a little more fold equity that way.
Tony with the move here, all in for 910,000, ace 7. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to get any takers on this one.
No, he's certainly not.
Easy.
Getting to a very interesting point in this tournament, right, where Tony is willing to jam them all in when he sees a hand that he likes, including an ace rag, and same thing for Jake. We saw that a couple of hands ago. So
I had 3.5 out.
four-handed. Appreciate you being with us. If you're just tuning in, thanks for joining the broadcast. My name is Dave Farrell alongside Tyler Patterson, and we're hanging out here, Thunder Valley. It is season number 18's WPT Rolling Thunder final table. 250 people entered this tournament at $5,000 each for the buy-in, and we are down to our final 4 participants. Next person to walk out of here is going to be walking with $85,800, followed by all 3 of the finalists that go out will get 6 figures, but it is a steep scale here. 122, 177, and $279,000 up top. Been a hard-fought battle between these guys so far. Real chess match, some great poker that we've seen, very few mistakes, a lot of really excellent reads and laydowns. So if you're just joining us, it's a good group of guys. They battle it out here for that top position.
Yeah, it's some high-level poker going on, and we should probably shout out Shankar Pillai got what do you get, 45,000 for 6th place.
45,390. Yep.
And that's his 3rd WPT final table. And Eric was trying to go back-to-back. He got $61,685 for 5th.
Yeah, Eric Yilmaz was the winner of the this event last year, and so it would have been a historic thing if he was able to pull off the back-to-back victories. The first time we ever would have seen that, but had a pretty rough hand cripple his stack, and that was all he wrote. But still, a nice payday for him off a $5,000 buy-in, $61,685.
Eric was the last of the local Sacramento angle. He did live here for quite a while. Now he's out in Philadelphia there with Tony Tran, I think.
Cool.
Recently got married.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
his bride is out here,
making the move all the way across the country.
Yeah.
To a flop we go. There's a deuce, a 5, and a jack that falls out there, and pretty much an air ball for everyone. So the queen high is still good for Robert, but not a lot cooking on that board. Pot's now at 265 with that bet from Jake of 65,000, and Tony is going to go ahead and make the call. Now up to 330, only 820 back for Tony.
Wow, Tony just floating with the 10-4 of clubs here. Planning on
a move?
He is planning on making a move. That diamond's probably going to keep Jake firing, though.
Yeah, so 4 to the flush now for Jake, and if Tony does make a move, I imagine it's probably going to be pretty difficult to get Jake off that with the ugly board like this, but we'll see if Tony's willing to come all the way over the top or not. So Jake, 1.3 million back, Tony with 820,000 back, and Jake gonna lead the action here after Tony checks to him 165,000, so about a $500,000 in the center right now.
I think he just said I might make a big fold.
We'll qualify as a big fold.
You're bluffing.
Semi.
I do like Tony's commentary, though. I mean, I feel like he does a good job of making little comments and extracting information that otherwise he wouldn't. So he just kind of needles at his opponents a little bit and will get pieces of information because of that. So
yep.
Tony's a lot of fun to watch on this final table. I mean, you certainly get the sense that if he gets a big stack of chips in front of him, he is going to be a lot of quite the challenge for challengers to deal with and contend with if that's the case. But does have an uphill battle here, so only 820,000 back. Queen 3 there on the button's going to get out of there. Robert on the small blind with his Jack 3 sitting on a nice stack of 3.2 million. So he's going to make the call. And Kevin, ace 4, big blind.
Kevin's considering raising, might just check it back. That last pot was interesting with, he is going to raise it up.
175. So another bucket and a quarter over to Robert.
So Tony was floating out of position there with a 10-4 of clubs. If Jake hadn't turned the diamond, that might have worked out. Tony might have been able to bluff the river and win the pot instead. But with Jake turning the diamond, Jake got to keep the pressure on and win it right there.
Why is it me, man? Why is it me?
You keep bluffing me.
We're friends. We're gonna room together starting tonight. Sky's the limit.
Did they just say they're rooming together?
No, they start winning together starting tonight.
Oh, that's nice. Okay.
Or maybe he did just ask him, will you be my roommate?
What is this vendetta you have against me?
You bluffed him. You showed him the king 9. It was a big bluff.
Tony here in the cutoff. Couple of 9s. Let's see if he moves.
820,000.
Doesn't even say all in, just, oh boy, we could get some action here. So Robert on the button looking down at a couple of 6s. So I guess you're asking yourself, what is that range that Tony is going to jam?
And how much is it here? It's 820. Wow, that's pretty interesting. With that ace-queen fold earlier, I could see Robert folding this. It's would usually be a call, I think.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything invested in the pot at all, not even blinds. Just going to get out of there on the button. Kevin in the small blind, and over to Jake here, queen 7.
It's a great fold from Robert, even if it is a little bit ahead of Tony's jamming range, which I think it is a little bit. You still have 2 people with bigger stacks behind you. You could really run into something bad. And it can't be that far ahead of Tony's range either. It's going to be flipping most of the time and losing a little bit of the time.
Seven Days to Vegas, starring Vince Van Patten in the World Poker Tour family. 7 Days to Vegas screened at the 22nd Annual California Independent Film Festival, where it won their award for Best Comedy. The film premiered to rave reviews from film critic Richard Roper and others, now available for purchase on iTunes and Amazon. Another interesting hand here, Robert looking down at his own set of 9s this time, his own pair of 9s, raising it up to 110. Kevin on the button, Jack 10 of spades. Jake out, Tony out on the big blind, we think, maybe. Nope, he's going to come along. A 4 and a deuce. 405,000 in the center right now. 3 players to the flop, and it's an 8, a 7, and a 3.
Check.
9's still good right now for Robert. Tony quickly checks.
Tony was getting a great price in the big blind with this hand, but it's pretty hard to beat 2 other hands with a 4 and a deuce.
Robert going to 180,000. Now the total pot size at 585.
I don't think Kevin's going to go anywhere with the overcards and a gut shot here. Can be a raise, can be a call.
Got some really bad news for his gut shot, though. Robert's got 2 of them.
That is true.
So a call there from Kevin. You're right. He's not going anywhere, but Robert right now with an overpair. Got his 9s on this board. Let's see. The turn comes to 6. Now all of a sudden that gets more interesting, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's another card Robert can beat. Get some value out of. Gives him an open ender.
So let's see what Robert, who's got 2.9 million in his stack, decides to fire here, and he's going to check. Wow. So maybe he wants to put it on Kevin.
Yeah, I don't know if Kevin's going to fire a shot here or not. I would expect Kevin to bet this situation and reevaluate the river because
5 1/4. So Kevin making a sizable bet. This pot is now 1.29 million in chips.
If Robert just calls here, he's going to have a really interesting decision on the river. He knows that. He really could jam, but putting himself at risk when he has so many more chips than Tony and Jake is not great either, so he's just going to call.
Here's the river. It is a 10, so that breathes a little bit of life into Kevin's hand, at least in his opinion, but Robert completes his straight with that, and he is going to check it over to Kevin, who led out with 525 on that last one. 1.8 million already in the center. This is a huge pot.
There could be a lot of situations where Kevin would go for value with this 10 here, but this stage of the tournament and this pot is so big, he's just going to check it back. There's just no way he tries to bet for value
And the
here.
third club falling out there.
Exactly.
Sure.
I mean, he could try to bluff his opponent off of queens or something too, but I don't see him doing it.
Gonna take a little time to think about it.
I think there's just too much at stake, and you beat a lot of hands at showdown anyway. I'm pretty sure he's just going to check. Wow, my goodness.
Kevin
not,
with the stone cold move.
The thing is, it's not. I don't think it's a bluff. I think he's betting for value here, and he's just going to get called and lose. I don't think that Robert's folding this hand. I don't think Robert's raising this hand.
1.1 million in the middle. A bet of 1.3. This will easily be the biggest pot.
I could be way off here. I'd actually like to just talk to these guys and see what's going on in their heads on this pot. It's possible that Kevin does see this as a bluff. I don't think so, though. I think this is a value bet, and it's just a thin one.
Now Robert with his task of trying to figure out, did he hit that flush? Because Robert gets her with the straight.
It's such a brutal spot, Robert.
Straight? Could he have the 9 and the jack? I mean, it's pretty unlikely with 2 9s in his hand, but it was a big decision. Seen Robert make some big laydowns, but almost all of them have been the correct laydowns.
Yeah. Sometimes you get jaded by seeing the cards too. It does, to me, it looks like an easy call right now, but and I mean I would hate it, but I just don't think you have any other recourse. You're not going to raise, you're not going to fold. But when you're sitting in that spot, maybe fold does look more appealing when it's almost all your stack.
Well, and yeah, you have 2.4 million still. I mean, you're talking about these payouts, you know, that are big jumps, and you get this wrong, you're now one of the shortest stacks at the table.
Yeah.
You're up to 3. That's 4 now.
Longest tank that we've seen from Robert. Could be a $200,000 decision.
Wow. Oh my
God.
goodness. I want that's just wild. I don't know what's going on. I really want to talk to them about this.
Come on, it'd be insane to have a buck.
Wow. What a fold.
I can't wait to
So,
we're gonna need to take
you
a
hear,
group for
you hear the commentary from
29
Kevin there. I
minutes
cannot
Yeah.
wait
and run over to the screen.
to see what that was. Or excuse me, from Jake rather. But man, what an unbelievable hand there, and just an enormous one for Kevin.
Yeah, I get the feeling I might have been just way off there, and that was just a total bluff. No one would have considered value betting there. I don't know. But
5.3 million now for Kevin. Ace 4 spades in the cutoff.
100,000.
What a wild hand.
7, 8.
that was some
Jake's
really
out
big
there.
laydown.
Tony is going all in here with his 10-8 clubs. And yeah, he'll just get some quick folds around the table. Pick up a couple $100,000 in blinds.
One of the things that for Robert's hand there, having 2 9s makes it less likely that Kevin had a 9. So if it's not a bluff, the value bets, there's less value bets. It's only flushes, it's not straights, you know, because you have 2 9s. There's less straights out there.
Were they rubbed together the chicken wings there?
Yeah.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, Tony's back to rubbing chicken wings together.
All right. He's still in it.
Raise 105.
Jake raised 105,000. Tony's going to hold. Robert folds. Heads up to the flop.
To a flop we go. A lot of spades. Let's see what we get. There's a jack, there's a king, there's a deuce. No spades in that, but there is a jack, which is good for Jake. See the percentages there. 95%.
Check.
Jake checks.
To the turn, there's a 3. Okay, so now we got an open ender for Kevin all of a sudden.
Imagine Kevin's going to take a stab now.
Kevin bets 175,000.
175,000 is the bet from Kevin.
Jake was trapping. Now he might not like all the action he's getting if he gets more on the river.
And a 2 drops out there. Doesn't help Kevin's hand. Jake has the best of it with his jacks. 635,000 in the center.
Card is such a brick that it might deter Kevin from bluffing again, but it also, he might decide to try to bluff ace high or a 3 off the pot. Hopefully he assumes he's going to get a jack to fold.
Yeah, he's reaching.
And the size of the bet suggests he's only trying to get a 3 or ace high to fold, and I think Jake is likely to call pretty quickly.
350, and there's the call, and Kevin has to flip over his cards. Jake's gonna scoop up that pot for 1.3, and all of a sudden, Jake at 2.3 million.
I kind of expected this. In the comments, we're getting some opinions related to that fold with the 9s.
What are they saying? What's the take?
We got folding those 9s was god awful. We have still would have been third position with 1.1 million left, even if he folds. Easy. Someone else is defending him, saying it's easy to say when you can see the cards. At least we finally got some interaction here. That hand made people a little more excited.
Well, look, I mean, that was a crazy hand. I feel like I'm sweating from just calling that one. You know, I mean, that was
yeah.
You could feel the tension there for Robert having to try to figure that one out. He ended up choosing the wrong fork in the road, but we know that because we can see the cards. Robert here with the raise up to 110, and maybe some bad news for him here. Kevin in the small blind, ace queen, great starting hand for him in this four-handed play. But yeah, I mean it's pretty easy to sit on Facebook and talk about how awful somebody's fold was, but when the third flush card comes out there and everything else, these are high stakes decisions. Like I said, the next person to walk's getting 85,000 and 279,000 is up top. How about this? Jake also waking up here with an ace deuce for him, and on the flop it's a king, an 8, and a 5. Ace queen for Kevin, still good. So check back to Robert.
I'm really looking forward to picking Kevin's brain through that hand.
Queen drops. Kevin going to win this one, assuming that he sees it through.
Check.
He's just going to trap. Will anyone make a move, or they're all just going for showdown value? Check from Jake.
Seems like a showdown value situation. All the hands that they have make it so that their opponents are more likely to have something.
And a deuce comes out. So Jake gets a deuce on the river, but not going to do him any good with that queen that came on the turn. Kevin, again, first to act here.
He can get some value now out of other queens, possibly 8s. Maybe even a 5. Make a call here since they checked it down.
275.
Good fold from Jake. A couple of good folds there.
And blinds are going up, so the pressure on the smaller stacks gets more and more real. Season 18's WPT Rolling Thunder final table. We started with 6. We are down to 4. Blinds are now up 30-60 with an ante of 60. Average stack size 2.5 million, 42 big blinds, but as we know, it is lopsided. So Kevin all the way up there with 80 big blinds, 4.8 million, followed by Robert with 35. Also with 35 is Jake and Tony. The short stack right now, less than $1 million in chips, 16 big blinds, 985,000. Robert in the cutoff here, Queen Jack, nice starting hand, four-handed. He's going to go ahead and raise it up. 130 this time is the move that he makes. Kevin on the button, 9-8 offsuit.
Robert's momentum got slowed by Kevin there a little bit, but he's still going to fire away.
This could be interesting. Jake here, an ace and a 9, diamonds in the small.
35 big blinds is an interesting number here. If he 3-bets, he's at risk to have to put it all in, and he doesn't really want to. I think just calling keeps some bad aces in the pot too, so I think just calling is the best play.
A 10 and a couple of deuces, 2 diamonds out there. Jake 4 to the flush, the nut flush at that. Check from him, check from Tony, over to Robert. Doesn't get much on that flop that's going to help him with his Queen Jack.
And I don't think you're going to get very many king and ace highs to fold if you bet here, so well, no, never mind. He's just going to fire away anyway.
130 is the bet. Pot's now at 580. Back over to Jake. He's not going anywhere.
No, he's not. But he's not going to get better to fold, so he's just going to call. He's basically trapping with ace high here. I know he also has the flush draw, but he's not just drawing to a flush.
Tony steps aside. Turn is a 7 of hearts.
Card's not too threatening to Jake.
Check.
Jake checks. Robert bets 385,000.
385 is the bet there from Robert.
Jake could shove here, and maybe he could get a few better hands to fold, like pocket 3s through 7, 3 through 8s maybe. 8s wouldn't even fold, so 3s through 6s, maybe a 7.
Oh, wow, he lets it go.
I'm really surprised by that one.
Pot over $1 million, and Robert represented strength all the way through, and Jake 4 again to the nut flush and decides that price is too big for him, lets it go, and that was a big pot for Robert. He really
was, yeah.
Yeah, he really had his momentum slowed down over the course of the last half dozen hands, and really needed that one, and it came through.
I mean, if Jake felt like he was just drawing to a flush, then yeah, it's definitely a fold because the board's paired and it's a big bet. A lot of your stack, it's a bad price, but just the ace high and the ace or a 9 are pretty good.
Higher.
I guess one of the things that's making these guys really tighten up is Tony's short stack, because there is a big pay jump next out, you know. So
yeah, almost $40,000.
Right.
So 85,000 to 122. It's significant.
So when someone has a really short stack, you don't want to go broke with, 3 times as many chips as they have.
Tony going to make the call here with his Jack-6 offsuit. And Robert in the big blind this time, in 9-7 of clubs. All right, so we'll check it out. To a flop we go. Heads up. And there's a jack right in the window for Tony, so that's looking good. 4 and a king also come out. Nothing going with those clubs for Robert. Nothing connecting. Tony in a good spot right now. There's a 7 for Robert, though. That's going to give a little bit of life to his hand. There is 3 spades out there. Tony does have a 6 of spades in his hand. Tony going to bet 125,000.
It's not an easy decision for Robert here.
And Robert lets it go, so now Tony inching back up.
Really good fold from Robert there.
Are you thinking that it's possible if he makes that call that Tony just gets the rest in on the river, or why do you say it was a really good fold?
Well, Tony had a jack, right? He had him beat. I'm just I was just surprised that he had a 7. He folded, folded second pair, or I guess it's third pair, in a just in a pot like that. Most of the time, third pair is going to be the best hand. So. He might have been, that might have been a big part of why he folded, is he didn't want to face the next bet, even if he did have the best hand.
That was great.
Check out shopwpt.com, the official World Poker Tour store, when you get the opportunity. And also a lot of great stuff from our friends over at Club WPT, including lots of opportunities to spin it into some really big opportunities. Details up on the website. And if you want some cool gear, shopwpt.com. Robert with his King 10 makes the call to 60,000. Kevin, the big blind, going to check with his 8-4, and a little bit of something for everyone here. So Kevin, 4 to the flush, gets a pair of 8s as well. Middle pair for Robert with his kings.
It's not often you see the percentages at 50-50 when the flop's already out there.
Robert, 60,000. Kevin weighing his options.
Yeah, you can leverage the situation about Tony having the short stack here. So he could decide to raise, but it's pretty tough to get people off of a king or an ace.
200,000.
Kevin's going to raise to 200,000.
This is a really ugly spot for Robert. You don't want to be bet folding a king here very often, but with Tony sitting over there.
Yeah, he's going to make the call. Yeah, even if you're best right now, there's so many things that can burn you. It's a pretty good card for him, 7 of clubs.
But that's another reason why it's going to be pretty tough, being out of position the rest of the way through. Are you going to call all the streets? Even if you have the best hand, are you really going to make the hero call? I don't know.
And I'm sure Kevin knows that too. I mean, he can peel off a free card here, but we have seen Robert have a bit of a propensity to fold in big spots. And so Kevin's going to take a little more time to think about it.
Right, I think this is a standard check back usually, but once again, the idea of the next $40,000 jump, I think keeping the pressure on might be what Kevin says to do. He also doesn't want to get check raised all in, so he doesn't want to have to he would not get to showdown if he did that.
450 is the bet here from Kevin, and Robert quickly folds.
Awesome play by Kevin.
Good move. 5.1 million now for Kevin. Pot there in total of over 1 million chips.
Pretty tough spot to have a king in there.
You mentioned it a moment ago, but these pay jumps are significant. So Kevin right now sitting atop things with over 5 million in chips, but the payouts go like this: 85,800 for the next person out, 122,105 to third, 177,680 to second, and first is $279,270. And Tony here, shortest of the stacks in the cutoff with a couple of jacks, only 915 back. Yep, so he's going to say it, 915, jams, Robert out. Kevin looking down at Queen 7 from the small blind. Also going to pass. And Jake here
he's going to call.
He's going to call, and boy, that's bad news. So, yeah, that range is pretty wide, I would imagine, for Tony to get them all in, and that's about as bad as it gets for Jake. So, as you see, 81% for Tony, 18% for Jake.
It's a big percentage of Jake's stack, I think.
And the flop comes, a couple of 6s and a 3, so Jake hunting for that 9.
Still needs a 9. Jacks are ahead.
And the turn, it's an 8. One more opportunity for Jake here to peel off a 9, otherwise he is going to be crippled. And Tony very much back in, and it's a 7. Just, I mean, surrounding him. And Tony, tournament life on the line, survives. 1.9 million for Tony now, and Jake is the one with less than 900,000, 855. That total pot size, 1.92 million, and Tony survives yet again.
That was not funny. I just saw
84 big blinds from Kevin, 37 for Robert, 32 for Tony.
Then another one.
Jake now is just 14. Pretty wild little pendulum that we're seeing swing here, isn't it?
Yeah, Tony and Jake just kind of flip spots there.
But the 3 side and the 4 side, I mean, it looks close when you throw it.
We went through just a moment ago, but those payouts, they're big jumps. Only 4 people left sitting at this table. Somebody's walking out of here with almost $200,000 more.
Rather be lucky than good.
It's like the cleanest run out too. If you just have like any ace suited broadways,
Then you win.
yeah.
Then you win.
Robert first act here in the cutoff, ace 7.
Don't do it, Robert. Yeah. Just got to talk about it.
Kevin on the button here, a king and a jack. $120 is the raise from Kevin. Jake out of there with his 10-9. And Tony in the big blind, a 5 and a 4.
I think Tony's probably just going to call here. Don't expect him folding very many hands for min raise.
Call 120.
Makes the call, and to a flop will go. Heads up, here we go. It is a king in the window for Kevin, a 7 and a 3, so some possibilities when it comes to straight for Tony. But Kevin firmly in control. Top pair with a good kicker.
100,000.
I don't think Tony's going anywhere for that amount. He's going to stick around with his gut shot. Possibly make a little bluff. He did, yeah. Check raise to 300,000.
So Tony gets a couple of chips, and let's see what happens, right? Up to 300,000 now, and I can't imagine that Kevin's going to get pushed off this as the chip leader with the top pair.
No, I don't think so, but it's got to be alarming for Kevin because there's not a lot of draws to make this play, so it does look like it could easily be 3-7 or King 3 or King 7.
Cool.
Does make the call, 930,000 in the center. A 6 rolls off, and my God, Tony hits the straight.
Unbelievable.
Wow. The gut shot straight. Gets there on the turn at that.
I mean, you got called when you check raise on the pretty wide open board. I think you're going to get called by a king or a 7 if you bet here. It doesn't have to be that big because you don't have that much behind.
That's 500,000.
500,000. Pot's creeping up here.
5's pretty big. I don't see Kevin getting away, but he could at this point. There's alarm bells.
Not yet. Another 500 goes in. 1.9 million in the center. Here's the river.
Deuce of spades.
It's a deuce. It's another spade.
Who's up first?
Tony's definitely going all in. I don't know if Kevin's calling or not.
All in, stated.
Makes the call. He's all in. Now the big decision for Kevin.
$940.
He's all for 940,000.
In hindsight, pretty sick move by Tony there with that repop. And
great
yeah,
fold.
Kevin's going to let it go. Another nice fold from him. But Tony, look at this. Knocking on the door of 3 million chips. Got ourselves a game. Now second in chips. 48 big blinds. Doesn't seem like that long ago that he was just jamming it in.
Yeah.
Every opportunity. Trying to double. Tell you, ever since he rubbed those chicken wings together. The luck has
I don't know, man. He's been doing that all day.
60.
You're going to see the hand, you're going to be sick.
Kevin here still 4.1 million in chips.
Like you got there.
Did he just say when you see it, you're going to feel sick?
Yeah.
In the cutoff, Kevin, ace jack. What a nice starting hand.
Raise 120.
120. Jake here, the short stack. Couple of 4s.
I think it's going in. It's not a great feeling to put it in with 4s when you are likely to get called.
And all in, quick fold. And now Kevin.
Yes, 825.
He's going to be calling.
Confirmed.
Yeah, he makes the call. So here we go. Jake's tournament life is on the line. 4s for Jake. Ace jack for Kevin. 1.8 million in the center.
Jake is the winner risk here.
Tournament life comes down to this. Flop and a 4 in the window.
Wow, 4 and a jack.
Jeez, what a flop.
Kevin has a pair of jacks.
So here we go with a 7 on the turn. And Jake is going to take this hand down. Another 7 rolls out. A boat for Jake. And he is going to double up 1.8 million. What a rough couple of hands for Kevin, man.
I'm saying, imagine if I had more chips. I'm going to win a big pot.
And the head count remains 4. Jake still the shortest of the stacks, 1.8 million. But 30 big blinds. Kevin lost all of those chips those last couple of hands, and it's still the chip leader. That's how even things are now.
Yep.
In a big way, buddy.
4 or 5 suited.
How'd you know?
That's my guess.
4 or 5 wouldn't tilt me. That was at least you turned that.
You got there twice, didn't you?
Jake in the cutoff, a couple of 8s.
Had some crazy shit and then rivered the flush. That would make me upset.
Come on. Can you just tell me you had 4 or 5? You had it on the.
I had 4 or 5.
Yeah. Nice.
125.
125 from Jake. Tony telling him what he had on that hand.
Still trying to be a short stack bully and get chips off them? Shit.
He's out of there. Robert, small blind, good pass. Kevin in the big blind. 7-4, couple of spades.
I feel like the camera hasn't been on Robert for about an hour.
Yeah, just he was on such a roll there, and then things have just cooled off. He's quick folds. Kevin's going to make the call. 340 in the center to a flop. There is a 7, a 9, and an ace.
Check.
So Jake's still with the best of it with his 8s, but bottom pair there for Kevin. He's going to check. Jake going to bet 100,000.
Probably going to get at least a call from Kevin. Looks like Kevin's considering raising. Calls.
Makes the call.
10 of diamonds.
10 of diamonds comes out.
Code checks.
Good spot to check.
To the river, it is a 5, which means Jake's 8s are good.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to go check at this point. Kevin surprised me a few times, though. He could try to bluff him off of a hand like a 7 or 8s or a 9 or a 10.
Check. Check.
Both players check.
And another pot,
He hates
not
it with
going
his
the way of
8s.
Kevin.
Kevin's really thinking about trying how to win every pot. He really doesn't like that he just gave up and gave him
Come
that
on,
one.
what was it? It's not fair.
He had a straight. You had 10 jack. Wow.
Oh, they just got the news.
Oh, Kevin's crying. What did I say?
They just got
Oh, the news that on that fold.
Yeah, they just got the news about the what is 9s.
It's always interesting when this news comes out. You know,
Yeah.
when they find out from the broadcast what happened and how it affects play as well at the table.
Yeah.
Let's see if this tilts Robert.
Yeah, he's the one crying.
I knew it. I said, Rob, you're going to be mad. I knew it.
Robert on the button here with ace 3. Pretty steamed up, I imagine. He's going to raise it up. 130.
Everybody at this final table likes folding 9s when they're good. It's pretty weird.
Who folded 9? I did 9s earlier.
I'm saying he folded 9s and it was a winner.
Very first hand.
Yeah, very first
Robert takes it
It
down.
was a raise you just open folded 9?
Yeah. First hand of the day.
Yeah, I just the champ raised and I was like, forget it.
Oh shit, I actually needled myself in that.
Oh, you
I
folded
wish I
nine
folded
queen?
9s.
It was like a tiny pot. Well, it was
Yeah,
not
it
very
was
small.
very
It was Jack high board. He doubled it. Early position. Folded 9.
Well, Kevin hasn't said anything about that being a value bet, so I was probably way off about that.
About to get more.
Kevin on the button here, an 8 and a 6 offsuit. Has 3 million chips. Gonna pass. Over to Jake in the small blind. He's also getting out of there. And Tony with the walk with ace queen of all things.
About 3.
I think we're close. I have just under 3.
Bring your friends and family. Join us March 31st through April 2nd at the Luxor Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas and watch the live filming of 3 of the World Poker Tour's premier final tables filled with the best players in the world competing for millions of dollars in prize money. Once-in-a-lifetime experience filmed for television, aired on Fox Sports Networks at the state-of-the-art HyperX Esports Arena. Seating is limited. RSVP today for free at clubwpt.com to secure your seats.
Also, go by anytime and go play Mario Kart in a tournament for like $20 on a big stage with hundreds of people watching. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, if you're a big fan of esports, the newer stuff or the classic stuff, there is plenty there at the HyperX Esports Arena.
Oh, they have other games besides Mario Kart?
Shockingly, I wouldn't think that they would need it either, but for some reason they want to include everyone, whatever.
They do that Fortnite stuff or whatever all that other nonsense,
is.
I don't know what that stuff is.
To the flop we go. A couple of jacks and a 7 out there. Ace for Tony is still good right now. He's going to check it over to Jake. Check back. Turn, queen. Still good for Tony.
Seems like another spot where they both just want to get the show down.
River card comes. It's 6. Tony's hand is good.
Show. Ace high.
Tony shows ace of diamonds, tray of clubs, for an ace of diamonds.
Small pot there, and Tony is going to scoop it up, but Tony is quietly building quite a little tower over there.
You want me to say that?
Just fell.
Nice timing.
What did you show?
Ace 3.
I'm sure other final tables people aren't talking like, hey, would you show? What was that? What was that?
I mean, it's dumb if they're not, in my opinion.
We're a cool bunch anyway.
Jake's out of there on the button. Tony, an ace and an 8.
Raise 125.
Jake folds, Tony raises to
125. Robert in the small blind. Gonna pass. Kevin in the big blind. Queen and a 10 of hearts.
Great hand for just calling.
And these two evenly matched when it comes to their chip stacks, and a 10, an 8, and a 9 come out there. So top pair for Kevin with a nice kicker. Does have 3 to the flush right now, so some work to do there. Tony does hit his 8 with an ace kicker, and Kevin checks. Tony's going to bet out at 115,000. Makes the call, because of course he does. 570 in the center right now. The turn is a deuce of spades. Quick check from Kevin.
I would imagine Tony would check at this point, but might want to try to get value from straight draws. I think it's definitely weighted towards checking.
225.
2 1/4 from Tony.
Kevin won't be going anywhere here. And just calls the 225.
Pot's over $1 million now. And the river, ooh, an ace hits for
Wow, that's such a good bluff card that it might be a tough spot for Tony. He might end up having to pay off a bet here if Kevin decides to bet. I mean, if Tony decides to bet.
And Tony has just had a couple of really nice hits at the right time in this tournament.
He bets so much, he's not really just representing an ace. He's betting
485,000 is the bet from Tony. 1.5 million in the center.
really interesting spot for Kevin. Yeah.
He makes the call, almost 2 million chips, and they're all going the way of Tony. 4.2 million for Tony, who was nearly eliminated from this tournament multiple times. Kevin down to just 2 million in chips himself. A couple of bad breaks there for Kevin, but nice play by Tony.
Yeah, it was a bad break, but it was a really good sizing by Tony there. He got a lot for that. Recognizing that it looks like a bluff card, so he's going to get called pretty light.
You did it to me, Tom. I usually
Yeah,
blame
look at the
dealer,
tears
bro, and
streaming down his face.
just I can't handle it.
There's Frank talking about chicken wings again. Tony in the cutoff, first to act, Queen 9 spades, now 4.2 million in chips. Like you said, Tony, get some firepower. He's probably going to do something with it. Reaching for it here. Going to raise it up, 130 over to Robert. 8-3, he's gone. Kevin, 6-4 off in the small blind. Also gone. And Jake, Queen 10, will make the call.
And Jake makes the call. You have heads up to the flop.
350 in the center, and the flop comes a 6, a deuce, and a jack. Not a lot going there for either one of the guys, but Jake best right now with Queen 10.
200.
Jake checks. Tony bets 200,000.
Tony bets the 200, pushes Jake off the better hand at the moment, and he'll scoop another pot. Tony Tran, our chip leader, 4.375 million in chips, 73 big blinds, nearly half of the chips in play with 4 players still remaining on this final table.
Already a WPT champion.
Yep.
He won the Best Bet Jacksonville, same one I won. The Bounty Scramble.
130. 130, right?
Robert with a nice starting hand here. Going to jump it up to 130 with ace jack off. Kevin on the button, 8-6 of clubs. Going to pass on that over to Jake. King 5 no go. And Tony will make the call with his king deuce of hearts. And a 9, a 4, and a 3 drop. Ace high still good for Robert. Tony checks to him. And Robert's going to fire 125 out there with his ace jack. Tony quickly out of it.
Tony folds, and that one goes to Robert.
So when you're playing in a tournament final table like this, and you make it through, you make the final table, but you're 6 hours into play, what are you feeling at this point?
There's enough adrenaline to keep you going, even if you might not have got a lot of sleep because you're pretty excited about the situation. But yeah, even though you're just sitting at a poker table, there's a lot of money on the line, so there's adrenaline fueling you, I think. So it's easy to be focused, and I think it's pretty easy to just be your normal self playing poker.
Jake here on the button, King 10, going to just call. Tony right behind him in the small blind, King and a Queen. Going to raise it up to 225,000. Robert's out of there.
Robert folds. Jake calls.
Wow, Jake called the 3-bet with the King 10 off in position.
And the flop comes a jack, a deuce, and an 8. So Tony with the best of that one and has a lot more chips to work with.
Check.
Tony with a check.
Tony checks.
Jake must have limped and then called a raise from Tony. That must have been what happened.
Jake bets
185 is the bet there from Jake. Tony lets it go. Jake plays that position well. pot of 755. And Robert, as if he could get more handsome, puts on some shades. Cool shades, cool scarf. Look out. Things are getting serious at this final table.
30-60.
Oh, you look
great, bro.
You obviously look sweet. You always look sweet.
Oh, sweet, like he can't.
No, European swag.
Oh.
I hate the word swag. I feel like the word swag makes it unswag.
Sweet, it's like, he's a little B-I-G-C-H.
It's a little straight against this guy. I'm terrible.
That's what you're saying.
I thought you put on sunglasses too for a second. I was like, that's just not fucking you at all.
Hey, language.
So you know the guy you were talking about that,
This is on the internet, you guys. You can't swear on the internet.
Man, that guy's sweet.
Dave Farah, Tyler Patterson, thanks for being with us for this final table. We started with 6, we're down to 4. Next person to make the walk, $85,800. And, man, there's been a lot of close calls, but this thing remains really even.
I heard you were getting into it with him.
Tough to say who's going to walk away with the victory here. You know, sometimes you get a sense of, hey, man, these guys are playing exactly right. They're getting the cards. Everything's going well. But there's been a lot of that from all 4 of these guys.
Right, yeah, there's been some different key moments, you know, when Jake got that bluff through against Tony, it was pretty special. Tony picked up a couple of really big hands that were good. A huge bluff from Kevin and the big laydown from the 9s from Robert. Robert had his little run for a little while. Felt like he was just going to steamroll his way to victory.
And we've seen some really interesting strategy to change their fortunes. I mean, the rubbing of the chicken wings, the rally cap, now the shades. I mean, these are, you know.
High-level plays. This is stuff that not everybody thinks about.
He's got a big sweat. He's got a big sweat, so he doesn't. We can't. What? Him? No.
Sitting there, making money.
he's just printing.
So I'm getting bluff.
60 you call.
Told you were gonna cry if you folded that hand.
Oh.
He said I was gonna cry if he called.
But he folded. I thought he said he
Robert folds.
Oh.
Robert folds.
Is this going to be 2 walks in a row?
Maybe. The mood's really lightening up around here.
Kevin, who's got the small blind.
Call. Who'd you start with?
He calls.
So Kevin calls. Jake here with a pretty nice starting hand. King and a jack in the big blind.
And they both have right around 30 big blinds.
Heads up to the top.
Flop, how about that? There's an ace, a queen, and a 9. A couple of clubs out there. Kevin does have 1 club in his hand.
Bet 60,000.
Kevin bet 60,000.
60,000 is the bet from Kevin.
Call.
Jake's just going to call.
Jake with king high and a straight draw.
King drops out there.
It's a great card for action.
Yep, so that gives the second pair to Jake with his kings, but that's another club. And it'll be the second nut if another club comes out.
And a straight draw for Kevin. Usually when you turn a lot of equity like that, it's a good spot to keep bluffing.
Bet 225.
There's not a lot of hands that he can make fold that would have called on the flop.
Kevin bets 225,000.
225 from Kevin, so this pot's starting to creep a bit. 5 1/4 out there, and 2 shorter stacks trying to battle it out and get back into this thing. And Kevin's going to make the, Jake's going to make the call here. So 3/4 of a million chips in the middle. This one's meaningful.
River card, 10 of hearts.
And there is a 10 of hearts, and Jake gets there with the straight.
Yeah, Kevin can beat a 9 now, but most of the 9s would have already folded. He can fire a bluff now, but there's no reason Jake doesn't have a jack.
Chance Check. Bet 425. Call. Showdown.
425 insta-call from Jake, and Jake going to grab that pot. 1.6 million chips, and Kevin down to just 1.2 million.
That one looks a little rough because we can see that Jake had a jack, but if Jake had a hand like, I don't know, they were blind versus blind, so he could have had king 5, and that would have been a really tough spot for him to call, or queen 5 would have been a really tough spot for him to call. So it might look bad on the surface, but Kevin's bluff there actually does work a decent percentage of the time.
And Kevin, who sat down as the chip leader at this table and has maintained that chip lead through much of it, is now the shortest of them all when it comes to stacks. And I would imagine not looking forward to this leveling up. He's got to figure out how to get back into this, but we've seen this time and time again. All these players have seen themselves in danger at times on this final table. All have managed to survive up to this point. Fresh hand as we continue. It's the Season 18 WPT Rolling Thunder final table.
Lincoln, California, just outside of Sacramento.
Thunder Valley, beautiful casino up here.
Yeah, pretty sweet rooms. You know, regular on the World Poker Tour, Anthony Zeno, loved the beds so much in this hotel that he looked up where they got the beds from and bought that bed specifically.
Couple of jacks here for Kevin. Where do you look that up?
I don't know how
did
he
just
did it.
pull the sheet off and look at what the
I
what
don't know.
mattress it was?
I think he probably went down and talked to someone at the casino. I don't know.
Who would you even talk to? Would you ask the concierge?
That's a good question. That's a really good question.
I think you just pull the sheet back. I think you're just like, what is this mattress? An ace, a 9, and the deuce roll off, so Kevin in good shape here with his jacks.
Check.
Checks on check now. Kevin bets 80 and Tony folds.
80,000 to bet from Kevin, and Tony just hops right out of the way. Small pot there for Kevin.
I hear you. And you're pretty good at that.
What are you back up to? 2.4? A little under 2.
What? You got more than both of them?
What's that?
Fold.
Fold.
Kevin folds.
Over to Jake here on the button. He's got King Jack, 2.7 million back. Tony now 3.8 million back. He's got ace 9 in the small blind. Jake's going to raise to 130. Let's see what Tony decides to do.
Call.
He'll make the call. Robert in the big blind.
I think Robert's going to come along here too.
Looks like a couple of live cards, a 4 and a 3, suited connectors.
3 players to the flop.
450,000 in the center. Robert, the shortest of the stacks amongst these three, 1.9 million. Flop comes a deuce, a 7, and a 10. A couple of hearts out there. And Tony's got the best of it with his ace high. He'll check. Robert checks. Jake.
Robert check. Actions on Jake.
In position on the button will also check. Turn comes, and it is a 6 of hearts. Now 4 to the flush for Tony. His ace high is still good, but 4 to the flush, more importantly, for Jake's jack of hearts, which would give him the best hand should another one roll off. Right now, that ace high still good for Tony. It's a check and a check over to Jake here. He'll also check. And an 8 comes off on the end. Tony's hand is going to hold up his ace 9. Manages to get there with that straight.
Bet 225.
Tony bets 225,000.
2 1/4 and 2 quick folds. More chips going to the chip leader.
Would have been a pretty tough spot for Jake to win that pot. He had a couple chances to bat at it, but I think both those chances Tony would have probably called.
You can feel it in the air, Rob.
69 big blinds for Tony Tran, our chip leader.
I forgot which one, but just give me a thumbs up.
They're playing
Oh, we saw that already.
Yeah, we saw that already. They're playing our hand right now. I saw your 5-4.
Yeah, I told you. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No, I believed you. I'm just saying that's where they're at right now.
He had five. Yeah, you did have 5-4.
I told him I did.
Yeah, I believed you.
Why am I gonna lie?
I feel like they're like an old married couple.
Right, they have like a. They just had a
weird bickering that they do. That
they didn't even disagree, and they had a little argument.
Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
It's great.
I love it.
Race 200,000.
It is pretty great watching them realize what happened in real time.
Looks like we might play in the dark here for this hand. Robert's going to raise it up to 200,000. That's going to get a fold from Kevin, and he'll take down the pot of 320,000.
I made a bad fold for Rob. And it's like the maybe the most nonsensical fold ever.
You fold to Kevin?
No, I fold to Rob.
I don't even remember.
I don't even know why I folded.
We're all making bad folds.
I must have been really like thinking about the other.
It's just like the easiest call.
Kevin's
And I
making
just
good
fucking-
folds, but he's just bluffing.
For some reason. I hate it.
And all of a sudden they stopped working. Well, I couldn't fold the river ace.
Jake plays good, man.
Folded
I'm
an
not
ace high
bluffing this
flush
guy.
draw to your second barrel.
Called him with a jack once.
Second barrel was just big, so it scared me.
Little scary barrel. Paired board, you know. Can't be too careful.
Yeah, scary pairs too. Deuce, deuce.
Oh.
Fold from Tony.
Oh.
Robert folds.
Call.
Kevin from the small blind calls a 60K with King 3. Jake in the big blind, suited connectors for him.
Check.
8 and 5 of diamonds. Heads up to a flop. There's an 8, a 6, and a 4 that roll out. So Jake getting the best of that, top pair.
Check.
Check.
And just pick up a gut shot as well. Kevin, the first to act, he checks. Now over to Jake, who got a nice piece of that. 80,000 is the bet there.
Think that probably should do it.
And not a lot of room to improve there with the King 3 off. He'll send that, and Jake will win himself another pot. Now at 2.6 million.
Yeah, you just hammered in.
Taking a look at our scoreboard here. Tony sitting atop for the first time this afternoon. 69 big blinds for him. Jake with 44. Robert with 34. And Kevin, who's been our chip leader throughout much of the day, the short stack with just 19 big blinds.
My hand did all right for it, actually. Right there? King Jack? I didn't know.
10-3 and Kojak.
Yeah, yeah. I could have ISO'd and helped you, but I just decided.
What do you have, Jake?
Huh?
What do you have?
2.6.
130.
Race to 130.
Huh?
1,000.
Robert in the cutoff. Ace King for him, raising up to 130,000.
Oh.
This could be interesting. So Jake here with a couple of sixes in the small blind. He's got 2.6 million back.
Very awkward sizes, stack sizes for these hands.
Makes a call. Tony in the big blind with a king deuce of diamonds. Looks like he is also going to come along. That he is. Three-way action to the flop. 450,000 in the center, and interesting grouping of hands here. To the flop, there's a queen, a jack. Oh boy, how about that for Robert?
Nice.
Flops Broadway.
Robert needs a little recovery.
Yeah, he needs a little love here. So Jake just going to check those sixes. Interesting, though, for Tony's hand, because he's got a king, so he's got an open ender. What he doesn't know is that he doesn't want to get there.
That's a pretty strange lead from Tony. It's an ambitious bet. In a three-handed pot, that board's going to connect with somebody pretty often.
So 175,000, and Robert, yeah, just a smooth call. And Jake's like, only sixes.
Yeah.
Good.
Good thing you didn't get in a flip for all of it, Jake.
Yep. 800,000 is the pot, and here we go to the turn. A 3 of diamonds. Bit of a brick. Check over to Robert, who's got the nuts right now.
He doesn't have to bet very much to be able to get the rest of it in on the river. I think you're going to see a small bet around 225 here. Oh, we went a little bigger.
375.
375,000.
Almost 1.2 in the center, and Robert's got 1.4 back, so I think you're right. He's setting this up to try to extract this out of Tony, and we'll see if he's able to get there. Smaller size bet, 375.
Might be a little big for a random king to call, but we might see Tony stick around. A good fold by Tony there.
Tony's going to step out of the way. Robert increasing his stack up to 2.5 million.
I think Robert saw Tony's lead into the field there as pretty strong, so he didn't think he was going to get a fold too often. That's why he went for a slightly bigger sizing.
What?
And I think that we can confidently say that the sunglasses, it is not correlation but causation. The reason he was able to flop Broadway is exclusively because of those glasses.
Yeah, the sunglasses are clearly better than the rally cap.
Makes a lot of sense.
The alcohol is flowing.
Either a wild boar is being killed in the poker room, or that's Frank.
I promise next time I lead, I'm going to be a lot stronger, right, Robert?
Sorry?
I said I promise next time I lead, I'm going to be a lot stronger.
Right.
Like maybe the nutted.
I was hoping you were strong there, man.
Kevin's up first. Yeah, I think he was hoping that.
Yeah, I think we solved that one.
Or he could just be playing. You know, the lead out's supposed to be lead.
Small blind here for Tony with a Jack-6 of diamonds.
All right, we're going to test this theory out. See how that's good.
Call.
Looks like this will be the last hand of this level. Heard the announcement there, and Robert's going to check, so we'll go to a flop heads up. Queen 10 versus Jack 6. Pots at 180K. A deuce, a 6, and 8 roll out all hearts. So 4 to the flush for Robert. Pair of 6s for Tony. Couple overs for Robert as well. Let's see. Check, check. Turn card comes a Jack of hearts, and
man.
Robert flushes out.
Could
That
be
one
spicy.
gives Tony 2 pair, though, so maybe we'll see some action here. Tony with 2 pair checks over to Robert, who's going to bet just 75,000.
And I'm pretty sure Tony is going to continue, at least for now. Try to fill up and then maybe have to make a tough decision on the river.
And the river is a 4 of diamonds, so doesn't get there with the boat. Tony's going to check, happy with his 2 pair.
There's only 3 cards that beat Robert. The downside is there's not very many things that would call. 2 pair, definitely one of them. There are a couple straights out there. I think you could try to get some action. You'd have to bet pretty small.
275 is the bet, so the pot was only 330, so you're not going to see sizing much more significant than that. And yeah, another nice fold from Tony, so he lets it go. 605,000 total pot size, and Robert's going to win himself another one. As we take a break, it is up in the air. Who's going to win this one? 4 players remain at the Season 18 WPT Rolling Thunder final table here at Thunder Valley. We'll be back shortly.
Hi everyone, Andrea Johnson here with the WPT Royal Flush crew. I am here with our very own WPT's Executive Tour Director Matt Savage, who just won Best Tournament Director of the Year at the Global Poker Awards and also just recently joined WPT Honors. So Matt, congratulations.
Thank you.
We're so proud of you. How does it feel to have won Best Tournament Director of the Year?
It's great. It's quite an honor. You know, I feel the most honored because it's amongst my peers, you know, people that I work with and see throughout the year. And so, yeah, it's a great honor. The GPI does a great job with putting together a great list of things that people win and be nominated for. So it was nice to be winning that and also nominated for Industry Person of the Year, even though I didn't win that one.
So Matt, I know you've actually also been nominated 5 times, 4 years in a row for the Poker Hall of Fame.
Yes.
But have not been able to take it yet.
Yeah, and being nominated is nice, and again, you know, it's an honor. Something I want to leave as a legacy to my friends and family. But yeah, haven't got in yet. Hopefully someday that'll happen.
So how do you think the industry has changed over the past couple of years?
Definitely, it's grown globally. You know, with the World Poker Tour, we do a lot of things all over the world. We're doing India and Asia, and you know, I think global expansion of the World Poker Tour and global expansion of the poker game itself has been a major impact and the biggest change to poker.
So if you could have every tournament player in one room at the same time, what would you tell them?
I think I would tell them to have fun. You know, I think that's the most important part of the game itself is that, you know, a lot of people come into the game as an entertainment. And whether you're a recreational player or a professional, you should be enjoying what you're doing. Like, I love my job. I enjoy being with these people, meeting these people, and I think that is a big part of poker itself. So that would be my one thing. If you're going to play this game, either professionally or as a pro or as an amateur, have fun.
What do you think they would ask you?
They would probably ask me, give them a free food coupon. That would be the thing.
Really?
I'd
Oh, that's so funny. So I know we often see you with your beautiful wife and other half, Mary Ann.
Yes.
We love her so much. What does it mean to you to be able to just travel the world with her? It's so much fun. We love seeing you guys together.
Well, as I said the other night when I was nominated or won that award for TD of the Year, she's my biggest support. You know, her and my kids have always been there supporting me, whether I'm on the road or not. So, you know, I'm not where I'm at today without them. Definitely not here today without Mary Ann, because she's been pretty much my strongest supporter, my biggest fan, and, you know, always out there rooting me on no matter what I'm doing, and definitely giving me everything I need so that when I do come home, you know, I feel like it is a home, even though I'm on the road so often.
And I don't think we've talked to you about the WPT Honors. What does that mean to you, joining
Wow, that was quite a night. You know, I had all my friends and family and a lot of people from the industry there. And the whole thing, the way it's put together, Adam Pliska and the whole WPT family really surrounds you that night. And it's, I cheered up that night. It was actually, it meant a lot more to me than I thought. It was quite a night.
It was so much fun.
Still gives me chills thinking about that night. So
I love that night.
I loved it too. We had a great time, and it was great to be there with Deb Giardina, friends and family, and yeah, I really loved it.
Well, congratulations again for all your success. We're so proud of you. And for more information, check out WPT.com.
For nonstop poker action at home or on the go, sign up today at ClubWPT.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Eight's got to seem like the best hand here. Going to go for a little bit of value with it.
Pop it up for 75,000. Now 250,000 chips in the center.
At the same time, this 6 got to look pretty good for Kevin too. I assume he's going to at least call.
There's the call. River rolls off a 4. Check from Kevin. It's a pretty good looking board for pocket 8s.
It is, yeah, but that 4 does actually hit a lot of the things that would have called there on the turn. Would have made some 2 pairs and in a straight with anything that had a 3 in it.
Eric going to put 200,000 new chips into the center.
It's a decent sized value bet, and it's really only targeting a few hands, just a single pair of 4s, 5s, and 6s. So a good read from Eric, knowing that his opponent has exactly that. Tough spot for Kevin. I wouldn't see him getting away very often.
I'll use one of his time extension chips.
There's not very many worse hands that would value bet, though. Once again, we're just in a call a bluff situation.
Does that 200,000 amount seem bluffy to you?
Not really. It's very fitting. The pot was 300,000, 325. He bets 200. It's a merged sizing, so it's going to be both, meaning it's both bluffs and value bets.
And Kevin kind of reluctantly makes the call and gets the bad news.
Doesn't love it, but decides to call. It's not a one-to-one situation. You are getting 525 to 200.
So that ends up being a pretty big pot. And it's a 4 of diamonds. It doesn't get there. Tony's ace is going to hold.
Check.
Check from Jake. Tony's hand did improve there, so he got a second pair with that river.
Tony's thinking about going for a value bet here.
Bet 125,000.
Buck and a quarter, 405 in the center now. And you see with the stacks that these guys have behind, there's a significant pot.
Absolutely is. Jake's considering bluffing all in here. Against Tony, you don't want to get looked up light. There's no reason Tony doesn't have a 5. He does go for it.
He does. He jams.
Oh man, this is
Boy,
really
that's ugly for
strong.
Tony too, because you've got 2 pair, but there's so many ways to be beat here.
Yeah, and it's for almost Tony's whole tournament life. Tony's, I don't know, he's probably the stickiest at the table. This has got to be a pretty scary spot for Jake. You can see him breathing pretty hard. Tony wants to call so bad. When you have the king of clubs, it's just it's a few flushes your opponent can't have, and you know they can't have the nuts.
Man, you're right. You can see that adrenaline flowing right now for Jake. He's breathing pretty heavy.
Tony's trying to decide if Jake would do this with a 5 or if he would just call. If he doesn't think Jake would do this with a 5, I think Tony ends up making the call because there's just not enough cards.
He's picking up the chicken wings, trying to get some table talk going.
Credit to Jake for making this play. He really wants to get this title, finally get one of these.
7 final tables, looking for that first WPT title, and Tony going to burn another time extension. Understandably so. I mean, this is just such a huge spot. Can't be wrong here.
And Tony already made one incorrect hero call. That might be in the back of his head. I don't know if he wants to do it again, especially for almost all of his chips. I mean, basically all of his chips. Hear that 10-second ding again.
Burn through this whole stack of time extension chips on the action clock.
Yeah, he's only got one left now. Now it's
See how that affects things
it's
going
really
forward.
decision time. There's so much pressure right now. I'd be scared to make this play if I was Jake. Tony's the stickiest at the table, I think.
There it goes again, another ding. You said it's decision time.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, and you see the relief. Yeah, an actual exhale there. Whoo.
Look at him.
Oh, he shows him.
Oh, my
God. Brutal.
Tony's like, oh, my God.
Oh, Tony. So mad at himself.
Look at him.
Oh, man. And just so brutal for Jake to show him that, too. Like you said, Tony, stickiest at the table,
Great
has
play.
such a hard time folding already, and then just shows him the all-in bluff. I mean, Tony had him crushed throughout that entire hand with the absence of that final club that he needed. To the flop we go. There's a king, there's jack, there's a 4, there's 2 hearts out there, so interesting flop for Shankar now all of a sudden. He's got 4 to the flush.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation. See if Jake bets or just checks his he has showdown value with ace queen high. He decides to bet. And I'm pretty sure Shankar is going to shove here.
Shankar with 405,000 behind. Going to give it a quick count.
Jake could be bluffing with all sorts of things he can fold here. Being in position, last act.
Already nearly 300,000 in the middle, only 400,000 back, and he'll just make the call.
Shankar
so he wants to peel one.
He decides Jake has too many hands he's actually going to call, so just goes for the call instead.
Heads up to the turn.
Shankar looking for another heart, and there it is. Hits his flush. Quickly checks. See if he's able to get some value out of Jake here.
Jake could try to make a 4, or I guess it would just only be a 4 to fold.
Check, check. And the river rolls off a 3.
Shankar realizes he probably doesn't have any bluffs in his range, so shoving he's not going to get called very often, but I don't think Jake's going to bluff very often either, so he's going to go ahead and bet it all in, hope that Jake has 2 pair, or maybe just calls the king.
Total pot size of 700,000, so Shankar, man, he's probably still steaming, but he just looks displeased still.
Yeah, I mean,
well, this'll help.
Can't blame him for being displeased. It's a tough spot to be in.
655,000 behind.
Will you be the next winner on Club WPT? Hi, I'm Adam Pliska, CEO of the World Poker Tour. Everybody knows that we give away more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month on Club WPT. But what you may not know is that we're upping the ante and we're sweetening the pot. Now you could win $1 million. If you win your WPT main tour event seat on Club WPT and go on to win the event, you will walk away with an extra $1 million bonus.
Real people are turning that dream into reality at clubwpt.com.
Not so bad. Check out clubwpt.com today to see what's up for grabs this month.
Robert in the 1 seat, Kevin in the 2 seat, Jake in the 3, and Tony in the 4.
There was a race off?
75,000, blinds of 50,000, 75,000.
75.
What's small?
50, 75.
Welcome back. Thanks for being with us. 4 players remain on this final table, and the payouts are steep. So if you're just joining us, it's a good time to be tuning in. 85,800 going to the next person eliminated. 122,105 is to third. 177,680 is to second, and first place $279,000. Appreciate you being with us. Dave Farah, Tyler Patterson here at Thunder Valley, and just outside of the Sacramento area. It looks like we're going to start this new level, 30-75K on the small blind, big blind ante of 75,000. A couple of nice starting hands. So Jake going to raise it up to 175,000 with ace 10 offsuit. Tony's going to 3-bet it to ace with his ace queen up to 400,000. So first pot here before the flop, already almost 1 million chips in the center. And this should create some fireworks. An ace there on the flop, and both players getting a nice piece of that.
This is the final four of 250 players here. They've been playing four-handed for quite a while, and right when we come back from break, it looks like there's some serious action going on.
1.2 million already in the center. Tony is going to lead out there with 275 after Jake makes the check, and he is going to call 275 to a turn, which is a 3 of clubs. Tony still very much in control here. Jake first to act, checks over to Tony. Also checks. And a 4 of hearts drops on the river. That means Tony's hand is best. Both players again with an ace in their hand.
Could see a blocking bet from Jake here or just a bluff catch. I would expect Tony to bet for value now. 1.5 million in the pot. Jake has 1.9 million left. Maybe 500 or 600,000. Could go for less.
600,000. Yeah, you nailed it. And quick call there from Jake. Bad news for him. 1.3 million behind now for Jake, and Tony once again up over 5 million in chips. Huge pot. I mean, that's almost 3 million chips.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest we've had.
Yeah.
So Tony's a returning champion. He won in Jacksonville, Florida. Jake has 7 World Poker Tour final tables, but no wins yet.
The elusive win still hanging in the balance for Jake, though. He's had a couple of close calls. Looking at the blinds here, and Tony up top, 68 big blinds for him. Robert with 35 has managed to muscle his way back in. And 17 for Jake, followed by Kevin at just 14. Kevin sat down as a chip leader, maintained that chip lead throughout much of it, has had a couple of really rough hands as of late, and the blinds are going up, up, up. So interesting times for these 4 players. Like you said, we've been playing four-handed for quite some time, about 6 hours into this final table so far, and Tony has done a nice job of being on the brink of elimination a few times, muscling back, has gotten the chip lead now. So again, blinds at 50-75 with an ante of 75. Robert on the button, 8-3, says goodbye. Kevin here in the small blind. Suited connectors, 5-4 of hearts. Pot's already at 200,000. He's only got 975 behind. Will he want to hang around here? Sure does. Says all in with 5-4 of hearts. And Jake is going to step out of the way, and Kevin is going to scoop up those blinds, which are significant at this point. That puts him in third, almost 1.2 million in chips, 16 big blinds. Not a lot of room to work, though, with 16 big blinds. So we'll see how long we remain four-handed, but it feels like it's coming down to it, doesn't it?
It really does, yeah. That was a nice win with 5 high, though.
pretty good.
What's that? Oh.
Robert's out of there with his 7-3. Kevin on the button this time. A king and a 4 of clubs. 1.2 million behind. Looks like he's thinking about another move.
All in.
And he sure does. Goes all in again. Jake with not much going, and he is going to get a look up here from Tony with his ace-jack, and boy, that's just about as bad news as you can get if you are Kevin. All in here for his tournament life. 2.4 million chips in the center, almost 2.5. So Kevin manages to pull out a miracle here, and he'll be right back in this thing, but going to need to dodge a major bullet. Ace-jack of clubs for Tony. To a flop we go. Heads up. And a jack and a couple of queens in the window. That is just not great news. So Kevin looking for that king, and only the king at this point.
King or running straight, that's really all he's got, or a couple of fours.
And here we go. There's a 9. So some hope
then.
there. There's 10s now that are in place. 7 outs, kings and 10s. Final card to come. Will this be it for Kevin? A jack on the river, and that's going to do it. It's a boat for Tony, and Kevin is going to walk in 4th place with $85,800. Great performance by him. Just had a couple of big hands not go his way, Tyler.
Yeah, there was a couple of really cool ones from him, too. That Jack 10 bluff was pretty awesome. He made a couple of good laydowns. And, yeah, he played really good today, really well.
So Kevin Robichaux going to walk in 4th place with $85,800 off just a $5,000 buy-in. And now we are to the final 3. Everyone walking with at least 6 figures. So 3rd place, $122,000. Followed by $177,000 and $279,000, and Tony way ahead here with $84,000 after he takes the remaining chips from Kevin. Robert with 35 still in the mix, and Jake gonna need to make some moves here with just 14 big blinds remaining for him.
You can see the cup glowing in the background there. They're all trying to get their name on that WPT trophy.
You bet. The cup awaits, and only 3 players remaining. Starting with 250 in this tournament, and as you've mentioned a couple of times on this broadcast, but it bears repeating, that Kevin has been at 7 WPT final tables.
No,
Excuse me, Jake has been at 7 WPT final tables, and he has yet to win himself a championship. So even though he's a short stack right now, he's played really well at this final table. So gets a couple of hands to go his way, and he's certainly right back in the mix.
Yeah, he's got the coolest storyline. But Tony Tran also, he's a former WPT winner, so he's going for his 2nd. And
he's had all his chips a couple of times in the center.
Right. And Robert coming over here from Germany for a little West Coast swing trip, checking out LAPC and
steal all of our women.
I wasn't going to go that far, but yeah, maybe.
I know what he's doing here.
He got to see a little bit of the national parks. He was telling me he saw Yosemite.
6 figures, playing poker for whatever reason. To a flop we go. It's a 7, a 5, and a 3. So Tony right now still has the best of it with his 10-9. Got shot there for Robert.
That's a pretty good spot to bet for Robert.
He'll check, and to a turn, which is an ace of diamonds. Tony's still best with 10-9. Another check.
Neither player is going to try to credibly rep the ace, I don't think. Well, I got both of Robert's actions wrong on this hand, so that's good.
$250,000 from Robert. Well, it'll work. $725,000 is the scoop there. So yeah, don't think that that's totally insignificant for Robert and his stack, as he continues to try to navigate his way back into contention to potentially get 2 heads up here.
Yeah, every little pot like that matters now. $122,000 is the next one out. Not too bad.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice payday, right? I mean, you think about $5,000 to start, and not such an unmanageable field with 250 people starting this tournament out, but turning $5,000 into $122,105. That's pretty good stuff, and you see why these guys are at this final table. And let's not forget, Tyler, for those that are just tuning in, you were close to this as well. You actually went out in 10th, and I know that you're not going to brag on yourself, but I mean that's an impressive run for you too, man.
Yeah, it was close. Thanks. Tony got me in 10th, so kind of makes me feel like if Tony wins, it kind of feels like second. Like the best team. Only the best team could beat me.
When your team in football loses, but then that team that beat you goes on to win the Super Bowl. You're like, see?
Yeah. We could have won it.
Could have easily could have won.
Yeah.
Just ran into that buzzsaw. Granted, we only had 3 wins in the season, but still.
Well, what team are we talking about? Are you excited about the Las Vegas Raiders?
Sure.
I'm not going to be your team?
No, I mean, they'll be on. They're the home team, right? So, I mean,
Yeah.
I'll root for them. I'll enjoy going to games and stuff like that. My team that I grew up rooting for is the Minnesota Vikings. So you're talking about 2 different divisions and, conferences and everything else. There's plenty of separation there. So
that's easy.
Yeah. Oh, so this could be interesting. So Robert's going to raise it up to 175,000 with his King Jack, and Jake sitting here with 850,000 back. Looking down at a couple of jacks.
Yeah, it's certainly going in. It's just
there he goes. Makes the call. He's all in. Tournament life is on the line. Tony quickly out of there with his 9-3. And Robert could grab these chips from Jake. So this is significant. 1.95 million in chips in the center here. This would bring us to heads-up action. And unfortunately, potentially end this run for Jake, who has been at so many final tables for the WPT, hasn't managed to get that victory just yet, but obviously an enormous accomplishment, even if he does go down here, but it's not over yet. He is currently leading in this one with his jacks right now, so let's see what happens. 67% that Jake's jacks are going to hold. To a flop we go. There's an ace, there's a 9 and a 4, and Jake's still good, potentially going to double up, and him and Robert would have virtually identical chip stacks if that's the case. Robert's going to need a king and a king only in order to stay alive. A deuce falls on the turn. No help there, just 3 outs left for Robert. Otherwise, Jake going to be right back in this thing. Final card to come. Here it is. It is a 10, and double up for Jake. Now has 2 million in chips. And Robert down to 1.9. So that would have made things real interesting had Robert scooped that pot, and then would have been heads up between him and Tony because would have evened things out. But again, 3 players very much in this thing, and Jake with 2 million chips. Still plenty to play, and big win there for him in order to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, it was a big hold for Jake. Important pot in the tournament.
So you see how even it is. Tony way up top there, 82. 26, 25. Sunglasses go back on for Robert.
Were they off there? Is that what happened?
Yeah, straight up.
What was he thinking?
Dancing on my own.
And that'd be like Tony turning his hat back around. It'd be a terrible play.
Can't do that.
Come on.
Strategically rub the chicken wings together at the right time.
Your favorite song?
Coming live from Thunder Valley Casino Resort in Lincoln, California, just outside of Sacramento. Just a short, about 25-minute drive from Sacramento Airport, and 3 players remaining with $279,000 up top. Jake is going to jump out of that one. Tony in the small blind with a great starting hand here. 3-handed, ace-queen, offsuit.
1-8.
I didn't think so.
Tony's asking Robert how much he has left.
1-7 maybe.
They're playing 50-75 are the blinds.
All in.
It's a pretty big all-in.
Tony going to move. Robert.
Going to get a fold from Robert.
Yeah, he's out of there. Tony now north of the 6 million chip mark, and he is starting to run away with this thing.
Jake. That's fine. Oh, put your card in the box.
Something wrong, buddy. I knew it.
Put it in the box? Yeah. I put it there. Okay.
And if Tony eliminates the next player out, it is going to be an uphill climb for whoever has to face him heads up.
Right, he does have most of the chips, and that would give him overwhelming chip lead.
I immediately told you I have a much better hand than I should ever have here.
C-A-L-U-M, Scott. I like that song. It's on YouTube. It's very inspirational to me.
All right, Tony will be first.
Tony on the button, 5-4.
He's first and searching for inspiration.
Oh.
Just pass on that. In the small blind, Robert, 8-7 offsuit.
Kind of an interesting dynamic with the 2/3 of the big blind, small blind. makes that happen a lot more. You can't really fold, so you're going to be limping a ton, so you might want to limp some of your good hands too.
Robert with the call there. Jake with his 10-4 off in the big blind. Raise it up.
275.
275 to go now. Robert's going to pass. Nice move by Jake.
Jake realizing that you have to limp almost everything.
Tony. I know.
It's my inspirational song, especially when Simon Cowell presses the buzzer at the end. Golden buzzer.
Whoa.
America's Got Talent? I love America's Got Talent.
What's going on around here?
Guilty
Bro,
pleasure,
you gotta
bro.
listen to that song. That's
I'm like a season and a half behind.
Now are they broing down about America's Got Talent? What is
It's wild. They're talking about how much inspiration he gets out of Simon Cowell pushing the buzzer.
I mean, don't get me wrong. They do a good job with the editing of that show, but it's always like, you know, someone comes out on stage that had the odds stacked against them, and they managed to overcome, and it's beautiful. Robert making the move here all in with his, oh boy. Oh boy.
That's a good reaction.
Oh man. Yeah, so he's going to hate this. So Robert with his deuces up against Tony's tens, and Tony nowhere near at risk here, whereas Robert has put all of his chips in the center. 3.4, so if Robert can manage to pull out this miracle, they'll be in pretty good shape and even things out a bit with Tony. But Tony in a commanding position right now, as you see the percentage is 82% to take down this pot with his overpair.
It looks like we're heading to heads up with Jake's storyline.
An 8, a 9, and an ace. That means Robert has a deuce and only a deuce that can help him at this point. A 3 rolls out.
Very close.
Close. That doesn't count in poker, does it?
Well, we need a black deuce. So he needs a black deuce, not a red one.
And here we go. Final one is a 4. Close again. Doesn't get there. And Robert is going to make the walk with $122,105. And it is down to 2. And like you said, the storyline remains. Jake, who has never won himself a WPT despite 7 final tables, will have the opportunity to do just that. But this final table run has been great for him, but what a challenge he has in front of him with Tony having so many chips.
Big uphill battle going up next.
Who is going to win the $279,000 top prize? We find out next.
Tony's whole tournament life. Tony's, I don't know, he's probably the stickiest at the table. This has got to be a pretty scary spot for Jake. You can see him breathing pretty hard. Tony wants to call so bad. When you have the king of clubs, it's just it's a few flushes your opponent can't have, and you know they can't have the nuts.
Man, you're right. You can see that adrenaline flowing right now for Jake. He's breathing pretty heavy.
Tony's trying to decide if Jake would do this with a 5 or if he would just call. If he doesn't think Jake would do this with a 5, I think Tony ends up making the call because there's just not enough cards.
He's picking up the chicken wings, trying to get some table talk going.
Credit to Jake for making this play. He really wants to get this title, finally get one of these.
7 final tables, looking for that first WPT title, and Tony going to burn another time extension. Understandably so. I mean, this is just such a huge spot. Can't be wrong here.
And Tony already made one incorrect hero call. That might be in the back of his head. I don't know if he wants to do it again, especially for almost all of his chips. I mean, basically all of his chips. Hear that 10-second ding again.
Burn through this whole stack of time extension chips on the action clock.
Yeah, he's only got one left now. Now it's
We'll see how that affects things going
It's really
forward.
decision time. There's so much pressure right now. I'd be scared to make this play if I was Jake. Tony's the stickiest at the table, I think.
There it goes again, another ding. You said it's decision time.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, and you see the relief. Yeah, an actual exhale there. Whoo.
Look at him.
Oh, he shows him.
Oh my God.
Brutal.
Tony's like, oh my God.
Oh, Tony. So mad at himself.
Look at him.
Oh, man. And just so brutal for Jake to show him that, too. Like you said, Tony, stickiest
man.
at the table,
Great
has
play.
just such a hard time folding already, and then just shows him the all-in bluff. I mean, Tony had him crushed throughout that entire hand with the absence of that final club that he needed. To the flop we go. There's a king, there's jack, there's a 4, there's 2 hearts out there, so interesting flop for Shankar now all of a sudden. He's got 4 to the flush.
Yeah, this is an interesting situation. See if Jake bets or just checks his he has showdown value with ace queen high. He decides to bet. And I'm pretty sure Shankar's going to shove here.
Shankar with 405,000 behind. Going to give it a quick count.
Jake could be bluffing with all sorts of things he can fold here. Being in position, last act.
Already nearly 300,000 in the middle, only 400,000 back, and he'll just make the call. So
Shankar
he wants to peel one.
He decides Jake has too many hands he's actually going to call, so just goes for the call instead.
Heads up to the turn.
Shankar looking for another heart, and there it is. Hits his flush. Quickly checks. See if he's able to get some value out of Jake here.
Jake could try to make a 4, or I guess it would just only be a 4 to fold.
Check, check. And the river rolls off a 3.
Shankar realizes he probably doesn't have any bluffs in his range, so shoving he's not going to get called very often, but I don't think Jake's going to bluff very often either, so he's going to go ahead and bet it all in, hope that Jake has 2 pair, or maybe just calls the king.
Total pot size of 700,000, so Shankar, man. 6 in the window there for Kevin. So check from Kevin, check from Tony. To a turn we go. There's a 10, so 2 pair now for Kevin.
And a gut shot for Tony. I don't think Tony's going to end up going anywhere here, so might get a little bit of action.
Bet 80,000.
80,000 is the bet there. Final 10 seconds, so Tony knows he has to move. Makes the call, 80,000. 380,000 in the center right now. Final card, and it's a queen. Boy, that could spell trouble for Tony here. So Kevin's got 2 pair, 10s and 6s on the river. Tony hits his queen.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Tony to get away here. I'd expect a pretty big bet from Kevin and probably just a pretty quick call from Tony. So I expect in the 300, 350 range. Wow. 400.
4.25, yeah.
Tony has the perfect hand for this bet. He's going to be pretty tough spot, especially with that only that one time bank. He might use it here. That one time extension chip. Oh, little pump fake fold, huh? Did you see that?
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Makes the call. He's going to see the bad news. Total pot size of 1.2 million. Ship in the way of Kevin now. 3.1 million for Kevin. Starting to pull ahead a little bit here, and Tony south of $1 million in chips in his stack once again.
That was a great bet from Kevin. The mood lightens for a little bit, and then
we just made an extra $15,000, $20,000, $30,000, and then it's
and then an hour
back to
goes
the
by,
grind. Yeah.
and then they start to tense up again.
Kevin in the hijack here, Jack 10. Going to go up to 80,000. Jake, one of the smaller stacks out of the way, and a couple ladies here for Tony on the button. Looks like he's just going to call. Ooh, oh, man.
Real sneaky from Tony.
Yeah. And now Eric with a couple of jacks right behind.
He looks a little weary of Tony's.
Hi everyone, Andrea Johnson here with the WPT Royal Flush crew. The players have spoken. And WPT Rolling Thunder at Thunder Valley Casino and Resort is one of the players' favorite stops of the tour. From player gatherings, golf outings, and WPT champion dinners, you don't want to miss it. For more information, check out WPT.com.
Non-stop poker action at home or on the go. Sign up today at ClubWPT.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, here we are, heads up for the WPT Rolling Thunder title.
Big blind here, small here.
Jake Schwartz and Tony Tran.
And we welcome you back as we are heads up. Tony Tran, 107 big blinds, over 8 million chips. Jake Schwartz, 26 big blinds, just shy of 2 million in chips. And this is not the first time that we have seen these two square off in heads up action. In fact, Tyler, you actually called that final table. And these two, I mean, Tony has been responsible for one of the 7 trips to the final table where Jake has had to leave without a WPT champions accolades as well as the top prize. So he's been so close so many times, still has an opportunity here, and a nice starting hand for heads-up play.
Right, I had forgotten about that. I knew that, Jake's record, and I knew Tony won in Jacksonville, but I forgot that they played heads-up in Jacksonville even though I was on the mic.
These tables go long sometimes. It's all right.
They run together,
So here comes the flop, and Jake getting the better of that. He's got top pair with the jack kicker, and he's going to lead out with 100,000, and Tony is going to quickly let it go.
And in that last heads-up battle, they actually had even chips a couple times. They traded leads a couple times, and then it was just a big queens versus nines all in pre-flop that Tony won, and that put Jake at like a 10-1 disadvantage, and it was pretty much over from there.
So Robert Hydorn, he was the last to walk with over 6 figures as well, $122,105 for him. Walking in third place, now the runner-up is going to find themselves pocketing a very healthy $177,680, and the winner, $279,270. And their name's going to go on the side of the WPT Cup. They get entrance into the Tournament of Champions, which is coming up in Las Vegas. And Tony looking down here at another couple of cards that he's probably not thrilled with to start out heads up. A 5-3 offsuit. Jake has got himself an ace and a 4. And Tony is going to make the call with 75,000.
Blinds are 50 and 75, so 50 on the button and 75 for the player in the big blind.
Ante of 75 as well. Pot of 2 1/4. Here we go to the flop, and it is a 6-8-9. Jake still best with his ace high.
Jake was trapping there, not raising with the ace out of position, but that flop's just so bad he just gave it up.
It's 30-minute level, right?
It will be the next level. It's the level wrong.
You can see the Thunder Valley Poker Room director there, Ben Irwin, in the background, standing back there with a cup, calling the action.
Yeah, Ben's great, man. Always a pleasure to work with him. And I know that this poker room, this casino, near and dear to your heart. You're a Sacramento guy for many years, and this casino, Thunder Valley, just about 25 minutes away from downtown Sacramento.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice and good place to be.
Tony with a 10-3 off. Jake looking down at King 9. Jake's going to make the call here.
No, man, I'm all the way over here.
Flop comes, an ace, a 10, and a 4. So Tony gets a pair of 10s, middle pair, on that flop.
That's 75,000.
Jake's going to lead here with 75,000 after a check from Tony, who will call.
Just because King 9 is likely the best hand and every pot's important, so Jake's going to try to win it here.
Jack rolls off on the turn.
Check.
So some possibilities there for Jake. Queen rolls off.
I don't think he's going to get Tony to fold anything better than his hand, so he's going to check back.
And a 4 comes on the river. Tony's 10s are good with the 4s and the ace as the kicker. Jake hoping for some showdown value. Not enough, 375,000. So a couple of small pots to get things going here in heads-up play.
We talked about their dynamic with the bickering and the buddy, the frenemies, dynamic, and I forgot that probably stems all the way back from Jacksonville.
Yeah, and that it probably leads right into that play that we had earlier, where there was pretty nice bluff to get Tony off the better hand. A big bluff by Jake. So yeah, the history is deep between these two, and what a moment to. I mean, if Jake's able to pull it off here, I mean, he's got a long way to go, obviously, but if Jake can pull this off and get some vengeance for getting knocked off of another final table by his buddy Tony, that would be something.
That was a pretty sweet hand, that play Jake made with the check raise with the king high, king of clubs.
Tony calls.
Jake with just over 20 big blinds. Going to check back.
A 9, a 6, and a deuce roll out there on the flop, and a check from Jake. Tony checks as well. Jake's king still good at the moment. A 5 comes out.
That 150,000.
150 is the bet from Tony.
Oh.
Jake will check out. Tony takes down another pot, albeit a small one.
Every chip you win now, heads up, your opponent loses also. So even these small pots are pretty important.
Dave Fair, Tyler Patterson coming to you from Thunder Valley, a beautiful casino right here just outside of Sacramento, and heads up play as the final two battle it out. Pretty big difference between the top prize and runner-up, over $100,000 difference, so 279 to 177. So obviously a great deal of focus in this heads-up match with so much on the line. And Jake going to raise it up here to 175,000 with his 10-6 off. Tony looking at the better of the two hands with his king 4. Does make the call. Pot at 4 1/4. To a flop we go. A 9, a 9, and an 8. King's still good right now. Jake does pick up possibility for a straight if a 7 manages to come. Jake's going to lead the action here with a bet of 100,000 after Tony checks. Tony will make the call. A deuce rolls off on the turn.
Good call, a king high there from Tony.
He checks again. Jake will peel one off. River card is a 5 of clubs. That means that Tony's king high. Gonna hang.
And he does go for the
275. That
Fluff
pot
on the
almost a
end.
million. 900,000 chips. 8.6 now for Tony. $115 big blinds, 86% of the chips. But as you mentioned, things can change quickly in heads-up play.
Jake wants it so bad he just doesn't have to listen to it from his friends.
Tony wants no part of that one.
Hey, I rooted for you at the one you won.
I'm serious, Tony. You can't be greedy. I know something can change on a dime sometimes.
Not sure what Frank's blabbering about back there, but making himself part of the show as usual.
Right now?
I saw him on one of the breaks, and I was like, "Hey man, I enjoyed calling that final table." He was like, "Oh, I'll be back." I'm sure you will, man. I'm
That's
sure you
great.
will. Tony with an ace and a 3. Jake with a 4 and a deuce. Jake's going to call. Tony's going to check. Couple of 10s and an 8. Ace still good for Tony.
Bet 75.
That's a mind-blowing
right?
fold there
Right.
from Tony. I'm not sure what happened there.
You're from Connecticut.
Should be jamming blind, huh?
What? Yeah, go for it. See how, let's run that strategy.
Let's see how that works for me.
What's that?
Could be Urquhart in the call blind. I'd enjoy that.
6-3 for Tony. Queen 9 for Jake.
Awesome.
Check.
We'll see a flop. An ace, a 7, and a 4. A couple of hearts.
Check. No check.
10 rolls off. Jake still in a good spot here with his Queen 9.
Check.
I'm surprised Tony with 6 high isn't trying to stab at any of these pots.
7 comes off, and Jake's hand is going to hold.
Check.
We'll
It
check
looks like
again.
Tony's going to let it hold.
Count down.
Queen eye.
Sometimes in early stages of a heads-up battle, you can earn a little credibility by limping some hands and checking some hands that might otherwise bet.
I wonder if that's
With
ever
Jake's
happened before.
chip stack.
2 people played a heads up for a WPT.
Twice. I don't think so.
Twice. I really doubt it.
These 2 guys are patting themselves on the back again.
I would bet to no.
I'm just kidding. That is actually a really cool story, and I don't think it has happened. I've sent it out there looking to some of the WPT historians to see if it's ever happened, and so far it doesn't look like it. Haven't heard it.
Jake here with an ace deuce, going to make the call. Tony, Queen 7, going to check. See another flop. Haven't really seen these 2 mix it up much here. Heads up just yet. An ace in the window and a Queen 9 to follow, so both of them getting a piece of that. Jake with the ace, Tony with the queen.
75,000.
Yeah, they're both very content playing the small pots.
Call 75,000 on the flop. Turn card.
9, so 2 pair for both of them now.
Tony will check.
No check.
Jake does the same. River.
And a jack rolls off.
Tony's still trapping. I don't think he's going to
Bet
fold.
125,000.
I mean,
Jake
just such
only
a small
goes-
pot for
Yeah.
2 hands like this heads up.
Yeah, it does not look like a bluff. Tony doesn't even want to call with the queen. This is kind of wild. He is going to call, but
2 pin. Ace 9 with the queen.
And Jake shows a pair of aces. And raises the pot.
I understand why Jake wants to keep all the pots small, but I don't understand why Tony doesn't want to smash it up.
Yeah, sure.
There you see the WPT Champions Cup. The winner of this gets a bottle of water and their name on the side of that cup.
Sweet hands there by Tony.
No kidding, man.
Yeah.
Is that Fran Tarkenton in the audience? Like, what happened there?
No.
That was kind of a
whizzed
bullet.
it in there.
Yeah.
Seriously. They have Cafe Patron. They have Cafe Patron.
Fran Tarkenton, huh? You're going to bring in the old Vikings?
Yeah.
That's where you go?
Cafe
Last good quarterback we had.
You had Warren Moon for a little bit.
Yeah.
Patron.
How many Super Bowls did that win us?
It's not chocolate.
About as many as Fran Tarkenton did.
It tastes like coffee.
He got a
If you
great
don't
cup.
like
You
it,
guys
if
are
you
pretty
don't
close
like
to.
Wow.
I don't like coffee either.
WPT Rolling Thunder main event final table down to heads up. Ben Irwin there in the background, and you see taking it all in. There is a lot of money at stake here, and Tony, our big stack, Tony Tran, ace queen offsuit. Great starting hand. Jake with a not so great starting hand, and Tony is just going to jump it up. He's just going to make a call here. Wow, 75,000.
Well, that's a pure trap. This one's not keep a pot small. He was trying to get Jake out of line.
Flop comes 4-6-3. Could be worse flops for Jake and his 9 deuce. Just a bet of 100 is going to take it down for Tony.
I would expect Jake to bet that most of the time, but I don't think
Frank
he
has
thinks
completely changed
Tony's
sides.
going to fold very
He's
often.
completely changed sides.
You know the momentum might swing. Like, you don't want to do that.
I like that the 2 guys that are heads up and playing for over $250,000 are concerned about who Frank is clapping for. Talk about making yourself part of the conversation, right?
Seriously, yeah, that's wild. I once played a heads-up match with Scott Clements, and we're both from the Seattle area, so we had kind of a shared rail. All the guys are kind of rooting for both of us.
Yeah, they're like, whatever.
Who cares?
Whoever wins, you're taking us out tonight.
Whoever buys us more beer.
Yeah.
Henny, right after we drink that.
Tony with a queen 6 of hearts. Jake with an 8 and a 3. Jake going to make the call here. And Tony's going to raise it up. 2 1/4. That'll do it.
I don't have a handle on their hand selection for raising yet.
Neither do I.
Seems like a random number generator.
Just fold every hand as soon as the other person looks at the pot.
I definitely like that raise from Tony.
Queen 7 for Tony this time in the small blind.
I think it puts a lot of pressure on Jake if Tony were to raise every button, even for 2x or more.
There he goes to 200. Jake with his Jack 5. Okay. Makes a call there. Pot at 475. Flop is a king, an 8, and a 5. Jake hits the 5. So bottom pair back over to Tony now after a check from Jake. They both check. Go to a turn. It's a 9 of diamonds. No help for Tony there.
They both have some mild showdown value, so I understand both those checks.
Tony with the worst of it's going to bet 225, and Jake, seeing the value in his hands, going to hang out. He's got a bottom pair.
Yeah, Tony's bet doesn't make a lot of sense there unless he's going to fire again, because it's not going to get anything better to fold.
3 of clubs. Tony, action goes to him, and he'll check. And almost a million chip pot, 925,000.
That's a good pot for Jake. That means a lot.
Now he's at 2.225 million in chips, 30 big blinds.
It'll just be then? Wait, why will it be over? Gotcha.
Pretty amazing how much they're entertaining Frank.
I mean, it's a free show, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nine 3 for Tony, 6-3 for Jake. 2 1/4 in the pot. Here we go. There's a 9 right in the window. An ace and a 4, all hearts. No hearts in either player's hand. Tony at 92% to take this one down. Jake's leading the action, though, with 75,000, and looks like Tony is going to test the waters a little bit here, see how serious he is about that 75,000, raising it to 250.
Yeah, there's just no way for Jake to win if he doesn't bet, so he takes a little stab. Tony has middle pair, recognizes the best, and doesn't want to face any more heat, so he just wants to end it right there. And takes it down.
This is outrageous.
Okay, this could be interesting. Tony with queen 10 of clubs. Jake, king 7 offsuit. 250 out of the gate from Tony.
Certainly a call from Jake.
And there it is. Pot's already at 575 pre-flop.
Interesting that Tony goes with 250. That's a big raise.
a jack, a 3, and a deuce. 2 clubs. So even though Jake still has the best of it with the kings, you see the percentages there actually leaning towards Tony at this point.
And Tony can get, might be able to get king high to fold, and he does.
Another bet of 250, and that takes it down.
That kind of sizing puts a lot of pressure on Jake to make a hand.
Jake, nice starting hand here. King 10.
You're folding 0 hands on the button, right?
I don't know yet.
Just need
I
to
haven't
make
seen
sure.
one that I want to fold.
Just want to make sure.
With the 50-75 structure and the big blind ante, folding the button without limping first would be a terrible mistake.
Check from Tony, so Jake with the better of it right now. To a flop we go. There's a queen, a 7, and an ace. King 10 still good right now for Jake.
It's so good that he might bet it for value, but I think it's better as a trap.
Here comes a 9. No improvement for Tony's hand, though.
Tony could stab with the limp on the button. Jake is not going to fold.
Tony bets 1 pink chip, 100,000. Get a call. River card.
River card is a jack.
The nuts for Jake. Pretty nice to make the nuts heads up.
Unfortunately, there's only 425,000 in the pot, but let's see here. 250 is what Tony's going to bet, thinking that he's got a crack at this. He does not. Let's see how Jake reacts.
Would have been interesting to see how Jake reacted if the river was like a 7 or a 3 or something. That card, it's pretty easy for Jake.
All in.
Yeah, he just goes for it just in case Tony has anything.
All in, and Tony says, how much? Let me get a count of that. I got to weigh my options here with my 6 dupes. Playing the board.
75,000.
Jake will pick up 500,000 new chips, 2.25 total.
Decent sized pot there for Jake.
Nuts.
King 10? I think you shipped the river too for this.
Tony with an ace-5, Jake with a king-4 this time. $250 is the raise from Tony, and Jake will come along here with his king high. 575 to a flop. And it's a deuce, a 10, and a 9.
Nowhere near either of them. Tony has position and the better hand.
Jake checks, Tony bets 300. Quick fold from Jake.
And Tony takes it down. Tony can trap there with ace high and just check it back, but there's a lot of bad cards when there's a 10, a 9, and a deuce out there. You don't know what's good, so just taking it down at that point is nice. And every bet is tough for Jake out of position with his shorter stack.
You jam free that hand. You jam free that hand.
Tony here, an ace and an 8. Jake looking down at a 10 and a 9. Jake makes the call.
Tony has a few options here. He can just shove, he can raise it, or he can check.
375 is where he goes with it, so another 300,000 for Jake.
This is really awkward because that's such a good hand in position that Jake doesn't want to fold, but 375 is a big portion of his stack.
Flop comes 7-9 deuce. That one hits Jake nicely. Gets top pair.
Tony checks.
Eight and a quarter in the pot. Now goes over $1 million with that bet, and
Jake, that's 250,000.
whoa, 250,000 all in, and oh man. So looks like a potential double here. 85% for Jake to double up.
Wow,
that just happened really quickly. 3.9 in the middle. This changes things pretty dramatically if Jake is able to take this down, if his cards hold. So 3 aces is what Tony is going to need to find unless he gets some runner help.
This is such a great spot for Jake. I don't know why he's sweating so hard. It's so good for him.
There's a queen that comes off on the turn, so now it's down to just a couple of aces for Tony.
Ace coming though.
He's calling.
Give him a black ace.
Only out is an ace.
Red ace.
Here it comes. Last card. It's a 3 of clubs, and that means that a double up here for Jake, getting to 3.9 million in chips. Tony at 6.1, losing $2 million from his stack. Significant swing, and we talk about this all the time, right? Heads-up play, single hand like that can change the entire dynamic of heads-up action.
It's already a pretty big difference now.
No better time than now.
Did you order the Henny shot?
Yeah, he wants to.
Wait, are they doing shots now?
Yeah. Tony needs a Hennessy shot after that.
He said Hennessy? That's what he's drinking?
Yep.
Tony.
Absolutely.
All right. So 39% of the chips now for Jake. He's got 52 big blinds. He's got some room to maneuver.
Here, take, yeah, shots. I did say shots. Sit down so we can get in some hands. But
Jake does not want the blinds to go up. He wants to. Why are they getting in a coffee mug? Hennessy in a coffee mug?
Who's just carrying around coffee mugs full?
Tony, sit down.
He's got a whole coffee mug full of Patron. What? Did you see how much he did to drink that?
We need a shot, not a full. Sorry.
He's got a full mug of Patron.
They're like, sir, can you get your mug of Patron off the table, please?
This is my kind of final table.
Oh, jeez. Things are getting wild.
Well, with 30-minute levels and the stacks aren't super deep, they know they aren't playing for very long.
Tony here, 5 deuce, couple of spades. Jake here, 9-3, couple of clubs. Tony will go up.
Well, now these 225 raises aren't nearly as much pressure. With Jake having this many chips, he can just play poker. It's not a constant sweat for your stack.
A queen and 9 and 7 roll off, so good for it for Jake there with middle pair. Couple of spades
spicy.
though. Queen 7 out there, so Tony drawing to a potential flush.
Very spicy flop.
Seeing some action. Tony fires out a $250,000.
You can see just by the way Tony releases the chips, he is a steamer. I mean, he knows how to play it up, you know? He's not like just going to completely lose his mind.
Over $1 million in the center. Here comes the turn. Another spade. Tony hits his flush. But Jake just hit his second pair.
Yeah, this is a pretty big cooler. Imagine Tony bets around 600, and it's going to be a pretty tough spot for Jake.
$550, spot on with the analysis of the sizing, and Jake here with a decision now.
This is really in the ringer.
Yeah, so he'll make the call over $2 million in the center. If Jake manages to somehow pull this out, if he can fill up here, it really evens things up. But no, it doesn't. It's a 4. And so now all of a sudden there's a 4th spade out there. And
that's actually a great card for Jake.
Great
It
card
saves
for
him.
Jake.
Look
Yeah,
at him.
you see,
Wow.
2 pair.
Wow, 2.1 going the way of Tony. So now 7.2 million to 2.8.
That was a big one. And I mean, it could have been much bigger. That river, lots of river cards. I think Jake goes broke.
Turn 2 pair.
It might be time for another pull off the old mug. We'll see.
Oh, we start 100K on Jake's big one?
Jake with 28% of the chips. Still almost 3 million. Still in this thing, and good starting hand here. Ace, 9, clubs, Tony, Jack 6, off. Call on a check to a flop. There's a 6, a 7, and a 3. So Tony gets the best of that with a pair of 6s. There is one club out there. Let's see if that develops into anything. It does not on that street. There's an 8 of diamonds, so flush is out of the question for Jake now. Still has 2 overs. Has a straight possibility as well, and it's a queen of clubs on the river. That means Tony's 6 is good. And it just gets checked down. 225,000 chips is it.
That's a pretty good result for Jake, too. So Jake is playing absolute small ball because he wants to play as much as possible.
What is that? Is that Jägermeister?
It does, yeah, but he said, let's see.
Sorry, I don't know why I tossed that at you.
Definitely looks like Jaeger.
Yeah, that
How
looks
did
like
Frank make his way
well,
up there?
of course that's Frank.
What is Frank doing up there?
Of course that's Frank.
No, that's my auntie. I don't know why I tossed it at you.
He's telling him to finish it. There's like a little sip like you're in college. Like, don't you leave that Jaeger laying there, man.
No dead soldiers.
Yeah. Heads up action here. It's Season 18's WPT Rolling Thunder Final Table. Thanks for being with us. Dave Farah, Tyler Patterson on the call. It's been a fun final table, and I feel like this heads up match is going to get even more fun here now that they're doing shots of Jägermeister and whatever else that thing that Frank had was.
Coffee mug full of Patron.
Boy. I mean, it's not like there's, over $100,000 in difference between second or first or anything. And here we go. Jake all in with his ace, 8 of hearts.
Wow, Tony limped. If
2.65.
I mean, it's for sure a fold. If he would have raised, he might have been thinking about calling.
Yeah, and Tony even said it there. He's like, "You're probably crushing me," which he is.
2.65. How'd you double up? Oh, you double up.
And then I gave you half of it back.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
They'd be good buddy comedy.
This was off to the side.
Yeah, like two cops or something,
For
See
sure.
that?
Absolutely. Cop and informant.
Who's the cop? Who's the informant?
I'm not going there.
Jake's definitely the narc.
And look, he jams 2.65 million. Jeez.
We were done last time somehow in like 30 minutes, and I started with 4 to 1.
Let's see how many hours this can go on and how many shots you guys can do.
That'll be fun.
And now Frank is coaching them from the rail. Oh, man. Both with a 9 and a 3 in their hand, and, yeah, neither of them want any part of that.
Finally folding a button?
I got to show you it's possible.
Now that it's 50-100 instead of 50-75, folding the button with the absolute worst hands is acceptable. I think 50-75. I don't think it is.
I just want you to know it's not out. It's in the realm of possibility.
We actually love each other.
Yeah, we're
actually
friends. In fact, we're rooming together tonight in San Jose.
Oh, maybe he really did ask him to be rooming earlier.
They really are rooming together in San Jose. Guys, somebody's winning $280,000. You can afford 2 rooms.
Well, and the other one's winning $177,000.
I feel like they
don't
can
have to
afford
split
2
a
rooms.
room.
Dang.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Every angle.
But of course, this just plays right into our buddy comedy movie, so
Right.
I thought you were gonna burn through the last time bank in that spot. And I was just like, what is going on?
Win $450,000 collectively and just
Jack 7 deuce.
shack up and Motel 6 together. Perfect. A queen, a 9, and a 4 on the flop, and the ace for Tony is still the best of it. Jake with the check, Tony with the check, and a 3 rolls off on the turn. Still ace high is good. Jake check, Tony check. And the river is a king of clubs. Tony's hand is good. And Jake will fire, and it's 150. And Tony just folds his ace.
Yeah, scooped it up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Jake recognized that had to be jack high or ace high. Good spot to bet.
Cards being shuffled there. That's Faded Spade, the preferred playing cards of the WPT. Interestingly, we were talking earlier about the action clock by Protection Poker, and we thought that the lack of time extension chips would maybe be a factor as this whittled down, and it really hasn't for Tony. He's had one since that huge tank early on in this final table, and since then hasn't really needed them.
Yeah, there might have been 1 or 2 spots that he reacted quickly because of it, like at that 10-second whistle.
Mm-hmm. But otherwise, yeah.
But yeah, mostly it's been
maintain still having that one.
Right. And they're both playing so fast heads up. Not coming into play at all.
3.1 million in chips now for Jake, who is, again, riding this really wild storyline. 7 WPT final tables, never getting the victory and getting the heads up before and actually getting eliminated by Tony Tran. How about that?
Pretty unreal.
He wanted to trade hats with me. He's like, let's just wear it.
Worth mentioning that Tony, who is our pretty over, oh, okay, 9-8, so this maybe will be interesting. We'll see. Tony sat down at this final table, the shortest in chips, 875,000 when he entered this final table.
Oh yeah.
Now sitting with 6.9 million. He's going to raise it up to 275.
Goes with the bigger sizing with 8-9 suited. This is going to be a tough spot for Jake.
A king, and a 7 come out. Jake with the check. Tony checks back. 6 comes out. 6, 7, 8, 9 for both of them.
I mean, I hate Tony's check back there.
125,000. And Tony's going to go up to 400 now.
What a terrible spot for Jake.
He'll come along. Almost 1.5 million chips in the middle right now.
There's not very many hands that Jake can call right there. So I don't think Tony is going to bluff here. I think he's just going to give up. He did it.
675, and he'll take down the pot of 2.1 million chips.
That was a pretty strong one. I mean, that would have been terrible for Tony to give up, but it's just you don't get called on the turn very often from Jake without him having a 6 or 7 that he's willing to put it in.
Do you want me to start Hollywooding? Do you want me to start Hollywooding?
Oh, Frank's back. Oh my God, these shots are.
Those are in quick succession.
He gave one to Ben too. Oh, he just hold. Oh,
Ben's like, yeah, I can't have this.
Well, then enjoy it slower.
Enjoy it slower.
Half.
I could have done. Is it alright if we put it right here?
Not on the table now.
Mine's on the floor.
Great job, Frank. Keep it up.
Also worth noting that while Tony came into this final table with 875,000, Jake was just barely north of $1 million. So, you know, had Kevin, who went out in fourth, had almost a 3-to-1 chip advantage over Jake, and had a huge advantage over 2 million chip advantage, or right about that. over Tony. And these two have muscled their way through a pretty crowded field of some really excellent players to get to heads up.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Gives you hope coming in as a short stack.
At 125 and a call.
I knew it. You're always doing that.
I'm really not.
Clearly.
Turn card 9 of clubs.
9 comes off on the turn.
Wow, Jake's going for it.
Jake going for it at the wrong time, so Tony's got a pair of jacks, pair of 9s hanging out there on the board, and Jake cannot win this hand. Gets called down for the 300,000, and a king rolls off on the river. Tony gonna check here. Let's see if Jake makes another move.
It's about the best card in the deck to bluff with. Maybe a king of diamonds would be a little bit better. But it's a lot of Jake's stack if he wants to bluff.
And he does, and Tony gives up.
No, Tony called quickly.
Oh, he did call quickly.
He called right away, and Jake said you win.
Oh, Jake said you win. I thought Tony was the one that said you win. So, wow, how about that? 2.3 million. And now Jake down to just his last 1.2. Good call by Tony.
It was, yeah. I think Jake might have been giving up on a lot of river cards. That card was a really good one for him to bluff.
Jake's like, hey, how about we finish these shots? Oh, boy.
The second half of drink number 2. Back to the action.
I didn't mean to be disrespectful when I snapped over. I know if it was disrespectful, that
Tony's over here apologizing. Jake's like, what?
How could it be disrespectful?
I told myself the thing.
Yeah.
Love these two.
Far from disrespectful.
I wasn't trying to be. What do you mean? You weren't being disrespectful.
It's disrespectful that you think you were disrespectful.
How dare you say that you were disrespectful to me? Don't disrespect me like that.
Just talked about not bluffing me.
Coming to you live from Thunder Valley Casino, Lincoln, California, just outside of Sacramento. Thanks for hanging with us.
Wasn't a bluff?
Couldn't have been a bluff.
Over 100,000 separating the first and second prize, and Tony now knocking on the door of 9 million chips. 10x what Jake has. A jack, a king, and a 4 rollout. Jake good right now with his queen high. Tony's gonna bet 100,000, and he's gonna go ahead and make the move there, and that'll quickly get Tony out of the mix. Increases his stack to 1.3 million.
I thought he said emotional raise by Jay gets him the pot. I was like, what?
I think we're back to where we started.
Nah, you got a little more.
Just a little bit.
I think I started with 1.7, but the blinds are up, so I'm in trouble.
Jake calls with the 4 high, and Tony checks it.
A lot of clubs hanging around. To the flop we go. There's a 10, a jack, and a deuce. Tony hits that deuce. Jake will take it down.
Yeah, Tony's surprising me sometimes. There's a couple of interesting folds heads up.
Next shot we take? Ben has to decide.
Ben's picking what they're drinking now.
No, whatever.
Pick a shot for
in the moment,
shot.
you can take a
You
shot.
guys were inviting me in. I'm like, I'm in.
In the moment, if you could take a shot, what would it take? We'll take it in your honor. I mean, we're gonna wait like 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, we'll be good.
We need a way to double up or a double up or a bust.
I mean, you're gambling, man. How many shots do you think they're going to get in total before this heads-up match is done? Because it's getting pretty lopsided when it comes to the chips. But it seems like Jake's pretty adamant on jamming the gas and getting a couple more shots.
It seems unlikely they get one. Jake has to win these all-ins.
Well, here we go.
Oh, Jake's in bad shape here.
Yeah, so Jake with the Jack 10 all in, and Tony with the snap call Queen 10. And as you see, gonna need a Jack or some running hearts in order to stay alive here. But 2.7 million in the center right now, and Jake's tournament life is on the line.
He's gonna hit a queen and end it.
Flop is coming.
Jack.
There's a Jack.
Oh,
and, oh my!
You just flopped us straight.
Gosh, unbelievable. That is unbelievable.
Wow.
So you see the Jack in the window, you're like, there's hope. And then it just runs out with a straight for Tony. There is a 5, and that is going to do it.
They can
So
chop it with a queen.
They could chop with a queen. Final card, it's a 7. What a dramatic and yet not dramatic way for that to end. And the saga continues. Another final table for Jake. Doesn't quite get there, and it's his good buddy Tony Tran that stops him before he can get his first win on the WPT Tour, and a consolation prize of a hug from Frank and $177,680. Pretty good run. Congratulations to Jake Schwartz. But more than anything, congratulations to Tony Tran. He also gets a hug from Frank, and he'll also take the top prize, $279,240. Tyler, take us through it. I mean, what really stood out to you as the highlights from this table?
There was a couple of great ones, and it's fun to watch Jake and Tony battle, knowing each other. They have a good handle on each other's ranges.
This is the highlight for me. Forget all of that great poker that we just saw.
Yeah, how do I talk about strategy when that's going on? There was some great play today.
Well, congratulations again, Tony Tran, nearly $300,000, and his bunk buddy that he's going to be sharing a room with tonight, Jake Schwartz, $177,680 for him. This has been Season 18's WPT Rolling Thunder, coming to you from Thunder Valley alongside Tyler Patterson. My name's Dave Farah. Thanks so much for watching the World Poker Tour.
Thank you.
Play these guys. That's my shot. You got this. Hope I get the call. I've prepared for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told?